I tried
Live. We're live.
Good.
Hey.
I tried to type in the address.
Hello, world.
Right, I was getting loads of dots, full stops, and no matter what I did, and it was just going ding, 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 like that. And I'm trying everything, and so I disconnected the keyboard, and it carried on. I'm going, no, what is it? And it was the mouse downstairs in the front room, still Bluetoothed, and fat ass here sitting on it. I'm going, what's wrong with the computer again? Oh my god! I was impressed. The mouse still working from down there.
Excuse me. Right. Authorise ACE. Yeah, so it's an alternative method to set up and install ACE. If you're unable on one of the two, verifying. Oh, yeah. See, that's the old. Yeah. So the method of installing ACE that you recounted earlier is what to do if you can't do it the normal way. You can do it this way, but you should be able to do it the normal way. So let me just double check your M chip Mac. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I am only coming through on the left. Don't worry, we
I can't tell.
Can't you tell?
No, I'm on an iPad, so it just sounds.
You've
sounds
been
mono anyway.
auto-mononised.
Because both speakers are at this side anyway.
Right. So you're at your Mac now, yeah?
Aye. Bloody hope so.
Right. So if you fire up Loopback.
Yep.
Tell me what you get.
I got the Loopback is almost ready window.
Okay. And then what does it say?
You now need to adjust your system settings to allow ACE to run in the Mac's recovery environment.
Okay.
You'll modify the system security policy to match the settings below.
So I think you've tried. On the first instance, you've gone past the normal method, and now it's saying that's why it's giving you that. So, maybe this is the only way for you to do it.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Sorry. I didn't see him there. I thought I could smell something bad, and there it is.
Oh.
Sure.
Oh.
Right, you bastard. I'm changing my fucking name now.
Oh, God.
Hi, Matt.
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm all right, kid. How are you?
I'm good. There we go.
Kill me now. Shall I just go and do this? Because I'm not exactly running the show, am I? I'm not even doing that.
This is the show.
Well, show?
Oh, you bitch.
Sorry, forgot the
Oh, you
inverted commas.
bitch.
Yakety yak. Yeah, have you heard, Matt? Ian's coming down to London.
I'm coming to London.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm going to live in London for a month.
Seriously?
I'm
Yeah.
going to ask my mate Sadiq if he'll just cancel the Ulis for the day.
Apparently, my bus pass doesn't work there.
Well, that's all right. The buses don't either.
Yeah, we're out of here probably the first week of March.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
So a month in
far
London,
up.
and then I'm going to. I don't think our house will be ready by.
Have you actually secured the house yet?
Oh, we've got a house that we're buying. Definitely.
Right.
Another house because we gave up on the other one.
Is that the one with the studio?
Yes.
You won around then.
Mm.
Yeah.
Good man.
Sausage and beans.
So yeah, we're just going through all the rigmarole with
This
we've
lockdown,
had survey, we've had a survey, we've had searches, but yeah, so
Other dog,
we're
mate.
probably going to be
Your
Airbnb
mate.
Right.
Your mate.
in Frome for a month or so.
Okay,
I
okay.
think we'll be in by hopefully the end of April.
Well, that'd be nice.
That's the plan.
Oh, good. Oh God.
So I am going to St East. I was never going to St East anyway, actually, because I was going to a festival in Bristol that weekend. But I've had to give up my ticket for that because it's literally like 3 days before we're out of here.
Oops.
Sacrifices must be made.
I know, exactly.
What?
Anyway, hello Ken, how are you, mate?
Fucked off.
He's having IT problems. I'm glad he came, Matt.
Oh fuck, I'm off. I'll see you later.
Oh, mate, I tell you, it's.
That good, huh?
Yeah, do you know what? I'm just going to do this. I'm just do what they ask and be done with it. Fuck it. Fucking bloody thing.
Great when they work, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, it's working too well.
What, at the moment?
Yeah, I can't put Luke back on because the computer's going all secured up. Nothing can possibly go wrong now, chaps.
When we going, Rob?
Should have gone ages ago, mate.
Mate, look,
Should have
honestly,
gone
I have
ages ago.
spent a week, right? A week solid rebuilding this bloody Mac and learning it. And I think I've got the idea about the philosophy behind Mac as opposed to PC. Which is not as automatic as PCs.
You would do it their way and not yours.
Yeah.
That's basically Mac.
that is it, yeah.
And
Closed
you will do it their
architecture.
way, but however, there are things that Mac seems to want you to do for yourself as well.
Such as?
The way they want you to, I mean, most of the things have to be done their way. You're right. You may be able to move, one directory down, but no more, and put it on a different drive. You must be out of your fucking mind. You can't do that. So, here I am, 15 terabytes of installs later, and I think I will have to make that a 4T drive.
But you can't.
Internal.
You can't.
You can't do it internally.
You can't.
The only way, because when you buy the bloody machine, you have to specify at time of sale.
Yeah.
The only way round it, and the quickest, what I did with my Mac Mini was get the base with the optional SSD enclosure in it, and that's as fast or getting there as internal. It's
Basically,
the best. It's the best option.
Yeah.
External.
I
You
think I'm gonna
upgraded
do
yours
that
to
at some
4T.
point.
No, he got an external drive.
I got an
and
external.
then set that
I got
as the system drive.
No, I didn't. No, I'm still using the system drive. I'm using
Okay.
that as the external, and everything comes off.
external, so, yeah.
Everything comes off of that.
Right.
Everything comes off of that.
But what you can do is what Ben did with his, and he got an external drive, and then what you do is you set your Mac up with an external system drive, so it uses that drive as your system drive, which is fine. Actually, it's just fine.
The fastest way to do that then would be to get an external drive and use something like Super Duper or Carbon Copy Cloner and make a direct replica of what's on your system drive on the external, so that you can use either.
That's just gonna.
I think I'll just stay where I am.
There is no. I've got a 4 terabyte, right? I've not even used a whole terabyte of that 4 yet, and I've got.
You will.
Well, absolutely. Well, that's why I bought a 4 terabyte.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that I've got Logic Live, Reason, Mixbus, all of that big stuff. a gazillion plugins. I've got Adobe Creative Cloud, every application installed on my internal drive. I've got a whole bunch of other stuff, and I've not eaten up a terabyte yet.
Well, my 1 terabyte in my Mac, and I've got nothing.
About leaning on this thing. Leave the pad alone.
I've got nowhere near. I think I've used a quarter of the internal 1 terabyte, which is why I went for the 4 terabyte external.
I think I've got 8 terabytes on here, and I'm getting pretty full. But I've still got lots of video on it, so I need to clear out some of the video stuff that
Well, at least let me load the
that's what takes up
libraries
the space
onto the external drive, because that's
Yeah.
what I've got.
I wouldn't be surprised if you've maxed out your terabyte, like you said to me the other day. Then
No, I said I was worried about maxing out.
All right, yeah. But make sure, because there are some applications that when you install them, or plugins or whatever, that when you install them, they just naturally put it onto your system drive. Yeah. They don't give you an option at the point of install. But what you can do is then go into either the application settings. So, for example, UVI's Portal defaults to install to your main system drive.
Yeah.
But you can go into the portal and say, for everything that I download, I want it downloaded over here, and then I want it installed over there, and then you can determine, the location. So sometimes you have to go in like that. Sometimes it's the old-fashioned way of creating an alias, and you put the library on an external drive, and then you put an alias to that folder where it would have existed on your system drive, and then it just goes and plonks over there.
It's like a shortcut, isn't it?
Yeah.
Alias is a shortcut.
But there's two types, and there's alias. What's the other one?
It's getting very doggy.
Because alias doesn't always work.
I don't know.
Can never remember the name of it, but it's a much better way of doing.
I'll tell you what. It was just nuts, right?
Symbolic, thank you, Perky.
After doing the rounds with East West, 8DO, Spitfire, Native Instruments, Fluffy Audio, you name it, right? 14.5 terabyte of bloody library.
Fucking hell.
My internet cable has melted. Well, now that the internet cable is working, as opposed to the 30 megasecond I was getting. Really?
Kent trying to use a Mac.
Yeah, not far off.
Dear, oh dear.
You seem to have an obstruction, sir. Right, I am going to fuck off now.
Go on then.
And I'm going to give this a try. And maybe some time.
Okie dokie.
Come back.
Bless him.
Oh.
Let's remove that. There we go. Oh dear.
Well, this has been a long time coming. I've needed this.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? How much just sitting chatting with your mates is you need it.
Definitely.
Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Oh, my boy made me laugh. Right, the back of this shirt has got mode GBR 2024. Mm-hmm. He turned up at the gig last Saturday with his Netherlands one on, and he said, "I bet this is the most travelled shirt that's here." And a bloke walked past him with one from LA. Fucking just like
that. Brilliant.
Yeah. Do you know, I looked at the prices and I just thought, honestly, I've seen them enough. It's not like I've never seen them. And and it's not just them. It's not just Depeche Mode. I went to book tickets for Pet Shop Boys at the Royal Opera House. They're doing a 5 or 6 date run at the end of July. and I got pre-order access because I pre-ordered the album, and I went on there and like, oh, this is honestly just go to the Royal Opera House website and go to book a ticket just for anything, and then just go to the seat planner. There were tickets there for 46 quid. They were the cheapest tickets, but they were so far to the left and the right at the top that when you clicked on the seat and it showed you the view in big red letters, no view of the stage, and all you are looking at is scaffold that they hold the lights up with. They sell that as a ticket for 46 quid, and you look at that and you think, well, if I'm sat there, I'm not seeing fuck all. I'm not even seeing.
No. I got to go. We've got to take the boy to hospital. I'll be back.
Oh shit! Okay.
Right. See you there.
Bye.
Bye.
That's
40. So I thought, okay, well, how much?
I mean, there's restricted view and there's restricted view, isn't there?
Yeah, but or no view.
Or no,
so I went. So what they call it what do they call it? They call it the auditorium, but it's the very top at the back, and they were out in 100 and something. I mean, that's proper in the gods nosebleed stuff, albeit it is the Opera House, so it's not massively high. But the average ticket price in somewhere just decent was 160 to 250 pounds per ticket.
Yeah, I know, it's crap. I'm like, crap, isn't it?
Fuck. So then I got another pre-sale code for the War on Drugs, who I absolutely adore them.
Yeah, I've got their first album. It's really good.
Oh, all their stuff is just great. Yeah, I love them. Lots of synth, but lots of guitars as well. It's just really good. Anyway, they're doing a handful of gigs. They don't come over here that often. They're doing a handful of gigs, and they're doing 2 nights at the Albert Hall. And I thought, Albert Hall's normally fairly reasonable. Not with this. I think 90 quid to sit up, right at the top, and then sort of in the stalls, it was more. It's just fucking hell.
It's like I quite fancied seeing The Last Dinner Party.
My boys just bought tickets to go and see him.
And they're
Apollo, I think.
I mean, they're an up and coming band, and I know they're selling really well, but the prices were I thought were a bit steep.
I'm not sure about them. In the same way, I'm not sure about Taylor Swift.
Oh, I love Taylor Swift. She's great. No, I don't like everything by Taylor Swift.
No, but there's whenever I've seen them, whether it's a television, whether they were on Graham Norton a few weeks ago, or somewhere else, there is something about them that doesn't sit well with me, and I don't know what it is, and I'm struggling. I said to Jackie the other night, I was trying to explain it to her because she said, "Oh, I really like them," and I said, "Yeah, but there's a bit of Robert Palmer Addicted to Love about the band.
It's manufactured pop.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hoo-ha about them being what do they call it, an industry plant.
I think that's good. They're not alone. There's another band called Fizz. You seen Fizz?
No.
The story is they're 4 friends who got together last summer for 2 weeks or a week to record an album, but they're signed to. They're not signed to. They're signed to Decca, which is obviously Universal or whoever. I can't remember which one's which now. It's either Sony or Universal, isn't it? I mean, and The Last Dinner Party is signed to Ireland, but it's really Universal. So,
and they've got a big management company, not just management companies. But I want them to be genuine. I want them to be the real deal.
Yeah, I've been listening to the songs because the album's came out 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I don't love it. But I like it. I like bits of it, shall I say? It's not a great album for me.
No, when I watched them, I was I'm probably like you or any of the rest of us. Whenever I go to a gig, I very rarely lose myself in the show.
No,
I'm always like, what's that they're using?
Yeah.
How's he doing those sounds I'm hearing? Who's triggering those?
Yeah.
They come in.
Yeah.
So I'm always. It's terrible because I then don't really enjoy the show. But I was watching them on TV, and there's two guitarists, a keyboard player, a bassist, and a drummer.
Yeah.
I think, or one guitarist, keyboard, bass, drums. Anyway, but they're all stood there, and the
drummer's not in the band. That's it. The drummer's a session.
Yeah, and it struck me that just their behaviour, it just felt a little. I don't know. I am really struggling to kind of put my finger on what it is. You know, you just get a feeling that there's something about, and I hope I'm wrong. And I had that feeling about Taylor Swift as well. There's something about her I don't trust. In terms of her being what she tells everybody that she is.
Well, she's always been, I mean, I can understand that she's very hardworking, and I think I haven't seen the latest concert documentary thing, but I saw the other documentary that was on Netflix a couple of years ago, and I've always, probably from the Red album, liked the songs. I don't like I said, I don't like everything. I liked things like Love Her Less. You know, the sort of the last couple of albums that she's done, I've not really gelled with. But Speak Now and Red would be my favorite, and actually the one before that, Fearless. Those would be my favorite three Taylor Swift albums. I think she's a very good songwriter. I don't believe the hype. I mean, I watched the Super Bowl, as you watched a bit of it. We went to it at the same time, didn't we, Rob?
Yeah.
And all the bollocks of the bloody Super Bowl keep cutting to Taylor Swift because she's going out with the guy who's on the team.
Look at what it did to the viewing figures. You know, look at what it did to the ratings. I mean, it was just incredible. Yeah. I mean, look, I've got nothing against her as an individual. She's never done anything to upset me or said anything that makes me think, oh, there's just something about her that doesn't feel genuine. And I don't know whether that's just me being a real sad old Gen Xer and just, having come from, like yourself, having come from an era where authenticity was never even brought into question or rarely brought into question. Now, we've come through a 20, 30 years of bands being specifically, I mean, I know that bands were always put together back in the 50s. I mean, so many bands in the 60s were put together, but not to the extent that they are these days. But there's just something about it that there was a thing on the BBC website today. There was a clip of Taylor on BBC Breakfast 15 years ago. It was her first visit to the UK, and she was doing her first promo. Even then, I'm just thinking, she tells this story about how she picked up a guitar at age 12 and started to learn on her first day, wrote her first song. Now that's not completely unbelievable, but it just says to me, really? Okay, so maybe you've got a natural gift. And then
wasn't her first
within
album
a year,
really, really country?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's how she
deleted. I'm not sure if that's true or not. But
I don't know.
No.
But then she goes on to say how she was really quite obnoxious to her parents. She held her hands up and she said, I kept telling them we need to move to Nashville. And so basically the whole family moved to Nashville so that she could then sign a writing deal at age 12 or 13 with Sony. Now, that just doesn't happen in the real world.
No.
It just doesn't. And I will bang on when questioned about privilege. And how when you look through all of these artists, and you go back through their history, there's always a good dollop of privilege in there. Where and
there's also apart from being nepotism, but also it is really who you know.
Oh yeah,
isn't it?
And you only get to know those people if you or your family are in a position of
there's
privilege.
A connection somewhere.
Yeah.
It's to some extent, it's like Kate Bush and what's his face?
Dave Gilmour.
Dave Gilmour.
Yeah.
Kate Bush would not have made it had it not been for the support of Dave Gilmour.
And Kate Bush wouldn't have been able to do what she did without the support of her family, who he was dad was a doctor or something.
Yeah.
They lived in a really, big sort of house that the kids were actively encouraged to express themselves, and that generally comes from a place of privilege.
Yeah.
And I know it sort of sound, I'm sure some people are going, oh, you're fucking lefty and all this. But I'm sorry, money makes a difference. It really does.
It definitely does make a difference. Yeah.
And
being somebody who came from, who had none.
Well, exactly.
Literally, here we are. We used to eat coal out of road. No, but our first house when I was small had an outside loo.
Yeah.
We had a loo down, loo down the bottom of the yard because it wasn't a car.
Yeah. No, I mean, I remember well, I always wanted to be a rock star, a pop star, a musician. And that's how I wanted to do that, and just didn't have the way in. I mean, I'm a young boy.
Breaks.
Yeah, I'm a young boy living in the middle of the countryside. And back in those days, you had to be in the cities. You had to be in the big places where everything was. If you were stood any chance of getting noticed or recognised, or where the work was. There's. I actually, age 16, I went for a job at a residential studio that was out here in the country, which was quite unheard of back then because most of the studios were in London or Manchester or wherever. And they wanted to pay me £10 a week less than what I was on at the Co-op stacking shelves, and I couldn't afford to drop £10 a week.
Yeah.
In 1986, I think it was. So, and my parents, I spoke to my parents when I wanted to go to the Gateway School of Recording and Music Technology. It would cost £2,500, which of course back then was quite a chunk of cash, and neither of them could afford it because my parents were divorced. And I went to each of them and said, "Oh, please," and they said, "No, we can't afford to do that." And so I just ended up, doing my CSEs and O-levels.
I wanted to go to music college, but being dyslexic as well didn't really help me. And I know that because I would have gone to, it would have been Leeds Music College. But because I was a non-traditional musician, self-taught piano player, I didn't get a look in. I couldn't even get an audition. I mean, I know it's moved on a lot now. There's a whole load of different courses for non-traditional musicians. But at the time, it was, you needed to be able to play one instrument to grade 6 or grade 7 and a second instrument to about grade 2 or 3, I think. Predominantly classical, I guess, although I might have accepted some jazz. But they were interested in rock music.
No.
And I'd been playing in bands since the age of 14.
We used to have this thing at high school, or this particular high school, where they'd have an arts festival every 2 weeks, which was just... And it was a state high school, but they used to have this big thing about the arts, and that was really cool. And they used to have this thing, and we'd get guest poets in or guest theatre companies would do little workshops with the kids and what have you, and there would be some musicians and stuff. But one of the things they always did was this interform competition. So there'd be an interform music competition, there'd be an interform art competition, there'd be an interform this, and nobody wanted to do any of these things. They all wanted to either play sports or just hang out around the bike sheds. But when they did this for the first time, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll have a go at this. And I entered once or twice. Once was my infamous Axel F rendition with a Korg 700S and a Bond Tempe.
Excellent.
Yeah. No, it wasn't.
There's
really.
no footage of that, Bob. I'd like to see that.
Thankfully, no. But the following year, somebody said to me, why don't you do something on the drums? Because that's what I was playing. And that's what I was reasonably good at. So I said, okay, so I did this thing with the drums, and they got the judge for the competition was a tutor at, or a professor at the Royal College of Music, something to do with the Royal College of Music, and she was very well to do, and she came down. and all the finalists ended up. So there was me, and then there were 3 others. And I remember that Jeremy, who I'm still friends with, Fiona, and you can getting a picture here. Jeremy, Fiona, and Leslie. That's it, Leslie. Now, each one of those, I can't remember which one, but 1 or 2 of them played the violin, the other one played clarinet or something. They were all being professionally taught, and there was me, self-taught drummer.
Yeah,
so each of them get up and do their little piece, and and all the kids are like, I come up and I do this like basically a 5-minute drum solo. The kids are loving it because it's rock and roll.
Yeah.
And then they read out the results, and in 3rd place was Leslie in her clarinet. In 2nd place, it was Fiona with her violin. And I'm thinking, and in 1st place, it's Jeremy. And I'm like, really? And my music teacher looks at me and he says, we want to give a highly commended to Rob, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, that's a little bit of recognition, I suppose. And then this teacher from the Royal College of Music said, explained, why she picked people. And she said, well, the reason we didn't place Rob was because the drums aren't a proper musical instrument. And I looked at my music teacher, who I'm still in touch with, and we talk about this quite a bit. And he gave me this look as if to say, just sit down. I will talk to you later about this. So there was that. And then I said, look, I want to do music at O level. And he said, right, are you being taught the drums? And I said, no, I taught myself.
Yeah.
Are you being taught any other instrument? And I said, no. He said, well, you can't do music O level then. And I said, what do you mean? He said, you have to be, to do the music O level, you have to be at a certain grade in your instrument and be being taught by a pro. So, I forget how much it was but your parents would pay and you'd get half an hour every week with your tutor in one of the rehearsal rooms. And I was like, I can't do that. I've got no interest in playing, the violin, the clarinet, whatever.
Yeah, I learned the violin that way.
Yeah, and maybe I should have done, but I said, to my parents,
I hated it.
My parents couldn't afford it.
No,
they couldn't afford. So there is that.
Oh. Am I still on my own?
Back in the room.
But, are you there? No, I don't know what happened there. Well,
I just got spinny wheels.
You were frozen. I don't know. Was it me?
No, I think it might have been me because I just got spinny wheels on the screen.
Yeah, because as your head says, I can take over the show now. Wow. I've missed my opportunity, mate. That's it. Yeah.
So as I was saying,
you were saying
they all came from well-heeled families.
Yeah.
Who were quite happy to fund their children's music tuition, as I do with my boy.
Yeah.
I
think it's funny you should say that because we were poor. I mean, my dad was a lorry driver, and my mum obviously looked after me really, and we became a cleaner. She worked as a cleaner, and at junior school, it must have been free lessons because I can't see them having the funds to pay for me to go for a half-hour violin lesson once a week in a disused part of the school, which wasn't used as classrooms, bloody freezing, to be shouted at for half an hour because that's all. There was like 6 of us stood in the line. They must have bought the violin somehow or rented it or done something, but it wasn't a full size; it was a half size, or it must have been a half size. And it was just a horrible. I mean, it was the first proper experience that I had of learning an instrument, and it was horrible. And after 2 terms, I said to my dad, I said, I know you must have bought the violin, but I said, I really hate it, Dad. Can I stop playing? because I'm really not enjoying this. There's absolutely nothing fun. In fact, I dread going every week because he's just going to shout at us.
Yeah.
And it was the typical sort of bullying crap teacher that you were glad that he wasn't shouting at you at this moment in time because he's shouting at the kid next to you.
Yeah.
You know, there was nothing creative about it at all, really.
No,
I did learn 2 songs.
We had recorder. There was a recorder. I think it was called the Recorder Club or something, and we would do a half hour a week, and there would just be a bunch of this was when this was primary school.
Yeah.
And some of the older kids had progressed from the descant to the tenor, but most of us but my mum kind of like that because she used to play the recorder, so she gave me her old one, and then they bought me a new one. But I enjoyed it because it was music and I liked music, but it wasn't really what I wanted to do. And thankfully, it was one of the school's own teachers that took it, so it wasn't like a private thing, and it was all part of the curriculum, so to speak. And then I went to secondary school, aged 11, and somebody told me about, because this was all like after Adam and the Ants, or around the time of Adam and the Ants. So I was just like, I want to play the drums.
Yeah.
And I said to someone, is there a drum kit? Is there a music, department? And they said, oh yeah, there's in actual fact, there's a drum club that meets at lunchtimes or something. And I said, who do I speak to? And they said, oh, you speak to this kid. He's part of it. And because I didn't know this kid, and I was a bit shy at the time because I was only like 3 foot nothing.
Yeah.
And I went up to him and I said, can you tell me about the drum club? And he said, basically they just said, no, you're not part of the club, fuck off. Sort of thing. And then,
it's inclusive, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even, it was. So I didn't even get a look in because nobody would tell me who I needed to go and go and speak to.
First rule of drum club.
Yeah, don't talk about drum club. So I was, luckily, I guess, in a way, I was only at that school for the first year and then a couple of months of second year when my parents split up, and we moved away and started another school. And on the first week I went to music class, and they had just finished building this new extension to the school, and the main part of this extension was a music classroom and then 3 rehearsal rooms and a store cupboard, and it was all brand new. It smelt brand new. I remember, do you remember you used to have to queue up outside the class door before you'd let in? I stood there with my mate, the kid that had been assigned to the new kid, and we walked into this music room, and I turned to the left, and it was almost, if there weren't lights shining down on this drum kit, there ought to have been. It was a religious moment, because there was this brand spanking new Premier Royale 5-piece drum kit in like pearl white, and I'm like, oh my god, it's a full-size proper drum kit. And I couldn't believe my eyes. And I thought, right, I don't need to ask where drum club is then, do I? It's fucking here. And do you remember, I don't know if it was the same for you, but back then music was a mandatory thing. It wasn't, this was before you did your exams or anything. Music was a mandatory class.
Yeah.
And in this particular class, they would, the teacher would pick a song, and you would study that song. You break it down into its parts, And bizarrely, they chose Penny Lane. And I say bizarrely because I basically brought myself up musically on the Beatles. I just basically took all of my mum's Beatles records and just listened to them. I was just a massive, still am massive Beatles fan. So I knew Penny Lane like the back of my hand.
Yeah.
So we're going through this thing, and I kept saying to my mate, I said, do you think she'll let me play the drum kit? Do you think she'll let me play the drum kit? And he said, well, you'll have to ask. And so we're going through the lesson, and it becomes quite obvious that we're going to go through this thing, and then she divides the class up into different groups, and we're going to do our own little performance of Penny Lane. She's going to play on the piano. Those kids over there are going to play on the xylophones, and these kids over there are going to have the percussion and whatever. And then some kids will sing. And I just thrust. I've never done anything like this before. I just thrust my hand up in the air, and she says yes, and I said, "Can I play the drums to this?" I'm fully expecting her to say no. She says, "Of course." And I'm like,
brilliant.
So I sit down behind the drum kit, bearing in mind I've never played a real drum kit before. All I've done is I've watched Top of the Pops religiously. Yeah. I've made my own pretend drum kits from cardboard boxes, or what did I want? Oh, yeah, I got some placemats and covered them in carpet, but the wrong way round to get the rubber side, that kind of thing. But I'd figured it out in my head, but I'd never sat behind it. And I think she was completely weirded out because a kid actually was showing some enthusiasm. So she starts playing, and I join in, and I'm holding the going through, and it's a really simple thing. And I think I dared to do a little fill somewhere or other, a bit of a Ringo fill. Or what I thought was a Ringo fill, which probably sounded rubbish. And at the end of it, I remember looking at all the kids in the classroom were like, because they'd never seen anybody, like one of their own do that.
Yeah.
And the teacher was like, okay. And so the lesson ended, and she asked me to stay behind, and she says, "How long have you been playing the drums?" And I said, "About 5 minutes." I said, "I've always wanted to do it." She goes, "Well, okay, so you can come in here anytime you like and play the drums at lunchtime if you want to do it at break times. And there's another. Actually, I'll introduce you to another boy, same age as you. Thank you. He's so you two can have run of the drum kit unless we need it." And that was it. And then she put me in the school band, and the rest is history. But
that's brilliant. That's empowering you, really.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what teachers should do. Unlike my violin teacher, my music teacher at secondary school was a bit old school, but he was all right, But I did join the choir, mainly because there was girls in the choir.
Well, yeah.
And there was a bit of kudos to actually, because you got to do a few gigs. We got to do Joseph.
Yeah,
I remember doing Joseph, which was quite fun actually. So that was my first experience of actually proper performing was just being in the choir. Choir.
I remember, I think it was primary school I used to do. Before my voice broke, I was a pretty decent soprano apparently, and my headmaster always used to get me to do. I was your archetypal little angelic boy. I was quite, small.
Yeah.
And had a very high, I could get a high thing, and I could hold a tune. And like you said, you went on these things because there were girls there, and you got to kind of skip school to go and do, shows. And the Norfolk County Council every year used to run or Norfolk Education Department used to run a competition, inter-school thing, and you'd all traipse off to a place called St Andrew's Hall in Norwich, which is a big church that is now, obviously in Norwich there are so many churches, like the Arts Centre, all deconsecrated and all just converted into alternative spaces, and St Andrew's Hall has been a performance space, and they have record fairs there. It's a big old thing, and you'd spend the whole day there, and for like 8 hours, and 6 of those you sat around waiting for your turn to go up and rehearse, and then in the evening they put on the performance and sort of thing. But it got you out of school for a day, and there were girls.
I remember the audition was quite difficult because you had to sing unaccompanied, which let's face it, we never really sung before. And you had to pick I can't remember what I picked now. It would have been something popular. Might have actually been the Beatles or something like that.
I don't think we even auditioned because, like at primary school, there was so few people that actually wanted to do it. They actually just made you do it.
Yeah. I mean, the other only advantage that I remember was that you got to sit on the stage at assembly rather than sit on your ass.
That's it. Yeah.
So And obviously we had assembly 3 times a week, so 3 times a week you got to sit up there, which was quite fun, you know.
Well, I was always first to volunteer for the school plays and the school musicals. So I was Dick Deadeye in HMS Pinafore at age 11, which my dad videotaped. This is 1981, and he videotaped it, and I'm sure my mum has had that transferred. I'd love to say but yeah, I was Dick Deadeye.
Brilliant.
I was in Godspell, which was quite ironic for an atheist.
Yes, I've got the album somewhere.
Oh, it's great. I mean, I love it.
Hey?
I love it. I loved it. I mean, it was great fun, but uploaded to YouTube.
It was the only thing I remember doing was Joseph.
Yeah, I think we sang. I don't think we didn't perform it. I remember singing songs from it because obviously it was all the rage, wasn't it, back then? All of those Lloyd Webber things.
Yeah. I mean, there was another one, wasn't there? What was the other Lloyd Webber? I mean, it was way before Jesus Christ Superstar, but wasn't there another Lloyd Webber, Tim Rice, schools type thing?
Possibly.
I'd have to look it up, but certainly, you know. I mean, when we came, because I think we did 4 performances of that. But there was I don't know where they got the band from, but there was a band, there was a drummer, and that was quite fun to actually have a proper band.
Yeah.
You know, because most of the rehearsal, they only turned up for the actual gig. So I don't think they were probably students. Because all of the rehearsals we had prior to that were, for Joseph, were actually just us singing.
Yeah.
You know?
I know that when we did Godspell, the music teacher got his brother's band in, or a friend's band or something. So they were the band, and that was great because we were then on stage, and there's this proper rock band in the corner, doing all the music, which was really cool. I changed schools when my parents divorced, and I changed schools again when my mum remarried. And that's when we came here to Suffolk, and to this school that's just around the corner from here. And I remember going in there, and they'd got a great sort of drama and music set up. And I started there in the January of 1984. And they had already cast the school play, because that was one of the first things. As soon as I got to the drama, do you have a school play? Do you have a school play? And they said, well, we've kind of already cast it, but what can you do? And so I told them I played the drums, and she said, oh, this is great, because they were doing a version of Edward Bond's, was it Edward Bond? Narrow Road to the Deep North.
I don't know that.
Which is kind of, it's kind of set in feudal China. I can't remember the real story, but it is because that's where that's where I first heard Vangelis. Or should I say, that's where I first heard Vangelis and noticed him.
Yeah.
Because the guy that did the lighting and the sound, who was in my year, was a huge Vangelis, Tomita and Jar fan. And because this thing was set in China, he said, hey, and pulls out his copy of China and says, we could use this music. And then so he puts it on. I'm like, what the hell is this? This is fantastic. But I used to just wheedle my way into these things and say, have you got room for a drummer? Can you do some drums? Yeah.
It's funny actually, because thinking back, I'd forgotten this, but because it's such a long time ago. But our school must be quite progressive, because we had a theatre company within the school, which was all run by students.
Okay.
And my role, my mate was the director. We wrote the play and then performed it. And there must have been about, 15 or 16 of us in the actual company. My role was assistant director, which was, I don't know what the hell I was meant to do apart from I was in it.
Director.
I didn't actually do any direction of any description. And we put on, I think, over one or two. So for a year, we put on a play a term.
We did this thing,
and it went down really well with the kids.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure in the scheme of things, it was pretty crap, the writing. I don't know. I mean, I think my mate Ian Beattie wrote it, if I'm not mistaken, with help from me. I don't think anybody else. He was the driving force in it, and because he was my best mate, I went along with him. That sort of thing. But I was in it. But
we did this thing one year. So every year, the drama teacher would pick something, and then she would have to go through that process of getting copyright to do it, to perform it and apply. And something happened. I don't know what. She'd chosen this thing. I can't remember. It was a play or a musical or whatever. But whatever it was that she chose, the copyright application either failed or they didn't get it in time or whatever. And so we had to knock that on the head. And she said, "What can we do? There's not enough time for us to. There's not enough time for us to get another play or another musical, get the copyright, learn it, perform it."
Yeah.
So she said, "How about we write something ourselves?" And so most of the people that were involved in these school productions were drama students. And at the time I was an O-level drama student. And so we all sort of thought, oh, this is brilliant. Now we can really flex our artistic muscles here. And we bounced around a whole bunch of ideas. And eventually, I don't know why, but we ended up coming up with the concept of a review show. So instead of one big thing, let's have lots of little things. So people could do little comedy sketches, or people could do a little bit of dance, or they could do a song and whatever. So we all, we're all asked about, ideas and stuff. And this, I think this was 1985. Yeah, it must have been 85. Because at the time I was properly into CND, and of course we the Cold War was at its height. And I was massively influenced by obviously bands like Frankie with Two Tribes and all this stuff. So in my head I'm thinking, I should do something politically active, that has a message and a meaning. That's all I ever wanted to do. Everything had to be done with a message and a meaning. So I suggested that we make a video, because that would be cool, wouldn't it? Because modern technology, and how hard is it? So, inspired by When the Wind Blows and all of that kind of imagery and music, the Frankie stuff, and I came up with a script, and it was basically all we wanted to do was to show the effects on normal people if the world lost its shit and there was a nuclear war, and how terrible it would be. So I can't really remember the plot. All I remember was that there was people in a room at a party, and then the radio message or the TV message, and it was my mum. I got my mum to read that as a newsread, and that was all pre-recorded. We played that. Kids start screaming, and we filmed this all at my drama teacher's house, and then we got it back to school, and one of the English teachers who was helping, he was very, proper right on, I guess at the time, proper loony lefty. He always, used to come to school like he'd just been sleeping on the streets, but that was just his down to earth sort of thing.
Yeah.
And he said, "Why don't we edit in some footage?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, edit, let's do that." And you're bearing in mind, this is like 85, and video technology, and particularly, video editing technology, is not within the means of a school. So we basically got 2 or 3 decks, and we would play stuff into the other one, and then sort of like almost like sound on sound it into, just layer stuff in. So we managed to find some documentary footage in colour and because we had access to educational films, and there was some footage of Hiroshima or Nagasaki after the bomb had gone off, and it was showing people.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. So people with skin falling off, massive burns, wailing kids, wailing adults, all this kind of stuff. So what we did was at the point of impact, we showed a big mushroom cloud type thing going off. And then we sort of faded to, pictures of victims, and then there was a message after the end of it. And I was so proud of it, so proud of it. And so it was in the second half of the show, and they wheeled, because we didn't have a projector, they wheeled the TV on its trolley. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
TV on the trolley with the video recorder underneath, and I did a little verbal introduction, and then the lights went down, and somebody pressed play on the thing, and I walked off, and I sat there like this, and I'm thinking, yeah, this is brilliant, and it was deathly silence. And at the end of it, there was kind of like a smattering of applause. I think mostly my mum. I thought it was a rip-roaring success because it made people think. And I'm thinking, they're not clapping because they're moved. They're massively moved. Yeah, Grace says threads. It was kind of, it was like homemade threads.
Yeah.
So that the show, the school, that was the first performance, and there were 3 performances across 3 consecutive nights. I go into school the next day, and my form tutor says that the drama teacher wanted to speak to me. So I go all the way over to the drama studio, and she says, "Take a seat, Rob." So we sat down in the auditorium. She says, "Right, I've just been speaking to the headmaster. Unfortunately, there have been a number of complaints about your video. It's great, we love it, but it's a bit graphic for some people, and so at the headmaster's request, we're gonna have to pull the video from the next 2 shows, so it won't be shown." And for 5 or 10 minutes I was distraught, and then it kind of dawned on me that I'd affected people. I'd upset people with truth, and I was like, yes. I wore it as a virtual badge of honor.
Badge of honor,
yeah,
definitely.
And unfortunately, that videotape has been lost to time. I never kept a copy of it. I contacted the school many years later and said, "Look, is there any chance that it's been kept or archived, or and eventually got through to someone who said, "Oh, no, that sounds fascinating. Yes, leave it with me." And they came back to me a couple of weeks later and they said, "We've been through everything, and there's not even there's nothing. There's no VHS cassette. There's no copy or backup." So it's all in my head now. But
that's
that
great.
Was but that was. This was a school back at a time. Nowadays, my son is doing music tech at A level or B tech, whatever it is.
Yeah.
They've got access to. You go into the music room, and all around the edge are iMacs, and on every single one of those iMacs is a copy of Cubase and Live.
Yeah.
And there's M Audio controllers, and there's a mixer, a nice big, I don't know what it is. It's not probably a Behringer, I don't know. But there's a mixer, and they've got all of these facilities, and we had none of that, literally none of that at all, because it was fledgling technology at the time. So and yet we managed to come up with stuff that was pretty cool. Kids these days, God, I don't know how easy
they don't know the born.
They don't know the born. Youth is wasted on the young.
It is.
Well, I got to say, as someone who went to Hiroshima in the late 80s on a youth exchange, part of a tour we did all around the main part of Japan there, it was the most disturbing museum I've ever been to in my entire life. The first thing you walk into when you walk into the museum is a giant mural of the bomb going off.
Wow.
A photograph. And then you turn the corner and there's a giant diorama of people walking and melting as they're running around and fire burning behind them. It was just like, it's right out of a horror movie, right? It's really terrible. And then you walk to the exhibit and there's like bones fused with ceramic tiles and coins melted in piles and tumors and the black rain they talked about on pieces of white wall from the fallout. And then probably the scariest thing that was real there was the human shadow on
I was going to say the shadow.
The Sumitomo Bank.
Yeah.
Carved out and saved on display. There's an actual human shadow there. That's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, that I've seen that. I've not seen it in person. I've seen that.
Oh man.
And that is
so I'm
that.
walking around. It's amazing. You go outside and these cute girls are like, "Oh, what'd you think of the experience?" They're all happy. They do like a little informal, "Thank you for coming," and "What do you think?" and interview. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm depressed. Like I want to,
Yeah.
like I feel like an asshole, and they're all happy.
It's like, have you ever been to the Anne Frank Museum?
Yes.
No, but I'm sure it's pretty awful.
When you go in there, you kind of, I was like, I'm looking forward to this, because this is a massive thing in history. You know, we studied it at school, and you know they always told us about Anne Frank's diaries, and we'd always read a little bit from them, and it was always used in our lessons, in history lessons at school. So to actually sort of go to the house that they hid in, and then when you go there, you start off at at the ground level, and you see the business that was there, and then you go up to the next floor, and then eventually you go to where the hidden entrance is, and you go up into where the Franks were hiding, into the loft, and everything's laid out really as it was, or they've tried to make it as much as it was, and you've got examples of things in glass cabinets, but you're pretty much in a proper recreation of the room in the actual house. And you keep going up, and when you get to the top floor, it's empty apart from a whole range of display boards with pictures.
That's the house next door, isn't it?
That's it. You kind of move over into that bit, and then it becomes incredibly somber, because then you're seeing pictures of the camps and what happened to all of these people, whether it was just those in Holland and everywhere else that got rounded up and sent, and by the time you come down from that, everybody is just deathly silent.
Oh God, yeah. The thing that really got me was seeing the heights and the name on the wall. It's like, it's just such a normal thing for any family to do.
Yeah.
But it was just heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking.
And there were video screens. You remember the top there? There's some video screens with what's her name? The woman, she was the secretary.
Oh, the secretary. That's right. Yeah.
Because obviously she survived and did a lot of work trying to sort of keep the memory thing going, and it was just I remember sort of like going into that thing, and the further you got up to the top of this building, the more oppressive and disheartening and sad it was. And then you get to the top, and it is like a crescendo in reverse, because you're going up but the mood's going down, and rightly so. And then everybody comes out of that, and it's just lots of people talking very quietly to each other, or just not talking. It's a very powerful place, and I recommend.
I think we just went, because it's by the canal. We just went for a walk, the four of us. None of us were talking to each other, because we were all really.
Because we went and sat, because there's that church. With the famous bells on it that play, and we just went and sat there for a little while, just listened to those ringing out, and and I bought, I still got it somewhere. I bought the complete unabridged diaries, but it's in a massive book, and it's like the original version.
Oh, I've not seen that, because I have got it, but in fact I packed it today.
Yeah,
I was packing the books upstairs. I saw it. I came across it, but it's
got three versions of the book in, and they're laid out. So each page has got the three different versions, because there was Anne's version. Yeah. Then there was the version that Otto edited slightly, and then there's another version that is kind of like the paperback version, if you will. Yeah. So you can and you can see the differences. So it lays it all out. It's a big old thing.
Yeah.
And I think they even bought a CD-ROM when you had CD-ROMs, and that's a really powerful. I mean, and I know it sounds awful to say I would like to go to Auschwitz, but I would like to go to Auschwitz.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, but I think I mean, it's like when we went to the 9/11 museum, and
I want to go there.
Jane and I went, and we thought, we'll yes, we want to go, and we were a bit like that about whether we should go. We went around the infinity pools, and we went in, and we were only going to spend an hour and a half, but we were there for about 5 hours, and it was absolutely. We were both in tears.
Yeah.
But some people were treating it like a show, like having their photograph taken. We didn't take any photographs.
No.
We just,
no.
we listened and we watched and we read. But people taking their photographs by the crushed fire engine, and I'm thinking, you don't get this. These people, they died.
Yeah.
Another
place I went to was the Topography of Terror, which is in Berlin, and it's
I've got a fridge magnet that the boys bought me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been. But
it's on the site of the former SS headquarters.
Yeah.
So they've built this building. It's kind of a brutalist style building, and there's lots of empty space around it for you to just kind of wander. But then you can go down some steps. It was right next to the wall when the wall existed. And there's actually a big long piece of wall that they've preserved there, I think, specifically to kind of contrast. But you go down some steps into what were sort of the catacombs underneath the SS office, and there's lots of little signs that said, these things happen here, and they were not very pleasant things. And then eventually you go into this museum, but it's all on like one level in this big house with lots of glass, and it's just lots of displays, and it's all about the SS, and what they did, and it's again you go in, and it's just quiet, because I think that the moment you go in, you start reading the stuff. None of it's good.
No.
None of it's positive. None of it's and this is the thing I love about Berlin, is that they work so hard to preserve that stuff, to make sure people go and learn about it. They don't cover they don't cover the wall up. They don't cover the war up. They don't. There's the massive Jewish memorial there is just huge, just around the corner from the Brandenburg Gate. Even Hitler's bunker, although they wanted to keep that as inconspicuous as possible because it does attract certain people, but it's not completely disguised, and you can find it quite easily. And there's a little notice board there, and it's a car park in front of a sort of block of flats about 7 stories high, and it's very you would not know if there was no signs there or crowds of people. There wasn't crowds, it's just a smattering, but you wouldn't know that was Hitler's bunker. But they don't cover it up because they want people to learn. They just absolutely want people.
It's
to
good
learn.
that they preserve it and don't hide it and all that stuff. But I know a lot of people from Germany, and they just don't like to talk about it. They're glad those things are there, but they will not talk about that.
But if you go to a German school, it's very much part of the curriculum, because they need to tell. Not that Germans are susceptible to being Nazis. It's just that
Yeah, we got plenty of neo-Nazis in this country, so anyone's susceptible.
They're everywhere. Yeah, they're
We've got
absolutely everywhere.
Oh my,
By the way, the September 11th thing you're talking about, the World Trade Center, I was there after they cleaned up the rubble, so there's just a big kind of a chasm with the surrounding walls and stuff, and then they had that piece of cut into a cross. And I was there, just a business trip out there, and we kind of walked around a little bit. It was pretty fucking sad. It was just like Jesus Christ.
Because we were appalled that there was guys selling photos. Obviously, before they built the infinity pools and the museum, there was guys selling photographs. We were going to something else, and we were just walking. We're a block away. We'll have we'll go basically pay our respects to some extent, because it's it will become a memorial at some point. But there was these guys trying to flog you a photograph.
It's capitalism. You can make a buck, people are going to do it. Even
I know. And we're going, no, go away.
That's the one thing about Hiroshima that was nice. It was presented as a nice, really well done museum, just depressing as hell, and people are friendly there. But then you go walk down the street across this bridge across the little river, and there's one building left standing from the tragedy, this dome building with the ceiling basically blown out of it, So it's just like a framework of a dome, and you're like, oh, you can't get away from it here. It's a permanent reminder in the city skyline.
Yeah, that's how it should be,
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it's horrible to sort of think of it like that, but sometimes these things have to happen so that we know, because up until then we didn't really know what what the effect would be psychologically, physically, societally, culturally.
Well, the sad thing of the revelations later on, that turns out they were about ready to surrender anyway. We didn't really have to drop the bombs. It was more of an experiment and more of a show of power.
Yeah.
So it's like, Jesus Christ. Oof.
Yeah. Aye. Anyway, Kent.
He's wrapping cables.
Did it? Well, I'm assuming it worked. You're a bit quiet.
Totally quiet now.
Silent. Something very faint, but it's not coming through here. It's almost like we're hearing your headphones.
That's Ken. I do feel for you, man. I really do. When you go, here I am again, stuck in Groundhog Day. We're with you, mate.
Can't even see his lips move because the microphone's in the way.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Anyway, yeah. Look, Tangerine Dream 7-inch arrived in the post this morning. And guess what colour it is?
It couldn't be Tangerine, could he?
Yeah. This month's electronic music.
Oh yeah,
Favourite
mine
of
should
50.
be here tomorrow. Yeah. I don't normally get it. I keep meaning to change my subscription to get the vinyl or the CD. I bought 2 copies because I gave one to Matt. But I bought the one with the ambient double album.
Oh yeah.
Which is really good.
We can hear you, but it's still out of one side.
What?
I got them on both sides.
Have you?
Yeah.
I can't tell. Speakers are over here.
Look at the mixer. Yeah, the mixer's showing it going out both sides. Weird.
Yeah, I've got them on both sides.
Maybe it's me. So now I can hear you on both sides.
Right.
Yeah.
But not him.
Huh.
I'm broadcasting on both sides.
You're very quiet on the right channel to me.
What?
You're hang on, let me check
there's nothing going out on the right channel anyway. In all honesty. Because that'll make it go right over there. And that should make it go into the centre. Like that.
So I can hear Justin and Ian and Andy. There is something in the right, but it's very quiet. Yeah, your left side dominant.
How leftist this channel is. So
yeah. So.
Well, until the X32's up and kicking, I suppose.
So what you plugged into your Focusrite?
Yeah.
Have you set that as a mono input?
Yeah.
What about your settings in StreamYard?
Just set to the Focusrite.
Yeah, but have you clicked stereo audio on?
Let's have a look. It could be on as how about that?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Better.
Yeah,
hang on. Wait a minute. Why is that turned on?
Mm.
Is that better? Can you hear better now?
Yeah.
Yeah. The just makes up its own thicking mind when I fire up the webpage. It's turned mic level, automatic mic level, stereo, and all that.
That's generally a good thing, though.
Generally, yeah.
Because if everybody has it on, then StreamYard is supposed to balance the audio, but
yeah, but not so much when your studio's all over the floor.
Well, no.
Looking like a raped raccoon.
Somebody said I looked a bit short in the chat earlier, and that's just because I've dropped my seat down a little bit.
Oh yeah.
So that when I pull my KX88 out, it doesn't take my kneecaps off with it. Because I've raised it as high as it will go, because it's quite a deep thing.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, my camera has to sit above my monitor. My monitor is on a shelf, and the monitor is on a stand, and then the camera has to sit above that. So it's kind of like pointing down. So I haven't shrunk. I've just maybe that's the better way to do it. Fill the screen with my big fat head. That's not as fat as it was recently. I'm still on the downward trend.
You lost 4 kilos, didn't you?
I am just about to cross the line into the territory known as 113 kilos.
You must have been on the bog for hours.
No, I'm just eating better, and
steady.
The one of the tablets. I was told that one of the tablets that I take would help me lose weight. Help, not actually make me lose weight, but help me because it gets rid of all my excess blood sugars.
Yeah,
so they don't get.
There is no magic tablet, is there?
No.
So a lot of people lead you.
Well, there's a new one in Hollywood now that everyone's taking, but it's probably also going to have horrible side effects like Fenton did. So
I spoke to my pharmacist about.
That would be the morphine then.
Yeah, I spoke to my pharmacist about Ozempic.
Ozempic, that's it.
Or Wegovy. I think it's one of those two. Because
that's Apple's new OS, isn't it?
Yeah, Mac OS Wegovy. But one of them or both of them have been approved for use on the NHS on the prescription, level.
Yeah.
But she said at the moment stocks are so short because basically a lot of private patients are buying it up. They can't get enough stock of it. So they
Hollywood's
can't.
buying most of it.
Yeah, they can't get enough to prescribe. So because I know someone who's took that or is either still on it or took it, and they said after the first couple of weeks where you feel rough as dogs because you're vomiting and you feel really bleh.
Yeah.
Once your body gets used to it, and as long as you follow, you follow a decent diet and do a little bit of exercise or whatever. And when I saw him at Synthfest, he was literally half the man he was when he was sat at my dinner table 6 months before. It just fallen off him. It was really good. I mean, it clearly works.
It's good, but I think it's too soon to tell what the long-term effects are.
Well, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
My dad was taking Fen-Phen for a while, and that one, if you took it long enough, you had heart valve destruction, literally.
Oh, wow.
As a side effect. So luckily my dad stopped taking it at some point. He ended up having some congenital heart valve thing that reared its ugly head much later.
Yeah.
Somehow his body didn't show it for a long time, but if it would have been even worse if he'd stayed on that fucking Fen-Phen stuff. So.
Well, I got told last week that I've got an enlarged aorta. Yeah.
You thanked them.
I did, yeah. Thanks for that. No,
you said you didn't have a big heart, right?
I know.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Heart.
No, because I have to have a cardiac ultrasound every year because of my atrial fibrillation. They just want to keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
And I had that 2 or 3 weeks ago. I went to get the results last week, and he said, "So we noticed that your aorta is slightly enlarged." I'm like, "Okay, that's not a good thing, is it?" He said, "Well," he says, "yours is 3.7 centimeters."
Okay.
I think, I don't know, whatever. He said 3.7 is just over what we would call high normal. So normally, if you go up to 3.5, that's okay. It's large, but it's normal high.
Okay.
But you're 3.7, so you're just over. But he said, don't worry. We don't need to do anything. We don't need to intervene medically at all. But if it was to get to 5.5, that's when we would start, opening you up and doing stuff, whatever they do.
Wow.
So because of AFib, are you on Coumadin?
No, it's because of high blood pressure. Which I'm on medication, which keeps, and my blood pressure is absolutely fine. So I guess what's happened is over the years, my high blood pressure, which has probably been it has been exacerbated by my weight and what have you, has caused this to expand.
Right.
But I've been on blood pressure meds now for a few years, and they're working fine. My blood pressure's fine, and everything else is good. So it's just a case of, keep on doing what I'm doing at the moment and get that weight down and cut down the number of bloody tablets I have to take every fucking day, which is now up to 15.
That's enough.
Yeah, 10 in the morning. That's a nice little cocktail. I've actually got quite adept now at just throwing these 10 tablets in my mouth and just, with a little bit of water, just knocking them back all in one. Whereas before, I'd gag, but now it's just like...
Yeah, I was the same.
I'm also drinking, because of one of the tablets, the one that gets rid of my excess blood sugars.
It's like other things. You just have to learn to relax your throat.
Oh, yeah. Well, so I'm told.
Read it a bedtime story.
Yeah. I've completely forgotten what I was going to say. That's going to be the next thing I get diagnosed with is Alzheimer's.
Oh, don't.
Who's that? What,
Who?
What, where,
Who are you?
where?
Why am I here?
I think we all have that a little
Who am
bit.
I?
That's the way it
What
is.
did I take this apart for?
Oh, dear.
The worst is
Seriously,
when you start
what did
doing
I take
what
this
call
apart
granny
for?
walks. My grandmother used to put stuff all over the house, and now other people I know who are just older than me are doing the same thing. So it happens to everybody eventually. So.
Yeah. No, but one of these tablets, the one that gets rid of my excess blood sugars, does so through my urine. So it makes me wee more. But because my wee now is much sweeter, not that I ever tasted it, but it's more sugary. And what likes to grow in warm, dark, sweet environments? Bacteria and infections. So I have to drink lots and lots of water to basically water it all down. So the tablet makes me wee more, and I'm drinking more, so I'm weeing more.
Yeah.
So I think 13 times yesterday, and I could fill a pint pop every time. So my wife's just stood at the door looking at me saying, well, you know what it is.
So
You think you keep
judge
to
me.
yourself?
how many times in a night do you have to get up?
I don't.
That's weird, isn't it?
I know. I get up in the morning and I need to go, but I rarely wake up in the middle of the night and have to go for a wee.
You have to be like those gamers and sell a PSN official piss jug. So you don't have to get up so much.
So I think my wife's trying to get my attention.
We can read your lips, you're all right.
Right, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I could piss for England, Europe, UK, whoever. I'm a champion.
Aye. Get there in a minute.
So CR78, that's a lot of fun, isn't it?
Aye. We can talk about it now.
He
can't
seems
We
to
can.
agree.
Yeah. Oh, honestly, yeah, that's a lot of fun.
we? I'm waiting for somebody to say, "Does it sound like the original?"
And then today, the Talfa, which I'm teetering on the edge of buying.
Talfa. I've not heard of this.
You know, Tal Audio.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Bought those
They've
plugins, yeah.
Yeah, so their newest one, which came out today, is an Alpha Juno 2.
Why didn't I get? Because I'm on the mailing list. I didn't get an email. Well,
Don't
maybe
tell
I
Matt
did get
that.
an email,
No, I did. That's the first person I told when I found out what it was this morning.
You like spreading bad news, don't you?
No. Well, the thing is that this is the great thing is that it's also can be used as a controller for the synthesizer. So it's like a virtual. Was it 300?
Okay.
The editor for one of those.
Was it?
So you could use
dunno.
use the software as a controller stroke
PG300
editor.
is the controller.
Yeah.
PG300.
So you can use it as a virtual one of those
Oh, okay.
to edit your hardware synth and also create patch, because the software reads the Alpha Juno 2 SysX.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because the tal reverb, the dub reverb that they did, absolutely
Nice touch.
superb.
Yeah, they does some really good stuff.
Yeah, it's a nice
The
touch,
problem with all the
must admit.
PGs is they're steppy. The PG 1300, none of them are nice, clean, flowing pots. They're all steppy. So when you edit it, you can't really use it for performance, unfortunately.
But no,
60
I
quid.
got the
Yeah,
got the
63
demo.
quid.
Yeah, 60. Yes,
It's all right. I mean,
It's like
it's not
80
for me
here.
because I've got other things, but and I'm not massive use of software since. But
it kind of passed me by, the whole.
I mean, they're plugins for mastering and for mixing are great,
Yeah,
and I've used them for years. Even when I was on PC, I used them.
God.
Because they used to do a 700. Do you remember that? It's one of their first plugins was a 700 that they did. It's discontinued now, long discontinued.
Yeah.
Because it was
Yeah,
just
no,
on 32-bit, but yeah. Yeah, Tal Dub, that was what I used to use back in the day. I used to love the Tal Dub.
Well, I'll have
They make
to.
Tal for iOS too, which is nice.
Is there?
did they do a because they made a whole bunch of stuff free, but then all of a sudden, because you can get the Tal Dub for free.
Free, but it's 32-bit.
It's 32-bit, isn't it?
That's
Oh, actually,
the
no, it's a 64-bit version. It says here 32/64 on Plugin Boutique.
There's a 64 Windows. Where's the OS X? No, there's no 30.
It says OS X 10.9 or higher, 64-bit only, universal binary with native Apple M1 support in VST, VST3, audio unit, AAX, and clap.
That's interesting because I don't know where are you looking at that? Is that
Plugin
on their
Boutique.
website?
No, go to Plugin
right, okay.
Boutique and then click on brands and.
I'm on the Tal website.
Yeah, you're on their website.
Yeah, and
It probably doesn't advertise the.
It doesn't do it. It doesn't say. It says Windows 32-bit, Windows 64-bit, and then OS X.
Well, there's that. If you go down to the bottom,
right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it does. Just on there, it just says 32-bit.
Yeah, it does.
But on the Plugin Boutique page, it says 64.
Let me have a look. I don't think I've got it installed. I'm just going to fire up Reaper.
Noise Maker's free.
Come on.
Dub 3.
Yeah, because Tal Dub 3 is available. That's
yeah,
free.
I only used the original one. I think. I don't think I bothered with. Let me find.
Noise Mac.
I wonder if someone's just been very lazy at Plugin Boutique and just copied over the specs from.
Yeah, I've
because
got.
It says
30,
the original
EP
Tal
chat.
Dub.
I've got.
Sorry?
Yeah, no, I've now got because I think this is the paid one. Tal Dub X. That's the one that I'm using now.
Right. Yeah.
So that is the latest version, and that works on M1.
I did have some of that stuff. I don't think I've reinstalled any of it, but I think most of the stuff.
It's interesting that because I bought from them, so it's interesting. I didn't get an email, but I'm not obviously not on the mailing list. But no, good stuff. They make good stuff. It's great.
Yeah. Well, I think I've only ever had their free stuff because when they brought out the like the Juno X or the Uno, whatever it's called,
LX.
and the J8, I'm thinking, well, I've already got.
I mean the
Roland
Tal Dub
stuff.
X is dirt cheap. It's $25.
Yeah.
So it's a no-brainer if you want to if you want to do those sort of reverbs. And I'm a sucker for a good dub reverb.
Yeah. Lovely doubly.
Hey!
Whoa. Steady there,
I'm
children
here all
watching.
week. But isn't it funny though? Like within 2 days, 2 small companies, one of them probably very small, Tal, have brought out emulations of Roland products that Roland themselves, certainly in the software realm, could have but haven't.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So it's.
Yeah,
if I was at Roland Cloud, I'd be like, oh, why the fuck are we letting? Why? You see the fuss that was made about CR78 yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How many people lost their mind about it? If Roland Cloud had done that, I don't know. I'm getting a little bit concerned about Roland Cloud because there hasn't been any new instruments for a long time. There's been a few little updates. They've been updating the plugins to work better on the latest operating systems or whatever, to refine the browser and bits and bobs. But it's like I get a newsletter from them once a month and it's just like, oh, look what new sound packs we've released. It's like,
right.
I don't want trap this or whatever. Give me a proper synth.
Hope I don't see another fucking cable now.
This is the problem with the cloud. Once they decide to kill it, it's gone forever, and you won't have any of that software. So,
but that's the same with anything. If Apple turned around and said, "Oh, we're going to kill Mac OS,"
But at least some of the cloud developers have a more expensive version that's a local version. These cloud-only guys, that's it. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Well, it's not though, because Roland Cloud isn't cloud-only. It's just
original
cloud-only.
70s one.
That's nice, isn't it? Yeah.
It's got to be worth £1 or 2, isn't it?
Well, you have the plug-outs, but
no. When you subscribe to Roland Cloud, you get the plugins, you install the plugins, you have licenses for the plugins, and after a while, every year, you can claim your free ones. But no, once you got
every 30 days or something like that.
No, but only if you are still subscribing and haven't got lifetime keys. But every year, if you stay with the Roland Cloud, every year you get a number of those.
I have like 4 or 5 lifetime keys.
Yeah, I mean I've got like 17, 18 lifetime keys now. I think I've got everything that is in the Roland Cloud that I would ever want to keep is now a lifetime key. So I could probably just quit. But I know that as soon as I quit, they'll bring out something really cool. So I won't. They've got me.
What am I going to do with my 970 native instrument libraries?
Can them?
900. What? Fucking hell.
The problem isn't native instruments. The problem is you.
You think?
Yes.
I blame.
You don't have to buy them.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, you don't.
Oh, well, this is where I'm going wrong.
Yes,
I thought it was a requirement.
So, native instruments.
You must appease the gods.
That,
yeah.
No, that was IK Multimedia's department.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ken, now that you're on Eurocrack, you have to stop buying the plugins and put it all into Eurocrack. So.
Yeah, well. Yes, there's a little bit of that going on as well, isn't there? Yeah, here. So, ow.
And let's be honest, pretty much every piece of hardware that we buy nowadays is got software in it.
Yeah.
So it only takes the hardware developer to turn around and say, oh, yeah, we're not going to develop for that anymore. It's just the same as a piece of software, except it doesn't come with a big box around it with keys on it. So.
I think I'm going to enjoy having this girl here.
What was it?
M8X.
Oh, it's the 80. Oh, yeah, of course. I couldn't see the handle behind you. You're in way of the handle.
Yeah, the 80's going this side.
Okay, and the M8 is...
The M8X is going on the right-hand side, which is theoretically where it should be, not the left-hand side.
Okay.
Because of what I would use them for, it makes more sense.
When you're doing a Jeff Downes
and
impression.
Plus, it's halfway across the bloody room.
Jeff Downes or Keith Emerson.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought the idea was too heavy to put in a multi-rack like that.
Nah, just get a big multi-rack. Oh. It's like that photo of Vangelis on stage who's got 180 and he's got one at this really precarious angle.
Almost vertical, isn't it?
And he goes, there is no way in hell he's getting proper velocity on that keyboard.
No.
But knowing him, he's probably adjusted it so it's adjusted his pain style so it works.
I think Steve Procaro's got
That's Steve.
Yeah, that's not too bad. But Van Gillis had his up at like nearly 50 degrees, wasn't it? It's like this.
Probably
So
more than that, wasn't it?
it was, yeah, it was pretty sort of like, I've had an 80 at that angle. It don't play well. Ay, ay, ay. We've got a band. Is it New World Music? Hiring a CS80. Christ, can you imagine how much that's going to cost for 2 weeks? And I have had the privilege of making sure that everything's working on it. I think it's here tomorrow or Saturday. So that's something I hadn't counted on this week. I thought I was going to be able to keep this weekend clear to get in here done. I bought new glue that sticks the tiles to the wall and they fucking stay there.
Nice.
It's called No Nonsense, You're fucking stuck forever, you bastard glue.
It's good for sniffing.
Told you what to do.
Huh?
Told you what to do. Stick it to artboard.
Yeah, but I've got to take them all off again and get the artboard.
Yeah.
It's, oh, no, mate. I've gone for you fucking go nowhere glue. You bastard.
Well, you also have man glue. You can make it stick with man glue. So.
Oh, no. It'd take me forever to get in here done.
That's grim.
It is pretty bad now. Yeah, because it struck me. I went, oh, hang on a minute. Why don't I use the glue that I used to put Tolex onto CS80s and Yamaha, Open 8 voices and stuff? Duh, twat. So I went down the workshop and found a couple of tins. Jesus Christ, that stuff's strong. Pissed off all the spiders. I cleaned all around the window. They go, oh, fucking hell.
Evicted.
It took me ages to build that condo and I've got to do it again now, you bastard. We have planning permission and everything. So, what else we got going on?
I just downloaded Aurora.
Oh, yeah?
And she's a very good girl.
Yeah. Does look good.
Sounds like an old Eno track.
Yeah.
It's funny, those apps, you know, those download apps, they were a godsend in the end.
The what, sorry?
The downloading apps. So you download, you know, whether you get, you know, native access or
the
Spitfire's app or UVI downloaders.
UVI
They were
portal,
bloody godsend because, like, for instance, UVI. I went, well, I'll put the UVI thingy on because I want that C7 piano.
Yeah.
So fire it up. Turns out, I go, shit, there's about 20 libraries I forgot I'd owned on here as well. Oops. And Zills. Forgot I had the VP330 and the PS3200 and all that. So I was like, shit, I've forgotten all about these.
Yeah. What's the one of those I've got is...
Surprising one was Eventide. Jesus Christ, I didn't know I owned so much bloody stuff.
The what the bloody hell's that? Exils or Zills? I don't know. Is it Exils or Zills?
I call
It's
them
the one that's
Zills.
based on the GS1. I can't remember what it's called now. Chaos.
Oh,
Or Chaox or something like that.
Chaox.
Yeah. It's based. I mean, I think it does the GS1, but it does a lot
Chaox.
more.
To be honest, it'd be an ideal opportunity for well, the thing is, got the data off of the magnetic strips. There must be a way of making that data work in a software environment where a replica GX1 instrument could be made. Seems we're already starting with digital information. Because basically it's just sampling playback, really, from that point of view.
Yeah. So it's so nice to actually be able to turn my FS1R on and just have it there.
I'm looking forward to being able to just have the keyboards that I play the most at arm's distance, without moving. Just everything would be there. Except I've got to elongate that drawer over there, so I can get the big girl in.
Oh, the M8X, yeah.
Yeah, because even though that's an 88 note drawer, doesn't fit. It's too big.
Where is it? Oh, yeah. Sounds like, do you remember, was it Delay Llama?
Yeah.
It's pretty good, isn't
All
it?
that great yo-yo stuff. Yeah.
That's the FS.
I ain't got anything. I'll just have to sit here and go ping, 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 ping.
Too late.
Oh, it's lucky I ain't a music shop, innit?
Wait, you go!
Yeah, really?
Okay, next up, Axel F.
Oh,
Yeah.
gosh. Wait a minute. Where's my polysynth?
Wouldn't be an FM synth without a decent.
Oh, yeah, you gotta have that.
So funny, I got a package yesterday. I wasn't expecting. I was excited. Oh, the new Sonicware thing is here.
Oh,
They
yeah.
didn't announce it, and now it was my my Corda by Artiphone, which is actually kind of fun, but not as fun as an ELZ one play. So
Which you won't be getting for a little while.
I know. That's why I was shocked. I go, "What is this? Oh, it's the Corda thing." All that shit you
Also-
forget you order, it shows up.
I found a bug in the ELZ one yesterday. Was it? No, day before yesterday.
Oh yeah.
But they've acknowledged it and they're fixing it apparently.
Minor one.
Oh yeah. It's just it's basically how it you know when you copy data from a Mac and then you open up, say you move some
You get the extra
files
files and folders and stuff.
you get all the indexing files and the spotlight files and all that kind of stuff. Which you can easily, if you open it up in Windows, you can see them and you just delete them. So I had the same issue with the sample track when I first had it, and they fixed something in there, so it just basically ignores them. But on the ELZ One Play, it wasn't ignoring them. So as you were flicking through, it was showing all the
weird names.
because basically it just sticks a dot and an underscore in front of the name. But not only was it showing it, but after scrolling through about half a dozen of them, it would kind of crash the engine. So you'd then get no sound. So you'd have to.
Jesus.
Yeah. So they've identified it and are fixing it. So,
how about have you made stuff in the sample track and brought it over like you're supposed to be able to do?
Yeah, you can bring drum kits over.
Yeah.
So you can make a drum kit. Yeah, it was. Yeah, absolutely. That's how I found it. By doing exactly that, I copied. I'd got a whole bunch of SDK, which is their file extension for the drum kits. Got a whole bunch of those on my drive, so I just took the SD card out of the ELZ and stuck it into my Mac. Copied those files over, which had all come from the sample track originally. And then just put it into
I see
that, and I thought, oh fuck it, it's seeing all those files. So I thought, well, that's okay. I can fire up my Windows VM and just pull those off, because you can't delete the files off the card within the machine. And that's when I found the bug. Oh.
They could have added a delete feature, though.
Sorry?
They could have added a delete feature if they wanted to. It's not that hard.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Of course, you don't want to do it by accident. Oops, I deleted all my work. Yeah.
Because the way that the ELZ one uses the card is not just like a storage, although it is storage.
It's running off of it, right?
It kind of addresses. Yeah, it doesn't run off the card, but it addresses the card.
Because that's what Machina Plus does. Without the card, it goes, where's the damn card?
Yeah. Now, you can take the card out of this and it'll still work, but there's a lot of stuff that, once you start getting into it, it will store a lot of stuff on there, and then if you take it out, it just those things don't work, so... Aye. What's the time? It's 9:30.
So what's Ken doing today? Just reorging again?
Yeah. Because, it's been a few days since the last
few
time
weeks.
we did it.
Yeah, it's time to start over again.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the Golden Gate Bridge. You just paint one side all the way down, and then you start over again because the paint's already going bad on the other side.
Mm.
My anthrax is finally just about gone. Thank goodness.
Good.
What a pain in the ass. This is one of those flus that's very phlegmy. So it's just like, God, would this ever go? Jesus Christ.
I watched a good program on iPlayer last night. It's that 3-parter about Columbia, as in the space shuttle, not the country.
Oh.
Yeah, I taped it actually. It's good.
Really good.
All right.
I mean, it's infuriating and upsetting, because they speak to family members, and there's a lot of footage taken by the crew, before, during, and right up to the moment. So you actually see the moment that contact get like you don't obviously it's not you don't see a massive. It's not like what was it, Die Hard 2 when the big fire
Challenger
comes
was
to
the
the back.
worst one. Challenger was nasty.
Oh yeah, but you see them all sat there and they're looking out the windows and they're filming the plasma that's coming off of the underside, and they're sort of and it's just normal, and then it's just not there anymore.
Wow.
It's really quite shocking. But then when you hear, they interviewed, so many people from NASA that obviously have retired now, and it could have been prevented because because what caused it was this bit of foam that they put around the main tank, and a bit of that foam. And it's basically, it's like that foam. When you want to fill up a large hole in a wall, you just spray that foam and it expands.
Foam,
It's basically the same stuff. And this bit just, and it's light. I mean, it's just, but it came off obviously at such a rate that it punched this hole. And you actually saw the test that the investigative team did.
Wow.
And they fired a piece of foam at the speed it would have hit the wing at what they call reinforced carbon, which is an odd name, reinforced carbon. But they fired, and they were so adamant that because this reinforced carbon was so strong, they were absolutely adamant that it wouldn't do anything of certain significant damage that couldn't be avoided. And when they fired this thing into a replica using the same materials and everything, it punched a hole this big, just boom, like that, gone. They were sticking their head through the hole.
And
that was it. It was just so obvious that. But there was all this talk about because once they noticed that debris hitting the wing. So I mean, in fact, there was a TV reporter who I think it was CNN's NASA correspondent. He noticed that almost immediately.
Yeah.
And then the
NASA
editor
people did.
Yeah. And then
he phoned them up, didn't he? And said, come in and look at the footage.
That's it. And then the NASA guys, because they've got cameras like everything, and then cameras on the cameras, and the cameras on the cameras on the cameras, and they reviewed it, and they saw this thing, and they weren't sure because you couldn't see underneath the wing. They were talking about asking the crew to look out of the hatch window that would give them a view on it. They considered doing an EVA, but they said it was just too risky. They didn't want to abort the mission in terms of all the scientific stuff that they were doing. So they ran the numbers and did all of this stuff, and they pretty much came to the conclusion that if it had struck, it would only cause this much damage, and that was manageable and could be dealt with once they were back on the ground. It wouldn't cause a catastrophic loss of vehicle and crew. They even spoke about borrowing military satellites that would have been orbiting lower, and that they could have requested access and flipped one of them over to look on the underside, and it never got requested. They spoke about it and it never got requested because they were just so certain that it wouldn't have caused an issue, and
they were wrong.
They were absolutely wrong.
Right, can't go doing it in.
Go on then. Fuck. All right. See you later, mate. Go and pack some boxes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Bye.
See you later.
See you later, bud.
What struck me about that, because we didn't, I guess we didn't get to hear about that over here so much, was all the stuff on the ground when the shuttle came down in a gazillion pieces, where that all ended up, and who it was whose gardens it was falling in, and it was going through buildings and setting buildings on fire, and then they found one of the crew. And what's that astronaut's name? Oh, he's Mark, bald guy, really nice. Well, he always comes across as a really nice guy. He's a very experienced astronaut. Anyway, he was sent to go and see, what they found on the ground, and then they said they found one of the crew, and there was a camera, but they saw, they obviously got the covers up, and he walks up to it, and he said, it was just, it's one of the most horrible things. You just don't expect to ever have to do something like that. But he said somebody from our guys had to do it, and it was. It's amazing. I mean, it was 1970s tech. Because we always think about shuttle 80s, but it was designed and built in the 70s, and it did what 100 and because Columbia was
115 or 150.
Somewhere. They after Columbia they stopped, didn't they? Paused it for a couple of years and then restarted it eventually. So it was just under 100.
Yeah, well, after Challenger went, wasn't it?
Yeah, Challenger set the space program back a lot.
Yeah, they
the Russians
grounded
are still doing
them
their
all for a
thing.
while.
Ours is all paused. It's like, stop putting humans in space. Let's keep going with rockets. Let's get the science going. But no, we got to put people up there because that makes money, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And even though their budget still sucked, I mean, considering how much they got done, their budgets are always tiny compared to so many other of the sciences. So.
Oh yeah, and it's always the first to get cut, isn't it? So.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like music programs in school. First.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Because was it cracks in the fuel lines first time round?
Well, the
checked
Columbia mission was put on hold.
Yeah.
The Columbia mission was put on hold for 7 months, I think it was, because they'd found cracks in certain things, and they fixed that. Because Challenger was O-rings, wasn't it? But yeah, they subsequently later on found. But they went through. This one guy was going through mission reports, and he said, on this mission, 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 we had evidence of foam detaching from the tank, and every time it didn't cause a catastrophic failure. So they just thought, oh, we're okay. They never thought, actually, could it? And they never researched, could it actually, could something like this happen? Until, of course, it does happen. And then that was it.
I mean,
that was
NASA,
really
with all
good.
the stuff they've done, they have a bit of a checkered past in general. I mean,
yeah.
The Hubble Space Telescope was in dry dock for 2 to 3 years with an optics problem they never checked. Then they launched it finally. They go, oh, fuck, we screwed up. Let's make this crazy software to make it usable, which helped. And then the company I used to work for, this offshoot called Tinsley Optical, actually made the optics package that made Hubble work. So all that time and money could have been saved if they just checked their work.
Yeah. But the thing they were very critical of, and when I say they were critical, this is former NASA employees, program managers, designers, engineers. They said it's a very, everyone, there are something like 12 NASA facilities across the US or something like that, and each one is its own little kingdom with its own king or queen running it. And they all run slightly differently. And there's this culture where, well, there certainly was this culture where if you were just a regular engineer, you couldn't, nobody ever felt like you could raise a concern with a senior, flight director or something. You had to go through this massive chain of command. And by the time it, got anywhere near somebody who could do something about it, it was dismissed or ignored or just,
Yeah, bureaucracy ruins everything. Doesn't matter what the discipline is.
So yeah, it's just this horrible hierarchy that they had, this culture of,
There's prideful people that don't even know what they're doing, right? They're just like, I'm in charge, I'm going to do whatever. It's like, you're not even aware of what's going on here.
But
I'm in charge.
One thing that was quite obvious is that all these people that were talking about that, they were saying, we didn't want to do that because, we've got families, we've got careers. And it was almost like, if you speak up, you'll just get kicked out. And that's just terrible. Terrible, especially when you're I think they were talking about, they didn't want to mess up the flight plan and, all the science, because that mission, the Columbia mission, was a scientific mission. It wasn't, doing anything with the space station or anything. It was just loads of experiments. And they were, they kept certain people, certainly high up the chain were talking about, we can't afford to take people off of these experiments because lots of people have paid lots of money for them to do that. And if we stop doing that because we have to stick them in an EVA suit to go and check, something that might actually kill them, there's going to be lots of upset people. And it's just crazy,
We always got to wonder about these whistleblower programs at work anyway, because at many places I work, they always have these posted, anonymous posting, whistleblower, safety issues, all this kind of stuff. But you wonder how long you are going to last in that company if you really are a whistleblower, because although it's for the greater good, you're embarrassing the company, you're going to cost stock price, you're going to do all kinds of stuff, and personal infighting, politics.
There was, actually, you say that, there was somebody last night that said, when you walk around a NASA building, there are posters everywhere that say, if something's not safe, say so, or something words to that effect. It was just like there was, they were talking the talk but not walking the walk. Right. They were just saying, we're absolutely all about safety, but the minute you say something's not safe and that's going to cost money or it's going to cost face, they didn't want to know. But it's
remember,
a really
it is a
good
government agency, so that speaks
volumes.
Well, yeah,
exactly, exactly. But there was, it's a brilliant 3 hours because it's 3 episodes, and it's the first episode is all about pre the launch, and the second one is kind of during the mission, and then the third one obviously deals with everything that happened after. But have any of you guys watched For All Mankind on Apple TV?
Not yet, no. I finally got to watch Band of Brothers. That was good.
Yeah, but For All Mankind is this. The first season starts off in the 60s, late 60s, and instead of America landing a first man on the moon, the Russians do. So it's kind of a slightly altered reality that we follow. So you've got the NASA space program, you've got the Russian space program. There's a race to the moon, and the Russians get there first for a number of reasons. And it's basically, what that one moment in time, we're going to take that and flip it, and how does that affect space travel, space research, both with the Americans and the Russians. And it's funny because I was watching this documentary last night, which has got all the real people in it, and you can see obviously the people that wrote For All Mankind were really doing their research, because there were characters there that you could see they've used, they've based them on these real life people, like the head of NASA, who in season 3 of For All Mankind is played by the two bad guys in Home Alone, Joe Pesci and is it Daniel
Stern?
Daniel Stern, that's it. He plays the NASA boss in season 3 of For All Mankind, and he's just like the actual NASA boss, or it's clearly based on him. And some of the women flight directors and there were very similar people there. Yeah, it's very good. Yes, I think the next one I've got on my list now is something to do with Hitler in Berlin.
Oh.
Yeah.
You should watch if you haven't seen it. You mentioned Band of Brothers before, that's why I caught up on it. Did you see the one called The Pacific, the sequel?
Yeah.
That one's very good.
And I'm watching the next one, which is Masters of the Air, which is currently on.
Oh,
which is so yeah. Band of Brothers was about D-Day landings.
Yeah.
Pacific was about the Pacific Theatre, and now they're doing the American Air Force in Britain.
Oh, cool.
So it's got Austin, what's his name? The one who played Elvis. Just recently, he's in it, and there's a whole bunch of big British and American names. Barry Cogan's in it, the Irish guy who seems to be in everything at the moment. He's really good. But yeah, that's it's called Masters of the Air, and the beautiful thing about it is because it's about the 100th, or what they call the Bloody 100th, and the Bloody 100th is actually based in a place called Mildenhall, which is not just far up the road from me. They're the air refueling. This is
when the U.S. sent guys over. We weren't officially in the war, but we were helping out.
No, this is when you actually joined, and you started sending.
Okay, right.
When you started sending your squadrons of B-17s over.
Okay.
And the home air base of this squadron is a place called Thorpe Abbotts, which is, again, just kind of that way. And the Mildenhall is over that way, where because all the planes for Mildenhall at the moment, which are all air refueling, so KC-135s and all that kind of stuff, they all have this massive D, which is the squadron insignia. So it's quite weird to see, B-17s. Obviously, they're not real B-17s. Well, some of them must be, but or mock-ups.
I got to see a real one at the Pima Air Museum in Arizona a few years ago.
We've got one at Duxford. Memphis Belle. The plane that was used in the Memphis Belle is the flight is a flying B-17 out of Duxford, the Imperial War Museum.
This one has all the Bs. And I think the biggest one was the 27. That thing's unbelievable. As cool as the B-17 is, there are more side guns, more back guns, more bottom guns, more everything guns on this fucking thing. It's huge.
Because you had the B-17, which was kind of like the workhorse, wasn't it? And then you had the B-24, and then there was another one above that.
And the crazy thing too is the guns were set up in such a way in the cockpit for the forward guns that the pilots were also shooting those as well as flying.
Yeah.
And also, it was all like just loose metal everywhere. I mean, you could get cut and everything. It was just so dangerous, just unbelievable.
That's one of the things they show really well in this this thing, Masters of the Air, is what it was like in the planes.
Yeah.
And when you watch a sort of like a war movie or something like that, you get the occasional plane will get a bit of damage, and one will maybe get shot down. They really they send all these planes out, and very few of them come back. And those that do are literally shot to pieces. And there's one clip when they're doing this bombing raid, and they have to bail out of the plane because it's half its wing has fallen off, and one of the belly gunners is stuck. And there's just him and this other guy, he's got his parachute on, but he needs to get out of the plane because it's plummeting towards the earth, but he's trying to get his mate out, and he has to make this decision.
Yeah.
And he just let his buddy go.
Well, that's the scary thing about the bombers is that they're not armored; they're just regular skins of plane. And they're literally sitting ducks because they're only going so fast. They're not maneuverable. And once you got those tracers heading your way, everyone just paints a target and you're done. It's just scary.
And so many of those planes
going
back then
off and all that shit.
So many of them were. Some had lots of metal. Certainly, I know some of the British ones were canvas and wood.
Yeah.
Airframes. It was bonkers.
Because you got to carry all those bombs and all the people.
Yeah.
And minimize the weight. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a different generation for sure. Those guys were balls of steel.
Yeah. Indeed.
I actually met. So my grandfather was actually in Pearl Harbor, and he actually survived all that shit blowing up around him. I don't know why his ship didn't get hit. It's amazing. But later on we're talking about NASA and stuff. I met Buzz Aldrin at a talk. Super old school, like tough as nails guy. Just didn't care what he said, what people thought. Made some semi-racist comments during the talk, not knowing he was doing it, and some people walked out. And he came to the talk by himself in his old '78 Corvette Stingray. I mean, he's just an old school guy,
Yeah.
And not apologetic in any way. So. But all those, I've several people I know on Facebook are still saying the moon landings were fake, and it's just unbelievable.
The same people that say the Earth is flat.
It's similar. The flat is a little more religious, wacky kind of stuff, but there are plenty of people say, I analyzed the footage of this and that, and it's like, oh, you analyzed it. I see.
Yeah, but why is the flat Earth thing more religiously based? Because I don't think the Bible goes into any detail one way or the other, whether it's round or flat.
That's why the whole idea of Columbus falling off the edge of the Earth is superstition back then, that they didn't know where it ended, and so it's an old idea that the Earth, although the Greeks already proved it. Eratosthenes measured the fucking Earth's circumference roughly about 2,000 years ago with his well experiment. Well, they already knew it was round and how big it is roughly, and people still to this day don't buy it. I'm like, well, you're just an idiot. It's just...
Here's a great idea, right? You take a bunch of real staunch flat earthers. You do a Channel 4 financed documentary where they go to find the edge of the world.
Yeah.
Off you go.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
That should be interesting.
Well, they'll have endless excuses for why they think what they think, and then it's a no-win argument. It's like talking to a wall. So it's almost not worth engaging in that kind of stuff ever, because they're stuck on the ground. Put the stakes in and don't move.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes you got to think that maybe sometimes it is probably better to take a more aggressive stance, because it's that kind of thinking that ends up leading to
you still have to ridicule and
wars
put
and genocide, isn't it? It all stems from that kind of bullshit thinking.
They use satellites and Facebook and computers and all this technology that uses the same rigor that all the science they're goofing on. Right?
Yeah.
Everything is done in the same exact standards and the same kind of, the electronics, the physics, all the stuff that's used to make all the stuff that people love in their daily lives. Yet they don't want to believe in some other stuff because it doesn't fit their worldview. It's ridiculous. It's an insult to humanity, basically. Like the people said, oh, the Egyptians couldn't have built the pyramids. They didn't have the technology. It had to be aliens. It's like, give me a fucking break. That's insulting. But, people get crazy like that.
I just realised Kent's back in stereo. He's not panned hard left.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Cool.
Yeah. Had to go into the weeds and click a few things.
You're not meant to leave your audio interface in the fucking garden, are you?
You're not?
I know that was shit, Rob. I'm sorry.
That's I thought that's how you got a 24 channel one.
Yeah, really.
Make it grow.
Yeah. You start with a 2 channel. Keep it well watered.
I've got the floor plan for Synth East today.
It's on the ground, is it?
It's on the ground. Yeah.
Cool.
It's in the main thing. And I don't know if anybody's ever seen these guys. There's a channel on YouTube and it's called Take the Fear Out of the Gear. Presented by 2 guys from North Essex, which is essentially South Suffolk. So they kind of they're quite local. One of them looks like if you've ever had the misfortune of watching Mrs. Brown's Boys, you know the granddad that's always asleep in the armchair. One of them looks like him.
Okay.
And the other one, I forget his name now. They're both lovely guys. But they crack me up because they genuinely it's just 2 guys talking about gear, and they kind of know what they're talking about, but it's just kind of quite irreverent. And
is that video you sent me the other day?
I might have sent it to you.
Yeah.
I mean, they're funny. In a you sort of like laugh with them, not at them, but they're just amusing, and it's quite refreshing actually. It's not something they're clearly they're not out to be YouTube influencers,
just doing it for the crack.
They're just doing it for the crack.
Show?
Sorry?
We had a show here called The Car Guys. You ever listen to that? It's like
no.
It's 2 brothers talking about cars, and
I mean this is
entertaining.
They just sit at a desk and they have a bit of gear and they talk about it and they sort of show you how to use it or a particular function of it. It's quite good fun. But they did a video a couple of weeks ago and they said, we're going to Synth East, and they were getting quite excited about meeting Steve Davis, not because of his electronic music stuff, but because they were both big snooker fans. And isn't it amazing that he does electronic music and this sort of thing? And they're on the table right next to me, so I'm really looking forward to it now and having a bit of a crack at those guys.
There you go, Paul.
So yeah,
it looks all right.
That should be fun. Huh. I'm just worried about getting loaded because where it is in Norwich is on like two little one-way streets. The church is in between these two little one-way streets, and you can't park on either of those streets. But there's an alleyway that you can just about get a car up. So I'm a little.
Was
bit
using the same
concerned.
church from last time?
Yeah. It's Norwich Arts Centre, which is just one of
What-
many consecrated churches.
What are you taking? Oh, the big girl.
Big girl.
Oh,
Just that. I thought I'm not gonna mess around. I thought I did think about taking the whole YCAMs thing, but I thought all I'm doing is I'm there to support Robin, to fill a space on the floor, and to promote PSN as much as we can. And I thought, if I could just bring one thing, what would people want? And the Fairlight's all packed up and probably needs a bit of work. So I thought, I'll just take the DX1 like I did to Cambridge. And so I've been looking at trolleys today, because I don't. Me and the boy can probably walk it from the boot of the car into the venue, no problem. But I would rather not have to worry about it. So I've been looking at trolleys, and I'm thinking, well, I don't want this thing to get too much vibration. So that puts you into the realm of trolleys with proper tyres on.
Yeah.
Which of course the price then starts to go up. And then you got to think about, can it take the load? Can it take the width and the height? Has it got support?
Get
Do I want a stair climber?
Those
No,
are fucking
You
brilliant.
don't want a stair climber for that though.
No.
No.
I mean, it's not going to have to go upstairs. It might have to go over step here or there to get into
No, that's why you get the one with pneumatic tyres,
pneumatic tyres, yeah.
and make sure it tri-states.
What, sorry?
Tri-states.
What's that?
So it has the thing that comes out and then locks in place, so you can let go of it and it stands there.
Oh, yeah. Well, there was one, but it was bloody expensive.
How much was it?
170, 180.
Yeah, well, RS have done them for over 500 quid before now. So
Yeah.
beware.
But this one, it was aluminium construction. It had two big pneumatic wheels,
Yeah.
the main wheels, but it also had then this bit that could flip out with smaller wheels on.
Yeah.
So, and then you could also have it flat, so it was kind of a multi sort of thing.
It'd go flatbed as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I was thinking of, or
That's
something
how
along those lines.
the 80s about on one of them.
Yeah, but
Whiz.
yeah,
Really?
Yeah. Mate, you can really whiz an 80 about on that, I tell you.
As long as it's downhill.
More importantly, I can get it between the arse of the Mustang and the arse of the smart car when one turns up. That's what's important. And I've got one. Oh, bloody hell, just thought. So I've got an 80 coming this weekend. I'll have to dig the trolley out.
so yeah, I think I'll need to invest in one of those just to be on the safe side.
Yes.
Oh, I was talking to you, Rob, about this guy that knows Alan Wilder.
Oh yes,
Did I tell you what he was talking about?
don't think so.
He was down at Thin Line last week before last. And the final pieces are coming out the studio. Apparently all those racks are still there. But the two bass traps that he had hanging from the ceiling,
That's it. Yeah. Oh yeah, you said something about bass traps.
well, he took one down,
Yeah.
and the bass traps are of such a size that it was carved into two pieces,
Yeah.
which has then been divided up, and the bits are now living in two separate studios, complete
Oh wow.
fucking... There's another one going.
Oh.
I'm going to find out from Keith whether it's still available. Because that would be... imagine having a piece of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've been trying to get in touch with him, but I've been told that he's moving house. So
Hence why Thin Line's being stripped out.
Yeah. So we'll get there.
He was telling me a
we'll get
story. He took the vocalist of the band to see him, and this guy's never met Alan Wilder, and it was all fucking "We're not worthy" and all that.
Yeah.
They were in the studio room, and he was stood in a particular part of the floor, and Wilder just walked over and went, "What's this?" Hit a button on the wall, and the floor dropped.
Right.
And then started to slide. Like this, jumped out of the way. Apparently, the drum room was right underneath in the cellar.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, mental. Recoil. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do like a bit of recoil, Robert.
Yeah.
Oh, how bloody time and all. Guy Mitchell-Moore's got back to me.
All right.
About coming on to shore.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I did a course, or started a course that he was running many, many, many years ago, writing music for film.
Yeah.
Or film and TV and media or something like that. And I lost interest.
He was working on the floor of Good Morning Britain.
Oh, right.
When it first started out.
Mm-hmm.
I got a Noah sticking in my back here.
Oh.
He's curled up asleep on my PSN sweatshirt. Look at him. Hey, fast asleep. Aren't you? Oh, you little
At
fella.
the moment, we're just looking at your ceiling.
Oh, what the hell is the matter with this fecking thing? Behave yourself, you stupid camera. Come down. Look. Down here. Down here.
Oh, look at him.
Hello, Fred.
Oh.
Fred.
Come on. Oh.
Whenever I go down to Camden, I always like going down. There's a bit of the sort of like a food market thing, and it's opposite the old TVAM studios, and they've still got the eggs.
Have they really?
On the top of the building, they've still got those eggs. Yeah.
Fucking hell, that was early 80s, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think it still is a studio, or some parts of it are still a studio, but it's something else.
You want to go back on your bed? Go on then.
But yeah, those big eggs they're all on the top of the building. They're all still there.
Yeah, you know that
80s culture.
Behringer 55 is annoyingly authentic in terms of it uses S-trig instead of just a normal gate. It occurred to me, I go, hang on a minute. Get the Mini out.
Oh, yeah.
Back it up with a nice bit of 74 Mini.
Is that the fabled Michelle?
That is the fabled Michelle. My mum bought me that as a present, bless her. She paid 400 quid for it, and when it arrived, it literally just fell out of the box in parts. It was just smashed to pieces. And I said, oh, man, we'll have to get onto these people because it's all smashed up. And she goes, oh, no, when I bought it, it looked like that. I went, hence the 400 quid.
Yeah.
She goes, well, you can put it together, can't you? I go, yeah, thanks for the present, Mum.
I bought you a present, but you got to fucking earn it.
Yeah, but you got to work at it for a bit.
It's an educational gift.
Busman's holiday, isn't it? Fucking hell.
It's if IKEA built a synth.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I mean, I had 2 or 3 minis on the go at the time because I used to get loads of them back then. Loads and loads. Loads of 80s, loads of minis. I must have just restored them all because there's no fuckers come in anymore now.
Too good at what you do. That's your problem.
Well, I'm going to have to be good at something else now anyway. So, we'll find out when that Carvera arrives. It's only about another week now.
Yeah.
Should be interesting.
Cool.
So,
but that'll be the next thing when people's circuit boards start fucking failing. He's going to have to keep files of all circuit boards and shit.
Yeah.
You watch, Ken, print us up a board.
Yeah. It's like, I said to Fiona, because after you brought it up, Robbie, when we were chatting on Messenger, I said, I went downstairs to Fiona, I said, yeah, Fiona, did you know it was Valentine's Day yesterday? She went, was it? I went, yeah. She went, oh. I said, Robbie said, he spent the day with his missus. I said, what did we do again? You were building a pinball machine and I was just loading the software up the other end of the coffee table, all bleeding daylight.
I'll give you an idea of the level of the Valentine's Day that I had. In the card I sent the missus, it said, "You're the best thing I've come across."
I said what did mine say? Those aren't farts. That's my arse blowing kisses at you. I think the one I had this year. Or the one I gave this year.
She gave me a pair of boxer shorts with her face printed on them, saying, "I've licked it, so it's mine."
Oh God!
Yeah, we kind of.
Yeah.
No,
you get to a point where it's just.
What threw me was because we knew, and we both knew it was coming up, and she had bought me a mug with some really hideous writing on it. I can't remember what it is. It wasn't good. And I bought an arc lighter because she says I lost her last one. I didn't lose her last one. But this one I got, it's made out of a solid piece of alley, and you can see all the electronics through a window in the front of it. It's really nice sort of thing. And I'd got that for her, and because she has access to my email and my messenger and everything anyway, she knew that I'd already ordered it before they'd even dispatched the bloody thing. She'd know what I got her. So we don't hide behind pretense. And I think because we'd done all that, I think both of us kind of just dispelled the whole occasion out of our head. We sort of had it early, as it were. Sort of like, here you go, darling. Oh, okay. Well, here's a mug with a horrible. I can't remember what it said, but it wasn't nice at all. In fact, I was very proud of her. And I got this lighter and a card that I can't remember what I wrote in it. It was something pretty bad. So yeah, but basically it was that was it. So we just forgot all about it. It's like we had pancakes today because said, it's pancake day on Tuesday. What was it? So we had American style. Hopefully Andy's not listening because the American style's fucking awful. It's really stodgy. So we had traditional British ones, which are light and fluffy.
Justin's in the room.
Oh yeah, okay. Sorry, Justin. Sorry, but the American style pancakes, it's more for
maple syrup and bacon.
Yeah. Which she was going on about because she's got the maple syrup and she's got the streaky bacon. She wanted to have it, although she called it Canadian style. But I think it's just because she ate it in Canada.
Well,
that's said Canada.
Canada.
Fucking hell. Yeah, I think because she'd eaten it in Canada. Come to think of it, she's eaten breakfast in just about every country on the planet. She did get about, whore. So, but we love her.
We do.
Well, till the money runs out. And then who knows?
It must be love.
Sugar and lime. Oh, I don't know about that, Sean. Sugar and lemon, yeah, but lime. Oh.
There's not much difference, yeah.
Nah, me and lime don't get on.
No.
Nah.
I'll always have one with a bit of sugar and lemon, and then I'll have another one with like maple syrup, or maybe even if I'm feeling extravagant, some golden syrup.
All steady now.
Yeah.
Lyle's.
I used to go,
Lyle's golden syrup.
Lyle's golden syrup.
Only the best,
When they built a little chef just outside of Stowmarket in mid to late 80s, and at that time that was a big deal for Stowmarket is not it was still very much in the 1950s, and so we had this little chef, and my mate's mum got a job in the kitchen there, so we always used to go there, and she always used to bring us out. I don't know if you remember these Jubilee pancakes, little chef Jubilee pancakes. So basically it's a nice proper big fluffy pancake, and you remember you used to get those little blocks of vanilla ice cream that you could put in so it was just a block of vanilla ice cream, and then cherries in a syrup, and then just rolled up in this pancake, and that was a Jubilee pancake. Oh, That's just amazing.
Oh, top shelf. Oh,
Yeah, good stuff that was.
yeah. Because I think it's the only day that I think Jif make absolutely no money all year.
Yeah.
And then on
Well,
one
everybody
day,
buys one
they
of
break
those,
the bank.
and then it doesn't go off, does it? You don't even
no,
see
in the
and
it.
it
cupboard
lasts.
for less
It
than a
lasts
year.
somewhere like 10 years
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the fridge, doesn't it?
Yeah. And you eventually sort of like come sort of autumn, Christmas time, you think, oh fuck it, I'll throw it out, and then you go out and buy another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but Fiona decided she was going to use real lemons. I mean, you can't do that. Poor old Jif. They expect you to buy a plastic lemon.
Big plastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I was reading today, funnily enough, they said about the UK economy has now officially gone into recession.
But yes.
And they blamed the doctor strike. Okay. What else did they blame? They couldn't blame COVID because it's too long ago now. What else did they blame? Oh, the British people have stopped spending. It's probably because they got no money. You
Yeah.
fucking arseholes.
And
Because the
what
interest
was
rates
it?
have shot up.
No mention of the 44 trillion that they kind of lost overnight because they're incompetent wankers.
Yeah.
No,
yet
none
Rishi
of that
said-
mentioned.
Rishi said yesterday that the British economy was fucking robust.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Welcome to the media.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Fuckers. Did you see what that silly twat Jonathan Goulis said yesterday?
Well, everything comes out of his mouth. It's fucking stupid.
Apparently his
Jonathan
house...
Goolies. Oh, yeah.
all the windows in his house are covered with bulletproof cling film.
What?
That's exactly what he said. Bulletproof cling film. Twitter's been saying, oh, well, if he comes around to my house, I can give him some stab-proof baker foil. They've just gone for it on there.
Oh, mate.
See Alan Sugar's up to his old trick. He posted something this morning. I've had 6 jabs and this is the second time I've got COVID. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake.
How many
Really?
more times do you have to say it doesn't stop you getting
Yeah.
COVID? It just
But-
lessens the symptoms.
And then you look in the comments and it's all these people, told you, Alan, it's, it's the vaccines don't work. Oh, fuck's sake. Are there still people that haven't
Well,
figured that out
Yeah,
yet?
but there's bound to be those comments because there's an old saying that says if you shit in the corner, you will catch flies. Mind you, there's also a saying, I believe it was Joseph Stalin that said, you can't make an omelette without killing 40 million people. Done.
Oh, dear.
See, you remember that thing that Sean Locke said on 8 out of 10 Cats? Where Miles suddenly burst out laughing and Jimmy Carr goes, what are you laughing at? He goes, oh, it's just something Sean said. He goes, oh, what was that? He goes, well, I don't know about you, Miles, but when it comes to Hitler, I'm on the fence. I can see the good and the bad. Oh, mate.
Oh, there's a meme that I saw posted today. It's Hitler sat on a park bench with a little girl, and the caption read, Marjorie Taylor Greene and her dad.
Oh, Christ.
Or was it Marjorie Taylor Greene in a tender moment with her father or something like that? Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, she's batshit fucking crazy. Isn't she? Oh, sorry, I've got to say, did anybody watch the Daily Show on Monday? Jon Stewart's back. Oh, it was brilliant. It was just like oh, I've missed that man so much. It was proper satire. Really good.
Yeah, well, satire, mate. Can be taken one of two ways. Can it not?
Well, if it's done properly, it takes a piss out of everyone,
Well, yeah.
and that's what he does.
It's like that thing Alexi Sale said, where he goes, I always feel uncomfortable when ordering food in a Chinese restaurant. So what I do is put on a slight Chinese accent. He goes, He goes, a wealthy man from the Jeju province, perhaps, like that. And he goes, and I feel somehow that everybody's more comfortable with it. It's not racist at all. He goes, and then he goes on. He goes, so what I do is he goes, I would like some noodle with fried rice. And he goes, oh, hang on a minute. No, it is racist, isn't it?
Oh dear. I'm hungry now.
What, from fried noodle? You need fried noodle.
Oh dear. Now we've got a guy that works in my team. He's one of our trainers. Well, he's more of a subject matter expert, but yeah, he does a bit of training, and he's based in Hong Kong. And look, I can't. His English is way better than my Cantonese, but he has some really weird mannerisms, and obviously he's talking with with this fairly strong sort of Chinese accent. But he does. I think it's a thing. I mean, I know my dad used to do it a little bit, and he was Italian, and I certainly notice it more when I'm in continental Europe. When they like to clear their throats, it's usually a big old kind of snort right at the back of the nose. Yeah, and this colleague of mine, we talk. I'm not going to do the accent because I don't want to offend anyone, but it'll be sort of talking and then go. Oh God! I'm like, and he did it once. And I think it was the first time I met him. We all, me, him, and my boss. We flew out to Fremont in California to have a few meetings and stuff. And he gave a presentation just to me, the boss, and I think somebody else was there. And all the way during this presentation, he's doing that thing, he's sort of like clearing the back of his throat, the back of his nose, but he's doing it like this. And he's like, and then all of a sudden there's and then he goes, and it's just like, and I looked at my boss, and she sort of looked at me, and I spoke to someone, I don't know who it was, and they said, yeah, it's what they do. It's just over there, it's accepted. And then I began to sort of remember my dad used to do this thing. And in fact, then the more I thought about it, all of his friends, they all, do this thing. Yeah. And it's just like clearing the back of your nose sort of thing. And it's just alien to us, where we've been brought up in a different way with a different culture and different cultural mannerisms and stuff. And it was just, but it's weird, something you hear him, sort of talking, and then all of a sudden...
Well, that really wipes its feet, doesn't it? Oh, fucking hell.
I was waiting for him to go, and then just up against the wall, see how that one sticks.
Yeah,
that one's posters up. Yeah, go on.
Yeah,
yep.
Yeah, but I suppose there's things that I probably do, or Westerners do, that people wouldn't, agree with. I mean, Jesus.
Well, that thing you do, where you pick your ass when you're ordering coffee.
Yeah.
There's that.
Walking around with my hand down my bollocks, yeah.
Yeah. Going, loose change, anyone?
Oh, dear.
Oi! Kent!
What?
Get your hairy ass into my office, now!
Yes, ma'am.
There we go.
Yep. One day you're going to push that one on the show.
Yeah.
Fiona needs that for a ringtone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Kent needs that as his ringtone when Fiona's calling him.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Running the wrong direction.
Oh, I didn't have my camera with me this morning as well. Damn it. This one.
Noah.
Slight drizzle. Even though we have a lean-to, but it's slight drizzle. Sticks his head out, looks, goes, ooh, looks a bit rainy. Comes back in, has a drink of water, then backs up to the cat flap, just the back legs out, and comes back in again. I went, bloody iPad's upstairs. I was going to film that.
Oh, brilliant.
Somebody asked me to film it.
Brilliant.
And so you open the door and it's like, oh. Lucky I looked down.
Delivery.
It's the face when they're doing it. They go into standby, don't they? It's just like.
Well, the thing is, no, it doesn't. Noah suddenly takes interest in all the art in the room. Like this. Oh, that's interesting. Oh.
It's like my cat. I've got my mini cat, right?
Yeah.
When she goes and she does a number 2 in the litter tray, she kind of stands with like one leg, like front leg higher than the other, and then every time she pops one out, I can't do the sound, but there's a. So you know when she's having one, because you can hear this.
It comes with sound effects, yeah. She's sitting there,
It's
she's
that
standing
one
there. It's the cat equivalent of the little finger with a T, isn't it?
Well, it is the cat equivalent of. Actually, more
Teeth
like that, isn't it?
Teeth marks on the litter tray, yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear me. Yes, but there you go. But yeah, he's a little poo for that.
Well, yes, he's quite
young
a
man.
little poo.
Literally.
Yeah, but there's a lean-to. He's not going to get wet. You keep trying to explain to him. How do you explain to a dog you're not going to get wet because it doesn't rain just outside the door. It rains in the garden bit.
Thanks for that, Madcap. Look in the chat. There's a lovely bit.
If you have a
live in
cat,
your brain.
he's giving you.
Well, stop licking its arsehole then.
Yeah. Jesus. Sounds like my nonna. My nonna used to hate cats. Oh, if it wasn't going to give you something, it was they were evil, or something to do with spirits or shit.
I thought that was raccoons.
What? That were evil?
No, they give you can give you a brain parasite.
Anything can give you a brain parasite if you lick its ass.
No, I mean just simply by handling it.
Oh, right.
In a normal fashion.
Yeah.
So,
Well, yeah. So I've had cats since I was a little boy. So
That's us fucked then.
that's it.
Yeah. We used to have 3 cats.
Yeah, I'll take that with a pinch of parasite.
Pinch of parasite.
Pinch of parasite. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about dogs though. What do dogs give you? Hairballs. Love. They give you lots of love. Yeah. They certainly do. They also teach you how to sleep in very awkward and strange ways.
Yes.
What's the Train Spotting? When the blonde curly haired guy dies, he dies because the cat had been shitting all over the place and he'd been shooting up with dirty needles. And the bloke turns around and says, "Yeah, he died of toxoplasmosis." This is the way he says toxoplasmosis. Oh dear.
Oh, mate.
My mate's daughter was blinded by Toxcara.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking nasty.
It's a possum, yeah.
Really fucking nasty. Lovely conversation.
I was talking about Eddie Izzard a few days ago, and she goes, "Yeah, do you remember he did? Was it 50 marathons in 51 days?" And I said to her, I go, "We know that says to me, don't you?" She went, "No." I go, "Marathons clearly aren't as difficult as I thought they were."
My little one bought a fucking pink beret yesterday, and I put it on just for a giggle, and I ended up looking like fucking Eddie Izzard. Look.
More like a gay Frank Spencer.
What do you mean a gay Frank Spencer?
He was as camp as fuck anyway.
That's an oxymoron if ever heard one. Dear me. Yeah.
Yeah, I could do. I used to be able to do 52 marathons in a year, but then they changed the name to
Snickers. Yeah.
Oh dear me. Yeah, whatever happened to proper sized Mars bars? What's these fucking dinky things they do now?
I know. What has a hazelnut in every bite?
Screw shit.
An oldie but goodie.
Oh, God, you can tell we grew up in the 80s, can't you?
God, fucking hell, you reckon? Well, some of us grew up in the 70s. Some of us didn't grow up at all.
Didn't Murray Walker come up with that?
What has a hazelnut in every bite?
No, a Mars a day.
Oh, Mars a day. But yeah, because didn't he have a career before motor racing?
Yeah, he was a copywriter, wasn't he?
Yeah, something like
Oh,
that.
was he indeed?
Murray Walker's Mars a day. For whom
Helps you work, rest, and play.
Yeah, Mars a day helps you work, rest, and play. Oh, apparently he denied the attribution of the slogan to himself.
So
Yeah, but a lot of people that work with him credited him with it.
maybe because it was a Murray Walker that did come up with it, but not him.
Didn't he do the fucking catchphrase for one of those laxatives? It was go, go, go.
Hang on, here it says, following this, he was employed as an accounts director by an advertising agency with clients including British Rail, Vauxhall and Mars, for whom the agency created the slogan, "A Mars a day helps you work, rest and play." Walker repeatedly denied the attribution of the slogan to himself, saying that he was only an administrator on the project. And he retired. He only retired from that job at the age of 59, long after he became a Formula One commentator.
But he started off doing commentating on the TTs and motorcycles, didn't he? That was his passion.
Yeah.
That's on my. That's a bucket list. TTs.
And then you had Eddie Waring for the rugby.
Yeah.
Oh fucking hell! Luke's in the chat. Matt, Dad joke 101. Fuck off. Should have known he'd turn up with that.
Yeah.
Always when you least want it, he'd turn up and fucking embarrass me. Git face.
Well, he doesn't always have to turn up, does he?
Well, no. No, I do that myself.
You're quite capable.
You can tell. There's been no pubs for a while. I've built up all the shit jokes.
No, dear me.
All right, let's text a little Git.
Talk to him in the chat.
Little.
Yeah, I've seen him. He's not little.
Yeah.
Payback, motherfucker. What for? What did I do?
What have you done now?
I took him to a gig and everything weekend. Cheeky bastard.
Hans popped up in my YouTube feed or something today. He was about
the $14 million church advert during the Super Bowl.
He was talking about June 2.
All right.
And the piece of music that's going to be released as like the single, so to speak.
Yeah.
And how he, after he finished the first June, he carried on writing because he was still feeling and he came out with this piece of music and they started playing it at the concerts and nobody knew what this music was, and now they're going to realise that it's because he's put it at the beginning of June 2. And he's just sat there casual as fuck, sat in front of his Analog Solutions Colossus.
Yeah.
As one does when you're Hans Zimmer.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
It's already made noises about getting one of my modules when it's done. Talk about jumping the bloody gun.
Right, I'm just going to get myself a drink. I'm thirsty. It's all this weeing.
Hasn't Mrs. brought you a second cup? Deary me. I don't know. Can you make a film of Rendezvous with Rama? Might take a couple of films. Don't know if you can squeeze that into one picture. And then what was the second book? I can't remember the name of the second book. For the life of me. Really? It's what's it called? Have you seen the Deadpool trailer yet?
Have I seen it? Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
They're talking about it being the most viewed trailer ever
I wouldn't be surprised.
in the history of the world, apparently.
Well, he has kind of nailed that character, hasn't he?
Well, yeah. And he had to do it himself.
Yeah.
So, talk about self-made.
Very much so.
Yeah. And it works, so which is good. Thing is, I haven't seen the trailer yet.
Oh, you got to watch it, man.
Yeah, I will do. I've been arse deep in Apple OS the last 8 days.
It does take a bit getting used to, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that there's certain things that must be done Mac's way,
Oh, yeah.
and then if you want it to do things certain ways, you have to go in and do it.
Oh, yeah, I know.
But Windows has become very sort of like just automated. It's click, 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 and it just gets on with it. But it also can fuck it up as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And because it's automated, a lot of people use it because it's very automated and they don't have to know much about computers. But also,
Right.
when it goes wrong, they also means that they don't know how to go in and put it straight.
Yeah.
And that's what I've seen between the, because now I'm experienced Mac close up now.
Well, it took me, when I switched from PC to Mac, oh Christ, I can't even remember when it was. It took me about 2 weeks to get my head around the Mac OS.
Yeah.
But once I did, it was like, well, this makes complete sense. It was more logical to the way my brain works.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is why I've stuck with it ever since. I had a quick blast with another PC last year, and it was just like, nah, fuck that.
Yeah.
Too many issues. So, yeah.
Yeah, I imagine if I went back now, I wouldn't be too bad, but the fact of that F drive going, bye.
It did actually just fuck off, did it?
Well, the drive's still there and it still works, and you can put data on and take data off, not a problem. But all the data that was originally on it, gone. Every last bite of it.
That's really fucking weird.
Yeah. I'm still trying to work that one out.
Now, how much space does the drive say it says it has?
It's a 4 gig drive. It says it has 4 gig.
That's interesting.
So something's wiped it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when I ran that super duper, oh my God, sort of like disk recovery thing, and go, right, find all the deleted files.
Nothing.
Went, no, there's nothing on this drive. You go, excuse me, have you formatted yourself at
What
some
was
point?
it connected to, PC or Mac?
To the PC. Internally.
Fuck knows.
That's
Yeah,
Very
okay, I
strange.
don't get it. Just turn it on one day, fired up Cubase, and it's going, oh, can't find this, can't find that. And, sometimes you do get that where contactors lost the library somewhere, a damaged link or something. And you go locate, and you go to the drive. And I went to click on the folder, clicked on the F drive, and it's like, there's fuck all there. Whoa, wait a minute. So then go into Explorer, go to the F drive, and it is empty.
Yeah, see, that's first thing I do is first thing I did was make a full copy of my external drive onto my offline hard drives.
Yeah.
And I've got those in duplicate, so if one of those drives fucking dies, I've still got a copy of it as a backup.
Well, what I'm going to do now is I've got one of these and a caddy. And I'm going to configure this up to be a time machine drive.
Yeah.
And and keep that on the go.
Time machine on the M2 is very fast. Even though it's right into mechanical drives, it's really quick.
Yeah. Well, I noticed how fast it was working with this Evolution drive, which is mechanical and external, but it was like...
Once you do your first backup, which takes a long time, it then only... I think it only assesses the changes made from that point onwards, and it just writes those. That's what it seems to do.
Yeah.
Looking for changes in what's occurred in between backups. So, yeah.
We see, like, Paul in the chat saying he had an external drive disappear, but he just needed to disconnect it and reconnect it. Whereas this hadn't disappeared. It was still there.
Something
F drive was still
something
F drive was
scrubbed
still
it.
there. Yeah.
Something.
Very strange.
I know there'd been an update. One of the auto updates had gone on the day before. But it was an update, is it? I don't think it was containing. Oh, by the way, reformat the F drive while you're at it.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem likely.
Just very peculiar. Very peculiar.
Yeah, but it's just all of a sudden after 14 years, all the data's gone. It's like, for feck's sake. So I've had such fun re-downloading everything and remembering what I owned. That was interesting.
Yeah, see, that's why I streamline my stuff. I don't own very much. That said, I bought the fucking Cherry Audio 78 today, and I bought the Alpha Juno plugin.
You did get that, did you?
It'll be interesting to see how it works with the Juno itself. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, there was only a few things that were peeing me off more than anything else. I mean, there was that weird thing with the downloads, as Robbie knows.
Yeah.
Where the download speed was just off. It was just like, where'd it all go? It was like, what was it? About 350 gig too slow. 50 meg too slow a second. I was getting 30 meg a second out of it.
Fucking hell.
On network.
Yeah.
And that's after updating it to Ventura. But took it downstairs and went, 380. Oh, there we go. Yeah, don't know. Still don't know.
Is it still doing it now?
No. It's not doing it now. Now it's absolutely fine. And it's connected up exactly the same way as it was. But now
what
it's
you
fine.
want to do, if you've got a spare 150 quid, just buy yourself a 4 terabyte external drive. Just a regular, doesn't have to be an SSD.
Yeah.
Plug that into your Mac.
Yeah.
Set up Time Machine.
That's what he's just saying he was going to do. He's got an SSD which he's going to do.
Yeah. Do
Got
that.
a sound disc ready to go. And I've
do
got
that.
me caddy as well.
But as an advisory, I'm fucking anal at things like this because I've had drives die on me and lose so much. That's why I have 2 offline mechanical drives so that if one goes, I've still got a backup.
Yeah.
So even if it means running Time Machine twice,
Matt.
I fucking do it. Good man. Fucking get it done.
Yeah, I thought, mate, I've just had to download 14 terabyte of sample libraries. Believe me, lesson learned. Fucking hell.
Yeah, it wasn't so much a problem for me with sample libraries. It was photographs that I lost. I lost a...
Yeah, but that's not something you can just go back to the website and download again, is
Exactly.
it? That's precious shit that's gone.
that's when I learned the lesson of back
Yeah,
up, back up,
yeah.
back up. It was just, oh fuck, no, I couldn't do that again.
Yeah.
So
No,
yeah,
I got 4 terabyte in the bedroom where I put photos and documents and shit. But they also go up onto the cloud anyway as well.
yeah, but see, I bought an SSD, and it died 3 months after I'd bought it. It was a SanDisk one as well, and they wouldn't do anything with it.
Yeah.
Not our fault.
Well, you just reminded me. I must check my email a second.
And that was before cloud, any kind of cloud computing was widely available. So I had no recourse to backup for that. Yeah, big lesson.
Oh, here we go. Thanks for reaching out. Yeah, Bill.
Your
When was the unit
Pornhub
purchased?
subscription has been renewed. Eh? What? 2 secs, back in a minute.
Oh. Sequential circuits do not sell on replacement boards. How about that?
So, what do you mean?
Well, on my Pro 3, which is like, right, you can fry an egg on the CPU within about, about 5 seconds, right? Yeah. So I've told them all this, and I told them, look, it says, what model is it, date purchased, blah, 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 and all this sort of thing. And I've given them all that information, and they've asked me for all that information again, so that they can continue with the ticket. Although they say, we do not sell replacement mainboards, but we can get you started on a repair after we get more info on the instrument. I.e., they want, when was this unit purchased? Well, it doesn't really matter, because I was just going to buy a board. I'm not trying to do it under warranty or anything.
No.
Was it purchased, used, or new? Well, fucking new, wasn't it? We do not sell replacement. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. When you attempt to power on the synth, do any LEDs light up on the main board? No. Okay, well, I'll just go along with it. And I didn't know, actually, their support centre was Sequential Oberheim.
Mm.
Remember a time when they weren't exactly bedfellows.
No, quite.
Things have moved on, I guess.
It's funny because I was speaking with them a couple of years ago when the Prophet 5 came out.
Yeah.
And we were talking about getting a review unit. And they said, we're more than happy to offer you, what do they call it, basically an artist deal. So
okay.
You can have a Prophet 5 at cost.
Yeah.
And I said, great.
Yeah, doesn't come up often.
No. So I said, that's good, because it would basically kind of meant that I could have a Prophet 10 for the cost of what I would pay retail for a Prophet 5. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I said, okay, who do I speak to over in the UK, EU, to sort that? Oh, no, we only do that from the US. So I would have to then pay all the import duties.
Oh, yeah.
And the shipping
yeah.
of a very expensive analog synthesizer from California to the UK.
Yeah.
And when I did the maths, I wasn't actually going to be saving any money than me actually going into the UK, into a UK store and buying
Basically
one.
Basically cost you more.
Yeah. So I said, oh, well, never mind.
Yeah, not happening. So go out into the world. Find somebody who voted for Brexit. You just kick them very, very, very hard in the nuts.
In the bollocks.
Yeah.
I've just recently discovered these things.
pretzel sticks with peanut filling.
Peanut butter in the middle.
That would kill Fiona. I'm not allowed anything vaguely peanutty.
Is she allergic?
Yeah, massively. As in, what do they call it? Anaphylactic shock kind of reaction. She goes, I swell up like a balloon. I go, how would we know?
And you're still living?
Yeah, I ran.
Fucking don't blame you.
I fucking ran. She goes, come here.
Wow.
Yep. You see, once you've gone there, it's...
That's why he walks funny, because his bollocks are that big.
No, I walk funny because she owns them. She keeps them in a drawer somewhere.
She walks
Under
around
lock
like
and
this, doesn't
key.
she?
Yeah.
She just rolls them in her hand as she walks around.
Yeah. Every now and then just squeezes them. You go,
Epsom voodoo.
yeah.
Sean, no, your name isn't showing as a saggy. Don't know what that means, but just what I'd ask.
Is my name shown as Saggy?
Oh, shit.
It's shown as Sean Murgatroyd. Oi, oi, oi.
But these are incredibly Moorish.
Yeah, well, they were quite violent people. Spiritus Sancti.
Oh,
Dum
God.
de dum.
I've fucking missed you lot. I really have.
Oh dear. That's what it's all about, my friend. That's what it's all about. Fiona!
Oh.
Fiona! My cup's empty. My
And it's-
cup is empty.
It's soon going to be on his head.
I'm sorry, are you chewing a wasp? What did you say?
My cup runneth over, your booze sucks to you.
Oh, right. Your cup runneth over.
Your booze
What,
sucks
with
to
love?
You do.
Hey, you.
That was dripping with sarcasm from Fiona, wasn't it?
Oh, God.
Fiona's
Professional.
always dripping
That
with sarcasm.
Oh, sissy bum. Sissy bum. Come on, baby girl. Come and get a big cuddle. You're my favourite black sheepdog. Ain't ya? You're my favourite girl.
Do you know how much I care about whether your mug is empty or full?
I don't know, have they invented a machine that can measure something that small?
I never know. I'm the size of a frog of fuck.
Really? There must be a fuckometer that can read something that small, surely. Somewhere. Yeah, somewhere. That's all right. It's all right. I can make my own coffee.
The frog.
I have to. She makes horrible coffee. She really does it. Oh. Isn't it, darling? What's that smell? Do you need a hand? I'm going to go and make a coffee now.
You might not come back.
I may be some time. The music is very, very, very apt.
You what? He'll go downstairs and she's left a fucking skateboard on him.
Yeah. Oh, I'll tell you what I did today. My God, I was so lucky. I was taking the plug out of one of the, adapter jobs, the strip plugs, right? And just the top of the plug came away. And my hands just missed all the gubbins on the inside as it went like that. Yeah, it just comes straight apart. Oh, Oh, that was lucky. That was very lucky. It was. The screw was just loose. Don't know how.
What was that for?
It was plugged into something. 80, something like that. I don't know.
So you're up to speed with labelling then?
Well, no, I don't label the plugs because
I do.
You follow the wire, you dickhead.
No.
That's all you have to
plugs.
do. No.
Label your plugs.
No,
a white paint pen.
I label the power supplies because they're all black. They all look the
label them
same,
as
and they're all
well.
fucking different.
Yeah, no.
You label
plug.
the plugs as well.
Yep.
The plug, if it's an external brick or something, you label that as well.
Anything. Anything that's going into the power strip, I label it so that I know if I'm pulling it out, what I'm pulling out.
Yeah.
It's not as easy for some of us to get on our knees. I can't.
Oh, trust me, when I stand up now, it takes a little while.
I can get down there, but it's normally like this. And then getting up, forget it.
No, the Japanese DNA in me is beginning to wear out. It really is.
If I'm going for a plug, I have to know what I'm going for long before I fucking get there.
What are you doing? Oi! You leave a wet patch when you do that. Incessant liquor. I tell you what, I might do some videoing of Saturday, taking Charlie to the groomers. I got to keep an eye on him so he doesn't help himself to the
Yeah, he did that last time, didn't he?
Yeah, he helped himself to all these beef burgers. He had about 10 quid's worth. I'm standing there with him, and he's there going, wait a minute, what's this? And he's like, he's got his head in it. About 10 quid's worth of these bloody dog shoes. You little shit. Yeah, so apparently he sings when he's being washed. If you could call it singing. Imagine Britain's Got Talent for rats. It's what he sounds like. He sounds like somebody's killing. Oh, but when they're going over him with the hairdryer thing, no, he's not a fan, mate. The
Sure he's not playing
howling.
at Geno's too?
Yeah, it might as well be. I tell you, it's also apparently he gets very, very vocal about that. He's not a fan. So I'm hoping. And they said, "Oh, you better go because he'll probably be worse if you're there." I go, "No, he doesn't give a shit whether I'm here or not. He's not that kind of a social dog. He's never been that kind of a social dog. He'll just make noise based on what you're doing to him. Whether I'm here or not won't make any difference at all. Doesn't make him worse." So, I think, but Noah's got to go and have his claws done. And, well, Nellie doesn't need her claws done. She does her own. She sits in bed at night going, picks up, but she has her own bedtime. I've never known a dog do that. We're all in the front room watching television. About 12:30, she goes up the stairs, goes to bed on her own. I've never known a dog do that.
My staffy used to sit there next to me.
Yeah.
And then when she decided it was time, she'd get off, walk to the door, turn around and just stare at me as if say, well. Yeah.
I'm
like,
tired, so...
I'm not arguing with her. So I used to go up.
So what is the UAD solution then when you go Mac? There isn't one, I suppose.
I don't think we can still get PCIe behind you.
Ow! That's not coffee.
No,
That
it's
is
not.
good.
No.
Jesus Christ on a stick!
It's hot.
That's tea.
That's kind of how he ended up.
You got all the bugs.
All right, so it's a bit more than the stick, but
Fuck. But
Yeah, 2.
did you use a kettle or a volcano? Fuck me. Thank you, darling.
Well, she used the Earth's core.
Yeah, fucking hell. It's not
Just
tea, it's
sun.
molten iron.
Made in Iceland.
Set fire to his right hand, and he says, "Thank you."
Yeah.
She used the top of a memory mode.
Yeah. Oh, man. Hello, fluffy bum. You all right? Oh, God. I don't even know if it's really even worth it. I think I only got about 3 or 4 plugins for that UAD card anyway now.
So I was sat here trying to remember what we were talking about.
Yeah, so was I.
Yeah,
and it just came back to me.
Didn't Hilton have a Thunderbolt box that you could put
think it might be
PCI
it,
cards in?
Yeah, I think that might be it.
Because you've got Thunderbolt
I don't
4
know.
on the back.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't think it's worth pursuing at this point.
It is
Unless
another point of failure, isn't it? Let's be fair.
Well,
But
I mean,
all
it's got an
UAD
RE.
stuff native now anyway, isn't it?
Yeah,
So-
but the thing is, it's got an RE201 on it, registered. It's got a Lexicon
minute.
244.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a goddamn freaking minute.
But I've got loads of them anyway. I've got loads of
Startech
people.
makes one.
Plugin Boutique have currently got a bundle
Of
of UA plugins. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me tell you what's in there.
Go on.
Let's get the thing. So the normal retail price is 1,320 something
Yeah, sounds about right.
pounds. And for that, you can have the Mini Moog, the UA Mini Moog,
Yeah.
the Lexicon 224,
Yeah.
the Studer 8600.
Uh-huh.
What's that other thing? I can't see what it is.
I think I got
But
it
basically,
up here.
it's a bundle, electronic music bundle.
New England compressor
Yeah,
and
I
all
see
that.
it.
67 quid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Polymax synth. Yeah.
The Opal morphing synth.
Mhm.
Moog,
'Cause you don't really need the
Studer
accelerator.
800. 1176 collection.
Yeah.
That's it.
The 224. Yep.
Yeah, I must admit, these websites clearly collect your data, don't they? Because my email, my junk, is now absolutely jam-packed with offers from various audio websites all of a sudden, as I've been accessing these various websites and downloading the gear again.
Yeah.
And because I haven't had a plugin boutique email for a long time, because I haven't bought anything plugin boutique for a long time. And now suddenly I've got about 8 or 9 plugin boutique emails coming.
Yeah, that one drops into my inbox this evening.
Yeah.
And I thought for 67 quid, I mean, forget Opal morphing synth. I don't really know much about it, so
Yeah.
whatever. The UA Mini Moog is supposed to be really good. And the 1176 Limiter collection, that's not bad. But then you get the Lexicon 224.
Which I'd already bought at a considerable cost, I must admit.
Yeah.
Because there's old, what's his
67
name?
quid.
Oh, what's his bloody name? Oh, Christ. Republica.
Tim
Tim.
Dorney. Yeah.
Yeah, I bought this quad from Tim because I had a Duo and he had a quad for sale. I go, yeah, I'll have that. And I plugged it in and was surprised to see that every single plug-in was all authorised on it.
Wow.
Yeah. And I go, result for my money.
Yeah.
But at some point over the next...
In fact, you could say it was ready to go.
That joke. No, that should be a bell. Or somebody's being slowly throttled with a pillow. Yeah. And I started using these. I'm going to be using these. And I used them on a lot of the stuff that I was working on at the time. Unfortunately, after about 3 years, Tim must have started using another UAD and realised that all his plugins were registered to a different card and put them back onto his card. So I fired up my UAD one morning and there's 3 plugins on it instead of 80. So, fuck. And then all this stuff suddenly didn't work in any of the stuff I was working on. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. So I've learnt my lesson. So what I did was stop using the UAD. Quite, but I must admit, the 244 is very, very good. I mean, the best I've heard yet. But
yeah, I saw that. And I thought, even. I mean, for me, the thing that I would really like out of that is the 224.
The RE201 is excellent.
Yeah, that's not in this, but I think that's on offer as well somewhere.
Yeah, but you see, there are other ones. I think there's a RE201 in the Eventide collection.
I've got the Arturia one.
Yeah, there's the Arturia one. Yeah. And 244s and 480 XLs. I got Zills. Is it Zills did the 480 XL?
No, the Relab.
Relab, thank you. Yeah, Relab. So I've got that as well. So it's not exactly like I'm hard pushed for, the odd reverb.
Arturia, I bought it. Oh, what the bloody hell.
Wasn't it all in the collection anyway?
I've got collection 2. I didn't get collection 3, but I've been sort of the LX24, which is
a
224 or 244.
The 24 would be a 40 otherwise with
but yeah,
it's the 48 and the 24.
Yeah, and that's
but the 480 and the 244. Yeah. But I must have about 700 reverbs. So I don't think I'll bother. I'll just walk away from the whole UAD thing and call it a day. There's plenty of other stuff in there. There's no point in cluttering it up even more. So, because I think that computer's going to end up going into the office now.
Oh shit.
So. Because I was going, I'll pull the RTX out of it because, the office computer doesn't need an RTX in it. And I'm going, yeah, but where the fuck am I putting it? What, in a bag somewhere? What's the point? Got a PS5 and pretty much done, mate. The idea was to reduce the stuff down, not keep it in bags in different places around the house.
When I was moving house last year, I found a box with my EMU 0404 internal card and some other bits and bobs, and I thought, can't use them.
No.
Spent so much money on that stuff.
See, because it's like I was going, there's stuff I could use in here. Like if I put up a shelving over there, I can have an E1 with an E2 HD above it. But why?
Yeah,
considering that,
give them to me. I'll take them.
Yeah, but we already have access to these thingies, already.
Well, I'm currently working on.
Do you know how heavy an E2 HD is?
I don't care. Honestly, I do not care. I want one so much. I will kill for one.
Really?
But yeah, I will kill someone for one.
All right, leave it with me then.
Being Italian is quite an easy thing for me to have sorted.
Leave it with me. I will speak to people.
Well, the thing is, as you know, I've got one kind of project. So I've got a couple of projects this year that I'm currently working on, early stages.
Yeah.
That having an E2, even if only temporarily, would be a great benefit. Now, I've already spoken to... Well, an E1, yeah, also. But actually, whilst I was working, I've been working on this project, because I've spoken to our mutual bald-headed, angry friend who lives not far from
Hell.
Mr. Longhurst. Yeah, or Hell. Yeah.
Hell.
Which is Stroud and Hell are pretty much the same thing.
He's the gatekeeper.
I didn't realise he lived down this way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He's gatekeeper, mate.
He's Where is he? He's somewhere
I
in
was going to
Gloucestershire.
say he was
isn't
around the corner from me.
He's in Oxford. Oxford,
that's it,
darling.
Oxford.
Of course he is, darling.
He won't let me borrow his, and I can absolutely fully understand the bastard. But he won't let me borrow his.
Never a lender will borrow a bee.
Exactly.
Or
No,
whatever it is.
I'm all for that.
Yeah. It's the same with money, tight bastard. But
So-
I can have words about the E2.
Okay.
I
Is that the one you took in recently?
It's one of the ones I took in recently.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
The E1 has been here for
For years.
it's fully working. It's 8 voice. It's
I know, I've
got
played
the
it.
4 voice upgrade. And I can certainly ask to see if that can be lent out because it's just sitting in a shed at the moment.
Well, the E2 is probably if I had to prioritise, the E2 would be.
Yeah,
priority.
absolutely. No, absolutely.
For a couple of things that I'm thinking about this, or going to do this year. However, whilst I was, and I've got to be careful what I say.
It's not like you.
So, whilst working on this, because I was doing a bit of research and I came across a really good piece on the internet that one of our PSN moderators wrote. A really, really good piece of investigative synth nerdery. And I thought, 1985. What happened in 1985?
I got laid.
Yeah, for the first time.
Yeah.
And no,
Late star.
so 1985, a certain piece of music was released in, well, obviously lots of pieces of music, but a very important piece of music for me personally, but also one that seems to have survived the decades and is still kind of known as an absolute classic. And I thought, instead of doing, because I don't want to get in this rut of every year Rob does a seminar on what's 40 years old.
Okay.
Because that just kind of gets a bit boring. So, I did the Fairlight, I've done the DX7. This year is likely to be something EMU related.
Right.
Next year is... Sorry? Rod Hull. Yeah. So, I'm going to recreate the roof of his house and his broken television aerial and then him going up, going, and falling off. But instead of doing a piece of gear, do a piece of music.
Okay.
And this piece of music...
Wasn't that one, was it?
It wasn't that one. It wasn't that one.
I owe you.
Yeah, no, that was early. That was 83.
Was it 83?
I know.
Fuck it. Oh, no, because it's E1, isn't it?
So, 40 years next year.
Yeah.
It's 40th anniversary of a particular song that heavily relies on an emulator too. And so I thought, wouldn't it be fun, instead of celebrating an instrument, celebrating a song
instead,
and then using the OG equipment to recreate that on stage.
Hey, yes.
So that's kind of where, and I can't sort of say what it is, but let's just say Emulator 2. I know Matt's thinking, what did Depeche Mode do in 1985?
No, I was just going, good God, do you mean to tell me Shut Up Your Face is 40 years old?
That's more than 40, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot more than 40, mate.
That was 81, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It kept Vienna off the top spot.
Oh, yes, but back in the day, that's when the charts were truly diverse.
Yes.
That a song like that could keep Vienna from number one.
But do you know, of all the people, so here's a song written and sung by an American guy. He wasn't even Italian. And he's singing a song that is basically taking the piss out of the way Italians speak. And my dad fucking loved it. He went out and bought it.
He's being represented.
Yeah.
It's being represented.
Jesus,
People
yeah.
back then, people didn't look too hard.
No.
Did they?
Can't be People Are People because that was 1984.
That's right. What did they didn't actually... No, thinking about it, they didn't do anything in '85 because that's when the singles album came out.
That's right, 81, 85.
That's it. Black Celebration came a year later.
86, that was on Black Celebration, yeah. Because
Yeah,
Masters was 1987, wasn't it?
That's right. So '85 was kind of like their year off. Because it was between Some Great Reward, which was '84, and Black Celebration, which was '86.
I could do, yeah.
Black Celebration is
It's
still...
not by the Art and Noise, is it?
Nope.
Is it Tears for Fears?
Oh, Depeche Mode.
He's going quiet now because he's like, fuck it, if somebody says it, I'm just not going to give it away. And this bugger's got a poker face like you wouldn't believe, so no.
Yeah. Just hasn't got Lady Gaga's assets.
I mean, my first thought was
How,
Ice
how,
House.
how'd you
but then I
piss off
thought I
Lady
would-
Gaga?
Yeah.
Poker face.
Pardon?
How'd you piss off Lady Gaga? Poker face. Yeah.
Did you ever see that bit of video footage where she was going into some venue or something, and a woman standing in the crowd watching her go in shouted out at her
Oh, no.
that you're going to hell?
No, that wasn't. That's somebody filming her filming the Joker sequel. And then because she goes up to her and kisses her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Says, you're going
no,
to hell
that's-
with me now.
She is in the second Joker film, Folie à Deux,
Oh yeah.
and she plays it's a crazy woman. God,
Harlequin.
Harley Quinn. She plays
Really?
Harley Quinn in the second Joker movie. And yeah, so somebody's filming from a distance. Obviously, you know, they've got a crowd scene, and somebody shouts out, "Yeah, you're going to hell." And Lady Gaga just walks up to her. Obviously, yeah, the character that she's playing. And
Oh,
kisses
so
her
I've
full
fallen
nose.
for one of these
You've fallen.
duped videos.
Exactly. People were sharing around like, yeah, that's actually happened to.
And it makes a lot more sense.
but it was somebody filming them filming the film. So
Yeah, I must admit, I'm getting sick and tired of this duping stuff.
Do you know what? I open up Twitter in the mornings, which I really shouldn't do. And the first thing that it presents to me in my feed, and in actual fact, the last few days, I open up Twitter and the first thing it shows to me is a post of a Taylor Swift, and it can be a different clip of Taylor Swift on stage performing live, and the tweet says, "Do you notice something in this video?" sort of thing. And it's supposed to get you to click on it and look at it, and it's just like relentless. And I'm like, I don't like or dislike Taylor Swift. I'm pretty nonplussed about her, but it's just like, fucking hell, it's just relentless bullshit. And every now and again I come across a bit of information that I find a little bit interesting, and then it's bullshit.
You have to
bullshit.
question everything now.
Yeah, I just don't believe anything I see on anything like that at all.
No.
In fact, the only reason I keep Twitter is simply because it's useful if I need to get information out. But I never take any information in from it.
Yes.
Horrible things. But yeah, I remember when I saw that clip for the first time.
Yeah.
And I didn't read the context or anything like that. I just saw somebody calling Lady Gaga something and then saying she's going to go to hell, and then she goes up to. And I think, well, that's the sort of thing that Lady Gaga would probably do, or would she? And then,
Yes, but it was done in a way where it was
it was made to look
quite
like it was.
quite cleverly done to make it
yeah.
look. But there again, I've seen they did like driving fails, and they showed people doing different crashes and stuff, and and accidents and stuff. Then they showed one of this guy coming around a corner really fast in Holland, running off the road and into the canal.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, I recognise that, but from a different angle. And I think it was a Ryan Reynolds film,
Oh right.
the Hitman one. Did the
Oh.
Hitman- Not the hitman one. He's an art thief. Old, oh Christ, what was his name? Matey boy chasing him. The Rock.
Oh.
Chasing him around Holland in this film. He drives makes one of these cars crash into the canal.
Oh, right.
But it was taken from the other side of the canal up in a high vantage point. And of course it's been mixed in with these driving fails. You know.
Yeah. It's bunk, isn't it? Talking of Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
The teaser for Deadpool and Wolverine looks fucking amazing.
I still haven't seen it yet.
You've still not seen Deadpool?
No, 3.
Oh no,
trailer.
Nobody has. Oh, the trailer.
No,
yeah,
the trailer. I haven't seen the trailer yet. No,
that's on YouTube.
I haven't got. Yes, I've seen. Have I seen Deadpool? I think I know the entire script.
Exactly. Yeah, I thought that's right up your street.
Because I used to watch that on YouTube when he was trying to get it going. Remember where he leaked it? I remember that coming up a long time ago. They got to make this film.
Yeah. No, 3 looks really
and it
good.
did. But he had to do that to get it made.
Yeah. It seems to be.
Do you think movie executives are fucking morons or something?
Well, there are. It happens a lot now. I mean, there's recently Paulie Shaw just did like a 10-minute, like a scene, just a single scene, because Paulie Shaw has been trying for ages, to do a movie about Richard Simmons, the American, very camp American fitness instructor type guy.
Yeah.
And apparently, Simmons is not happy, doesn't want anything to do with it. But Paulie Shaw is, if he was born to play a part, it's that part.
Yeah.
And so he off his own back and out of his own pocket, he created a 10-minute scene, and it's brilliant. And he's done that, and that the only reason he's done that is to get a massive public backing, so that he can go to the movie bosses and say, millions of people have watched this and like this. This is, if we can pull off a film of this quality to get that, we've got a deal. And somebody did it a couple of years ago with Robin Williams.
Yeah.
I forget the name of the actor now. He's not a very well-known actor, but he can do an amazing Robin Williams. And he did like a 10-minute scene, and he's in his dressing room, and he's getting ready to go out onto the set of Mork and Mindy. So it's kind of early Robin Williams.
Right.
And he's got him down to I think even Robin Williams' kids saw it and said it was just too damn real.
Well, maybe they're actually following the Ryan Reynolds model.
It has to be,
essentially.
Yeah.
They've seen it. It's he got it to work.
Yeah.
And considering he was doing this and after Green Lantern.
Yeah.
See, I like that.
Right.
I thought it was all right. It doesn't deserve half the shit it gets.
It wasn't great.
But like it's like the Genos 2 doesn't. But
no, it does.
You've got to have something to have a go.
There are levels, yeah.
Yeah, you've got to have something. Like what I put on Facebook today about this guy who's got a EMS polysynthesis.
Of the toy.
And he said he goes, I didn't really like it, so I'm going to sell it. I told him why. As nicely as possible, of course. I think the word turd was mentioned at least once. So, but it is a horrible sense. There's no two ways about it. Guy going on about how he bought it of Peter Sinopia himself, but although he didn't say much about the machine, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
If you do a shit in your hanky, keep it to yourself. That's the best thing to do.
What did they call it? Was it one of the car park ones? They used to sell them off on a Friday afternoon.
Oh yeah, the Putneys. They used to sell the Putneys in the car park. Yeah, they called them. Yeah, lunchtime model.
Yeah.
And he used to give them lunchtime serial numbers. So even now, Robin can tell you whether it's a lunchtime one or not.
Oh, right.
Get the feeling they didn't pay him very much for building the machines.
No.
So they're mostly built by women.
Yeah.
Really beautiful built machines, though. Those VCS3s. Deliciously built. Same with the 100, but I don't know what the hell happened when it come to the polysensing.
Guess who I bought tickets to go and see later this year?
Psychiatrist.
Yeah.
No.
No. Crash Test Dummies.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm.
30th anniversary of God Shuffled His Feet.
Good God. There was a man who... Well, I'll be buggered. He's Canadian, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey?
Yeah. Don't hold that against me.
They're Canadian, eh?
But there's still but one person. The rest of the rest of the band are it's still the original band.
Wow.
Can I just ask a question? Is that your fucking monitor behind you, Ken?
What, the Angel of the North?
Angel of, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Let's get the whole view. There you go.
I've
There.
never-
Oh,
That's insane.
welcome.
Fucking hell.
Well, mate, it's small. Or is it far away?
Bloody
Yeah.
hell.
We see I can have the thing on and have a window over there and a window over... It's like having 3 monitors without having to have 3 monitors. It's brilliant.
I've never seen anything like it.
And if you fire up Cubase...
Makes
and
mine look positively small.
Well, you fire up Cubase...
That's what they all say.
Right? Fire up Cubase and you go full screen. It takes an hour for the line to get across the screen.
Fuck.
You get the whole track on there. Oh, man.
Probably get the whole mixer on there too.
Yep. Yeah, actually, with the mix as well, yeah. Get the mixer down there.
I'll tell you, that's one thing I noticed about this monitor was when I was editing the last podcast.
Yeah.
I was hardly having to scroll left or right at all because I could get like the whole like hour and a half on there and still see enough detail for me to sort of dive in and do the edits.
It's like I think I've just about got the discipline of this sorted out now.
Oh, the trackpad, yeah.
Yeah. It was a bit of a kerfuffle to start with. You know. I got there.
See, I have mine set up so that to scroll down,
Yeah.
I drag downwards, whereas the
default is you drag
default is
down with
up.
your fingers and it goes up.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I reversed that.
I reversed, yeah. But
Yeah.
once I did that, I was just like, and all the gesture stuff, you know, the 4 fingers and the 3 fingers and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Got to keep them match fit in there.
Yeah, 5-finger death punch.
Oi, oi, oi.
But I never used to use Launcher, or whatever they call it, Launchpad.
Yeah.
But I tried it and did it a few times. And I thought, oh, actually, no, that really works. And it's just one of those things. And swiping 3-finger up shows all your desktops, and then you can just move your things around. The first thing I do in the morning is I fire everything up and launch all my apps, and then just go 3-finger up, pop everything into its right desktop, and I'm set up for the day.
Well, I have to use Launchpad because I've got so much shit in my dock now that it's just like I can't put
I
any
still
more
have
in
a
because
large
it'll get
dock,
too small. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? It's just
Well, again, that's the thing about having one of these ultra wides is that your dock,
Yeah.
you can still have a lot of things in there, and it's still not too small. So.
Yeah. I still keep mine pretty trim, though. Just the essentials that I need to go for.
how many have I got in here?
But then, you see, on the other hand, on the PC, I had folders on the desktop containing lots of other shortcuts that were on the desktop.
Right.
And then there'll be that folder will be inside another folder with another 200 little shortcuts that were on the desktop at one point. And it's just, so you've got this one folder and it's got about 90 gig of fucking shortcuts in it, you know. It's fucking ridiculous.
I've just had a count up. I've got 40 items in my dock.
Jesus. Even I think that's a bit much.
And that's on a 13-inch screen.
Fucking
Next door, I've got more, which is a 27-inch scrn.
Yeah, but it's the same dock.
I keep everything on the
It
Mac.
just goes round into the next room.
On my MacBook, I keep everything down to a minimum.
Cubase. Oh, there it is.
And scrolling for 3 weeks to open an app. Yeah.
Well, while I've been putting this all together and stuff like that, I've got the activity monitor, the disk doctor, the finder, and the bits that I was using to just make sure everything was still doing what it was supposed to do. And then I'll move them out of the way and put other stuff in there now that it's kind of seems to be together now. So far.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, laddie. Hey.
Yep.
So, but I need to get myself a proper, suitable USB hub.
And Wagyu has got a really nice USB hub, apparently. I remember him putting something up about it in PSN a while back.
Yeah, because the thing is, I got this USB hub. It was not a massive one. It's just a little one, nothing major, and it was all done in the Mac colours. You know, it's all aluminium and all the rest of it. And anything you plug into it of a critical nature, i.e., the Focusrite, the camera, computer can't find it. So, and as you know, it's limited on the amount of USBs on the back.
I can recommend.
I've got that to do it instead.
What's it called? Yeah, this one. So I've got a Sabrent, I think it is.
This puppy.
Oh, gee, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a 16 port Sabrent, and each port has its own switch.
Yeah.
So you can turn the port on or off. So, you know, for example, I've got one of these Widdy Bud Pros. Now, if I leave that turned on all the time, as soon as I turn something on, it automatically pairs. So I don't want that, so I can just click the button and turn it off.
Yeah.
But I've got all my external drives. So that's 5. Got the 4K cam link, keyboard, a few other bits in there, and it's never once failed or given me any grief whatsoever. So, and that was about 60-70 quid from Amazon.
I've got a 7-port USB hub, which goes into the Mac and everything. And that 7-port USB takes all the MIDI from the hardware, and everything else is piped straight into the Mac and the base.
Yeah, Wagyu just said he's got 3 iTech 16 ports, and I think I remember him saying.
Yeah.
And when I looked on Amazon, the iTech and the Sabrent were basically identical. They were the same thing, just with different brand names. So I think that's the one I got was pretty much the same.
I mean, this puppy, it does all your MIDI processing. Because what was that unit 1,000 years ago? Used to do MIDI, multi-port MIDI processor. It was white.
Oh,
it was a white rack mount jobby.
I've got a Aclo something or other.
Got a Jail Cooper.
Yeah, something like that.
MSP Plus. There's that. There was the Psychologic setup.
Yeah.
Gosh.
See, the beauty about this thing was you can whack all the MIDIs in, and then the tracks show up in Cubase, so you can assign a track to any synth you want. But it's also got this 10-way USB hub on it, plus the RTP MIDI.
Yeah.
Which is basically Ethernet, isn't it? For want of a better word. So this little thing, he's been a little godsend.
What is it?
It's
it's a
Mio XL.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
MIDI processor essentially.
So I've got
USB.
One of those ESI.
Yeah, they're meant to be really good.
Yeah.
the one I've got is the 16 port one, which every port is auto sensing, so you don't have to put ins to ins and outs to outs. You just plug it in.
Magic MIDI man. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just plug in. So it's got USB 3 connecting to the computer, and then you've got 3. I think it's only a small USB hub.
Yeah.
And then you've got 16 MIDI ports, and it doesn't matter what you plug in, whether it's an in or an out, it'll auto sense whatever it is and sort it. And then you've got different modes, so you can use it as like a 1 in 15 out, like a through box. So you just choose the mode, and it's solid as a rock. It really is. I don't make as much use of it as I ought to.
Well, I'll tell you what, I thought I'd never say this, but thank God for that.
What's that, your iLock?
Yeah, because it had a list of all these libraries I'd forgotten I owned.
Mm-hmm.
I went, what website do I need to go to? Oh, I better go there now and see if they have a download manager.
Now, ESI do some really good stuff. I was actually looking at their they do a little audio interface that it's literally you can fit in your pocket, but it delivers 7.1. So if you're looking to do Atmos stuff, is it 7.1 point? Does it do the 4? But it's specifically designed for just like quick multi-channel stuff. It's and it's orange, and that's the best colour in the world. So there you go.
I was hoping
I'd like to get my hands on that guy. I'd like to try that. Conductive Labs.
Oh, yeah, that looks a bit in depth.
So what I've also got, I've got 4, because every time I see one, they're generally going for next to nothing, so I just buy it. Is the Yamaha UX256. So it's 256 MIDI channels over one USB connection. So you've got 6 pairs of MIDI ins and outs. So 3 on one side, 3 on the other. Then you've got 2 TG connectors. So those are only useful if you're running sort of like 90s gear that had the TG serial connector.
Yeah.
But I've got a CS6X. I've got a Roland SC88. I used to have the CS1X. So they've all got that TG port, and those single TG port gives you, what is it? What's 16? It's 96. It gives you a ridiculous amount. Basically, it's a ridiculous amount of, on one single port you can have it's like having 16 MIDI connections on one. Yeah,
16
it's insane. So,
times 16 channels.
Yeah, it's so you basically
256.
256 channels across. Basically, you can have eight devices hanging off that, 6 regular MIDI devices and 2 TGs. Yeah. And I've got 4 of those, and each one just is a single USB 2 connection. And again, absolutely solid as a rock.
They're like 125, 120 used US.
I will only ever buy one if they're less than 100 quid. And I generally tend to find them sort of 50, 60 quid. Sometimes I found one, the last one on eBay was 25. I thought, I'll just have it because I will use it. And all you've got to do is just get a super long, decent USB MIDI extension cable so you can have it over the other side of the room and then just...
Yeah,
I'm going to put one on here, actually.
I did that with one that I had, this was 5 years ago. I was living with a friend of mine, but they let me set all my stuff up in one of the spots in our house. So my computer set up over on this wall, all my synths over on this wall, and I had a MIDI Plus 4x4 interface over there, and I just bought this big 30-foot, USB 2 cable. But yeah, really handy to have. I still have those cables.
I always find that the Amazon Basics ones are really good.
I've got a MIDI Plus 8x8. Definitely does the job.
Funny enough, I was using a Amazon
Basic
on
USB 3
to run those USBs into the back of the computer. Just won't see them, and it won't charge an iPad either. The bastard.
No, I bought.
Powered, by the way.
Yeah, I bought 4 USB A to USB A
Yeah.
extensions. So male, female, and then I bought USB B to USB A.
Yeah.
And so I've run, like, I've got a couple of MIDI interfaces over there that connect through a 10 foot, 10 meter.
10 metre would be 30 foot, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's hang on.
I'm glad I found this today. So
16 foot. Sorry, yeah. These Amazon Basics ones.
Oh yeah, I know the puppies. Yeah.
And do you know? I mean, they're really well. They're solid. They're not cheap feeling or anything.
No, I got some of them. They're nice.
Yeah, they work.
Yeah, they are really,
well.
really well built.
And cheap. Affordable.
Affordable. Yeah.
I've got one here. Pretty sure it was an Amazon, but 7-port, on-off, powered, but on the front, you have a dedicated charge port.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I go and get my 32-way with individual switching. Bloody thing.
That's one. This
I tell you what, it worked really well on the PC. I don't know about whether it worked well with Mac or not.
It's funny, isn't it? USB was designed to daisy chain.
Yeah.
At the outset, I remember when I was working at Gateway Computers and they were talking about USB.
Yeah.
Said, you can daisy chain up to 127 devices on a single USB connection.
Oh,
Yeah, you'd think, wouldn't you?
Imagine how many inputs that would be for a bunch of 8-channel audio interfaces.
Oh yeah.
Well,
But that was one of the things with FireWire was you could do that.
Yeah.
what I always thought was weird, and I didn't notice it until I got this 32-way jobby, but there were some sockets you just could not plug a particular USB cable or device into. You had to plug into a different one. It just wouldn't detect if it was in a particular socket, depending on what was plugged in the other sockets. It's really weird. Well, surely they all end up going down the same cable. It must be something to do with the way they were processed.
I had trouble a few years ago when I tried to. I bought a cable, and it was only USB 2 rated, and I got it connected to a USB 3 hub, and I wondered why everything was sticky and slow, and things weren't connecting or popping out of connection, and it was just simply that I'd got the wrong cable. I just bought the wrong cable.
Yeah.
And as soon as I bought a USB 3 cable, a decent one, and plugged it in, it was just like, my God, everything's, all the drives are transferring data like really super quickly, So as soon as you put a device in the chain that's not like everything else in the chain, it's like weak spot, and that's it. It all drops out.
It's like, I'm still not quite sure what was causing that Ethernet weirdness. Still now. Still using the same cable coming up through the floor that looked like was causing the problem, but it isn't.
Disconnect and reconnect. You've done that with many times with
I've
sync.
done it 1,000 times over and it didn't change anything. I run the speed test on it, it's going 30 megasecond. No, mate, it's 380. No, it's 30. That's why it took, what did I say, 3 days to download Hans Zimmer strings. And then it failed.
Just needed to go clear itself and it was good.
Go to the drive right after it's finished and the file was greyed out, couldn't access it. So I took it down. But when I took it downstairs and go, right, download Hans Zimmer strings, please. 2 hours 20. Fuckers. 3 days I was sitting there waiting for that to come down.
Matt, did you attempt to move your Spitfires?
I haven't tried it yet.
No.
No.
If you moved them, just hit relocate. That's all.
Yeah.
Do not, whatever you do, because sometimes they say, oh, repair. No, no, please do not repair. It's relocate, and it's like done.
Yeah. Yeah. Rob sent me a video on how to do it today.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas the downloading of the BBC Symphony Orchestra off of that drive, oh, fuck me. You follow the instructions, and then it sits there, and I'm not kidding you, it sits there for about 35 minutes going, waiting to copy. And you go, okay. And then it goes, cannot perform this function. You go, why? And you have a closer look, and you go, no, I don't want you to write back to the fucking drive I'm trying to get the data off. The other drive. But it goes, no, select your download location and select your install location. It's two different things.
Yeah.
But is it?
But so
Yes.
if you've got
On
the
the Mac
BBC
it is, yeah.
SO,
On the Mac it is, yeah.
if you've got the BBC SO on the SSD,
Yeah.
you can't just install the plugin then run the libraries off of the SSD. You've got to install.
You can, but they say don't.
Oh.
Keep that, just like, you put the data on.
That's just
and then
like
put that
basically having
drive,
downloaded it and
yeah, and put that drive back in the felt box, fold it up and put it away.
It's like the Native Instruments bundles I got on Drive. Just install them off the drive and don't touch the fucking drive.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, that's what they recommend anyway. And
Yeah.
because was it day before yesterday? I can't remember when it was now, but I said, "Oh, I'm just putting BBC on." He goes, "You're not going to run it from the drive, are you?" I went, "No, I was going to put it onto the actual external drive on this, and then put the thing away." Good. Make sure you do that. Yes, I will. I will, sir.
Also, because I'm not even convinced they give you a great drive with it. They're cutting corners when they send you the stuff, so I wouldn't use that drive too much anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, the drive is technically locked off anyway, isn't it? It's, if you look at it in...
Not the one I got, but I mean they can
okay.
set that way, but you could unlock it if you wanted to. Sure.
Yeah, but I mean, for the layperson, it just comes up as red. It will, inaccessible.
Read only, yeah.
Minimize the support calls, yeah.
So, but yeah, it was just somebody. Oh, mate, I don't know what it was, because it was more than just the Ethernet that was causing this problem. Because it would download, say, a 2 gig file, and it goes unzipping, and then it'd take like 3 hours to unzip it. And you go, that's not right.
That's
There's
just not
something wrong.
Something was wrong.
All I did was take it back down, take it downstairs, and set it up down there, and it was like, off it went. So, it's working down here. I'll leave it down here and download the other, 12 terabyte. All night, left it on all night and everything. Just click on everything and go, see you in the morning. It's still worry clunking away the next morning. I had to put that tape over the
Very 1998.
the LED light, though. Because Fiona goes, she goes, no, I'm going to be working on my pinball machine. She goes, and I don't want that light flashing at me. Put lots of tape over it. There you go. It won't affect you. You want to see this pinball machine, though, mate? Fucking hell! Really, really coming along. Because she's also
Replica
painting
of
it.
some pinball machine, or is it some original?
No. It's one of the these. What do they get? They have a name that eludes me, but they're made from tiny pieces of wood that's been sort of like pre-laser cut, and then you assemble it all. But we're talking about things you have to pick up with bloody tweezers and stuff like that.
How
But
big
she's
is
also
the final unit? Is it like
yeah,
a
but she's
small
also
scale?
painting the whole thing as well. She's doing all these intricate patterns and stuff, and filling in the with the little characters and stuff on the back display and everything.
But is it tabletop pinball or a real stand-up pinball thing?
No, it's sort of like a model of a pinball, but it works.
Oh,
If it's
right,
a working
right.
model.
Scale
And
model.
I'd say it's about 2 foot deep, something like that. It stands up on legs. It's done. It's just so fucking elaborate. I'm surprised. She just loves jumping in and doing this kind of stuff.
How good is the graphic backdrop on it? Is it pretty cool?
Well, she's making it even better because she's painting her own scenes and things onto it and stuff.
I see. Okay.
She's really going to town with it. So she only looks at the instruction manual briefly, and then goes.
Because
And
often
does
that's the best thing about pinball is the sound effects and the graphics, the painted graphics.
Yeah. Whereas this, because it's completely wood, all made from wood. but it's looking really good. It looks very sort of like Victorian.
Oh,
Excuse me.
steampunk pinball.
Yeah, well, she's into steampunk anyway, mate. Hugely.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, if she could drive her smart car with bloody goggles on and a leather hat, she'd be off, mate, I tell you.
There are tons of people here who love steampunk. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she's got the dresses and all that sort of stuff anyway.
The guys here go to Maker Faire with like the hat with the gears moving on it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Clockwork, it's the way forward.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah, but she's always been a bit kind of a fan of that. But she's also been extremely goth at several different points in her life as well.
Wow, what a combo. Goth, steampunk.
Yeah. Just as long as it isn't ordinary.
Yeah.
That seems to be her mantra. As long as it's not ordinary, it's fine.
You can have safety pins through your nose with little gears on them. You know, like...
Yeah, clockwork safety pins. Nice.
That's funny.
Right, I'm going to go and grab myself a fag and I'll be back in a sec.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, it's... part of cutting down on smoking. Don't bring the tobacco up with you.
Yeah, it works to a point, I suppose.
Well, it's working relatively well so far.
Well, you getting the exercise going up and down the stairs, isn't you?
Well, I've had 2 in the time I would have had 6. So.
That's true.
'Cause it's too easy to
just keep going, right?
Yeah, well, the thing is, when you're doing the pubs and stuff like that, it's too easy to just reach down and roll another one without even thinking about it.
Yeah.
Just having a fag, even though you don't technically want one.
That's the worst thing about this is it's always in my fucking hand.
Yeah, well, you know, like I said, the one I was using, it just made me cough a lot. I changed the thingy, and it still made me cough, and I went, oh, do you know what? Forget it, leave it. So, right, let's go and get a fag, and I'll be back in a sec.
All right, buddy.
Righty.
Take your cups with me as well.
So, Justin, how often are you changing the backdrop there? I noticed it moved several times.
Where's Noah?
Oh, back here?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you noticed.
I noticed.
Whenever I feel like.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Yeah.
whenever I feel like it.
Which one is that one? I can't quite place it.
Oh,
So
Ice
small on the
House.
screen. Oh, okay, right.
Measure for measure.
Is that the
Sometimes I just like to put
birds
random
fly and
stuff
all that
up here.
stuff?
Excuse me?
The one with birds fly on it?
Let's see. Nope. Let's see, I got a couple more. Let's see what else I got. I got that one. Let's see. I don't think I have it.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the album that one's on.
Yeah, I've got 3 of them. I know I don't have their whole discography, but what else? You know what? I think I know I had Peter Gabriel out, but I think I'm gonna pull out. I got it. Let's pull that one out. There we go. Nice promo of. There we go. Nice promo of "Stay on These Roads." I haven't listened to that album in a long time.
Is that your whole collection on that shelf, or do you have a few of them?
Oh, if I go to my wide cam, I'll show you. So here's the wide cam. So all 5 of these are rock, pop, R&B, and the like. In the stereo rack down here is jazz. I want to say H through Z or something like that. If I bring the camera over, the crate's got the crate on the top's got classical, and then various artists, soundtracks, 12-inch singles, and then this cabinet has 7-inch singles, and then jazz A through I think H or whatever it is. So there's at least 1,000.
That's a cute little collection.
Yeah.
Do you want to see mine?
How long has it taken me? Like 25 years to get all this stuff.
Justin, you've never seen Robbie's collection, have you?
I have not. I mean, I've seen him pull like some stuff out,
Oh.
to show us, but
Well, it's a whole room, isn't it?
It used to be, and now it's
yeah.
had to be put into the front room. Hang on a second. Let's see if I can do that. I've only got 6% battery on here.
Uh-oh.
Right.
But I'll show you. I showed you I think once here I showed you the half-speed mastered of Toto 4 that I have. But if I was going to pick a prized thing,
How do I? There you go. No.
if I was going to pick one thing that I was happy to have, it'd be 40 Tours Around the Sun. Let's see. There we go. On orange.
Right.
Yeah,
There you
Justin.
Yeah.
Now, Justin, he's going to show you some of it.
Oh, here we go. Is this a triple? Yeah, this is a triple vinyl. Nice shot of David.
Alexa, lights on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Justin.
Oh, nice. I need to get one of those shelves.
Yeah, there's more.
Oh, nice. There we go. Box sets. Oh, more stuff there. Nice.
Fucking hell.
Oh, wow.
Oh, is that another one in the corner?
There you go.
Love it.
Very cool.
There's like
Oh, very
Blu-rays.
Nice.
These have just been thrown in at the moment. I need to buy some more shelves.
Yeah.
Yeah, and things like that's about £2,000 worth of Genesis right there.
Jesus.
Those boxes sell for about 500 each.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
But yeah, hang on.
That's a labour of love, isn't it? That is.
Oh,
That is
yeah.
a labour of love, that.
I need to get some shelves like that because I'd like to get my jazz stuff like out of these cabinets.
I mean, so
Yeah.
it's like every single Iron Maiden album. The boxes there. Howard Jones boxes. You'll appreciate this one, Matt. Ooh.
Sounds of the Universe.
No. We'll get to that.
Oh, very cool. Oh, geez.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, very nice.
And that's the entire album on 12-inch singles.
Oh, very cool.
There you go. Be careful with this one.
Yeah, Luke's got my one of those.
Yeah.
I had a massive collection of 12-inch remixes of Mode, and
Yeah.
Luke started buying vinyl. It was like, well, at the time I didn't have anything to play vinyl on, so I gave it all to him. So he's now custodian of all my Mode memorabilia.
Nice. That's a cool shot of Steve.
101.
Yeah.
Blu-ray box.
Nice. Ooh.
Nice.
How about this? Look, the original VHS.
Ooh.
Very good. I've got the Blu-ray as well. What else we got up here? A load of prints.
Yeah.
Stephen Wilson. Beach Boys, Beastie Boys, Gabriel. Where's that? Oh, the Bowie stuff takes up like all of that.
Yeah.
All of the box sets. Lots of Kate Bush.
Where's your switched on classics?
Yeah. There you go, Matt. Must recognise. I wonder if can I turn my.
Trying to see what it is.
Try to see if I can turn my light on. Don't know if I can. All right, hang on, because you'll appreciate some of these. So, starting from the very beginning, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning.
In the very beginning.
New Life, yeah.
New Life. These are all OGs. These are not represses.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just can't get enough.
Yeah.
Break frame.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's become a classic fucking album now, isn't he? Because he died a couple of weeks ago, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Meaning of Love, yeah. Yeah, all of those I had, OGs.
Leaving Silence.
Yeah.
Loving Itself.
Yeah.
Master Servant.
I had about 3 different versions of that.
Question of Time.
Oh, behind the wheel. I had a white label DJ mix. There was about only 1,500 of those. Which Luke's got. Yeah, as well. Enjoy the Silence.
Enjoy the Silence.
Yeah.
Personal
Jesus.
Jesus. That one is.
Oh, the remixes.
81 to 11, yeah. And then I've got the first 5 12-inch box sets.
Yeah, Luke's got all those.
This one you might enjoy. This.
Oh, Policy of Truth.
No,
or is it? No, it's Walking in My Shoes. Yeah, is that the one? Yeah, which version? No, because I had 2 or 3 of those.
It's the
Is it got the anadynamic mix on it?
There's something about this one that's different. I can't remember what it is now. It cost me a bit.
Yeah.
Is it different coloured vinyl or something? Or it's just
yeah.
No, maybe it's not that one. I don't know. And then the more modern stuff.
Spirit. Yeah.
Revolution. Go backwards. Cover Me. And of course the latest one.
Yay. Before We Drown.
I've not gone in for any of those new ones. They've there's white labels they've been releasing. So they just seem like too much money for what you get.
They've gone a bit silly with the money, haven't they?
They have. What else is of interest? Can't get the bloody thing.
Original press.
You can't really.
Nice.
That is worth a lot of money nowadays.
What one is it?
Into the Pleasure Dome.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, that's pretty.
Inside the Pleasure Dome, sorry. So, it comes with all the ephemera, posters, prints, the cover artwork.
Oh, nice.
And then
Let me just open this up.
Do you still have all the Frankie Say shirts?
Oh, what?
Mr. Horn himself.
Hey.
And you watch, when Robbie passes away, Jackie will sell it for what he told her he paid for it.
Exactly.
So you get the
Remember all Frankie
album.
clothing that used to be everywhere?
I've still got one of the T-shirts. Yeah. These are all 10-inch singles. There's a big
Fucking hell.
artwork book. There's a relaxed cassette. There's even. That's from the Welcome to the Pleasure Dome video.
Bit of celluloid, nice.
Yeah, can't really see much in that.
Is that the edited video or the real hardcore video?
It's just from the Welcome to the Pleasure Dome video, so there was only.
Because there was a I guess an American release of it that was edited. They took a lot of the risque stuff out of it.
So yeah.
I think they left that intact here, didn't they?
No, I think we had an edited version went out on Top of the Pops, didn't
Oh,
we?
if it was going out on BBC, yeah.
But yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
I gotta see. I gotta look up the price of this, but Joe Satriani, Always With Me, Always With You. And this is a clear vinyl.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
How about a JD990 that used on the Satriani album?
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they claimed. I wasn't there. But
Yeah, do they got serial numbers that'll match that up? Probably not.
I don't care about that much.
Yeah, I showed you. Where is it? Showed you the
I'm not a super
original
fan of
pressing
much,
of the
so.
game. So this is the later issues was just like a flat gray cover, but and then let's see, Hot Space, but this is a white label promo. And I pulled all my Toto stuff.
Oh, hang on. I've got something that you'll like.
There's
Justin?
original pressing. Yep.
Hang on.
Debut.
So here's another one for Matt.
Strange or Strange 2? Strange.
Both.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, I've only got those on video.
The Blu-rays came out the other week. Here's another Frankie thing for you. Look.
Oh, that's cool.
The video game.
Wow.
And I've got one that's sealed and one that's not.
Ooh, nice.
But here's one for Justin.
Oh. What do we got? Oh.
That's the
Very
Japanese
nice.
Toto 4 Super Audio CD.
Oh, nice.
And it's got like loads of gumph in there. It's
Yeah.
that's a lovely thing, that one.
Is that a Frankie game for the Spectrum, or what was that for?
Commodore 64.
64.
Christ, that's going back some.
Yeah, it is.
That's spectacular.
Debut
Oh,
album.
look at that.
Picture disc.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I love
What
the
is it?
artwork. Toto debut picture disc.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it true that picture
trying to
discs
think
and
what-
colored vinyl aren't as durable? Is that I heard that. Is
They
that
just don't. Yeah.
The audio quality's not great.
Yeah. Although I've got
that
some.
too. Wow.
I've got some Michael Jackson picture disc like reissues that Walmart had put out. Those actually don't sound that bad. There's Hydra. A couple copies of that.
Because my
Oh,
blue
there's coffee in the
Synclavier
kitchen.
demo disc is really good, actually. Sounds great.
Yeah. Let's see.
Coloured vinyl's not so bad. Picture discs are the worst.
The worst.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Got the Live in Tokyo 80. This is the Record Store Day reissue. On, let's see. Oh, there we go. On red vinyl.
There you go, Justin.
Yep. Oh, nice. Picture disc?
No, just regular.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Have
But
you
then-
Rob, have you catalogued all this?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
It's the Africa picture disc.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
And then, Record Store Day Live in Tokyo.
Yeah, that's what I got. Is that the
Yep.
red vinyl? Yep.
Yeah, it is,
Yeah, that's what I got.
So individual album and box set, what are the most expensive ones you have?
Hang on a minute, I'll tell you. Alexa, lights off.
Love it.
My-
The passion for this stuff. You know, it's very much keeping a flame for the
Yeah.
vinyl thing, isn't it?
Third album. Couple copies of the third
Thank you,
album.
Rob.
One's a promo.
Thank you. It's always nice
And
to.
here we go.
Talk about timing. My battery literally just died.
Toto 4 half-speed mastered.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thing is that it didn't need a half-speed master to sound good because the original pressing was so good. It's like I bought the repress. I bought the 45 RPM repress of Rumours when it came out some years ago.
Yeah.
And my original 77 US pressing sounds infinitely better.
Yeah.
Just a regular.
That.
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
that.
that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
my
that
most
artwork deserves
valuable at current prices. Let's have a look.
Let's see.
Haven't looked in a little while.
Yeah. Original thick cardboard first press of Toto 4. Yeah, I've listened to this and the half-speed master. I can't tell the difference. I can't really. Maybe it's like really subtle, but there's isolation.
Right. Okay. So the most valuable thing that I own in terms of vinyl at this moment in time is the David Bowie 5 Years box set. Because that's out of print. I mean, it's only came out in 2015, but it's been out of print for ages, and that's worth about £1,200.
Fucking hell.
The next thing is my Prince 1999 box set.
Yeah.
That's about 530. But I don't know if you saw, I was showing you the Prince Sign of the Times singles
Yes.
box.
Yeah.
So that was a limited run that they did about 4 years ago when they did the whole Sign of the Times reissue. And you could only buy that from the Prince website. So I had to buy it and import it. And it cost $99.99 US. That's now worth over 460 quid for that box alone. And mine's actually going to be worth more because I've got an extra single in there that didn't come in the box. So that add to that what you will. But that Frankie box set is 450 quid.
How about the Prince Interactive CD-ROM? Do you have that?
I do.
That thing's hilarious.
Does Robbie have that fucking silly question?
Well, it's pretty unusual. A lot of people don't even know about it, let alone find it anywhere. So
I remember buying that brand new and playing it. It was, yeah.
I'll refer you to my previous
They had a
article.
David Bowie one. They had a Todd Rundgren TRI interactive one.
Oh, yeah.
They had a few different interactive CD-ROMs back then. You could remix songs. And then
Peter Gabriel had one as well.
Gabriel did on his Explorer 1, which is novel at the time. Had all kinds of fun little interactive instruments on it and stuff.
But, those little Prince box sets, I mean, they did one last year for Diamonds and Pearls. And again, it was Prince store only, $99.99. They did, I think there's only 1,987 of them because that was the year. Was it? Yeah, no, it was, yeah.
Let's see. Fahrenheit.
So 1987 was Sign of the Times, whatever. It was, yeah. $99.99 purchase, and it's now worth 400 quid.
Money. It's just.
The Iron Maiden box sets that I've got, the complete collection. Because it's split into two halves. Combined, they're about 800-900 quid.
And these are all unused.
No, they're played.
Oh, they're played.
Yeah, anybody that buys music and then just sticks it on the shelf and doesn't, what's the point?
Yeah, no.
There was a myth many years ago that unplayed vinyl was worth more than played vinyl.
Yeah.
And that's only true if you've played the living shit out of something.
Yeah.
But if you just take it out and you carefully play it with a decent, with a decent needle,
Yeah.
then nobody's going to look at that through a microscope and say, "Oh, you played that." Because somebody once said to me, "I've got a what do they say? Bat Out of Hell picture disc unplayed." And I said, "Well, two things: not playing it's not going to make any fucking difference, and picture discs sound like shit anyway."
Yeah, exactly.
They are picture discs are nothing but things to hang on the wall.
Yeah.
So like action figures where one stays boxed and one comes out to play.
Yeah, exactly.
And I know so many people that do that.
Yeah.
That buy 2 copies of everything, so they have one to play and one that's sealed. There's no point. You're not going to. You will rarely get anything that is worth substantially more because it's still got its cellophane on. In fact, it's worse because a lot of the cellophane that was used, particularly back in the day,
It sticks to the disc, right?
it sticks to the
wrapper.
sleeves.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
and then it's fucked. Then that is worth nothing.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the stickers that come on your screens for the synths. So you got to peel them off because they will get nasty on
They
there.
will dry out. Yeah.
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 Well, I'm guilty. 7th one, promo, and then a sealed one, still with the hype sticker on it. I just don't want to take that hype sticker off.
Now, that is the bane of my life. Because every time I buy something with a hype sticker on, so it's on the cellophane most of the time. Sometimes they put it on the fucking paper.
Yeah, that's even worse.
But the different types of glue that they use on those stickers, some of them will just peel off perfectly. Others you have to fucking sit there with a scalpel.
Yeah.
And there are some where I just think, fuck this, I'm just going to cut around the plastic because I always keep the stickers. So, for example, if this came with a sticker on it,
Yeah.
if that came with a sticker on it, and it's got no inner sleeve, so it's just the disc, I will put the sticker
Inside.
on the inside. So it's there. So I've got it, and I've got the record of the hype sticker.
Azio's asking the question in the chat, Rob.
Yep.
No, I don't. No. Quick answer. Yeah.
Original past to present.
Yep, this is the only one I got.
Yeah.
It's the only one you need.
Now
A
look,
couple of the music on vinyl reissues. I got Minefields.
Oh,
That actually
wow.
doesn't sound bad.
Nice.
yeah,
I
he
mean, it's a
posted that
reissue,
to
but
me.
it sounds great. And then I got Live in Amsterdam.
He posted that to you.
He posted it to me a couple of weeks after I got the 80 back.
Fucking hell.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I understand
I'm
keeping
guilty
the
of
hype
buying
sticker for
multiple.
completion, but does it add value that much to it?
The what? Sorry.
The hype sticker, I understand keeping it for completion, but does
No,
it
for
really
me,
add
it's
value?
just keeping a record of the record. You know,
History.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sell any of that. If any of that gets sold, it's when I'm in a box 6 foot under.
You won't
Or-
care then.
And I won't care.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's.
Total 14.
I mean, I will buy multiple versions of the same record if there's something significantly different or worth having. For example, Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. I've probably got.
Yeah.
I've got the original vinyl.
Trips.
I've got a German vinyl, which I only picked up because it was in a record shop, and it was just one of those. I'm one of these people. If I go into a used record store and I see one of my favourite records, I will generally buy it. And my motivation for buying it is that I will look after it, and it won't sit in a box languishing. so I bought this German version. I got the. There's been a couple of other reissues. One on white vinyl. One on. I've got the picture disc, the original picture disc. I've got the original CD. I've got the reissued CD. I mean, I've got that out. And Rumours, fucking hell. I've got like Rumours and Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. I've got almost every version known to man.
Yeah.
Because those two albums are just so important for me. Like Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, I've got an original black vinyl in the trifold sleeve. I've got the original yellow vinyl in the trifold sleeve.
I need to get that.
I've got an original black vinyl in double in the 2 sleeve. Then I've got the reissued vinyl. I've got the Super Audio CD. I've got the regular CD. I've got the Blu-ray. I've got the CD box. And the same with Rumours. I've got all these different, 45 RPM, the original, the DVD audio. blah, 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 blah. And I just saw today on Record Store Day 2024 that they're reissuing Rumours yet again on a picture disc, but I won't buy that.
They've got to keep you busy.
Yeah. Thankfully, there's not a huge amount on there that I'm particularly going for.
Mm.
There was some. They've got Daft Punk. There's a Daft Punk 12-inch coming out this year, which is the love theme from Interstellar 5555. You know, their movie, the animated movie they did, the anime thing. There's a David Bowie, like an early sequencing of Ziggy, which looks quite good. So it's different versions.
Yeah. Robbie, I don't know if we saw that, but Joe Satriani, Always With Me, Always With You, clear.
Nice.
Yeah. But,
Nice.
yeah, I'd say my most expensive one, to answer your question, according to Discogs, Physical Graffiti, $600. I want to say it's an original. Second place would be, even though I don't really buy a lot of these prices.
So is that particular copy you've got the one that's worth 600, or is that the one there's...
Probably not.
Okay.
That's according to Discogs. I think the ones that I have that I can probably verify by just looking at it. Oh, where are you? Original copy of Michael's Dangerous album.
Mm-hmm.
This is an original. $200.
Yeah. I've got 2 copies of Thriller, original Thriller. And they're both wildly different in the value because one has got a slightly different thing printed on the back to the other.
Huh.
I mean, it can be as random as that.
Do you ever listen to them?
Yeah.
No, that's all right.
Yeah,
It could
that's why. Yeah, when I stand in a queue,
I don't know where you'd start.
I just pick one out.
To be honest.
I just pick one out that I think is, if I'm just in the mood for something.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll look through and I go,
Yeah.
oh, I haven't heard that in a while. Yeah, there you go.
Original. And then picture disc reissue.
Yeah.
This actually does not sound bad. It's
I didn't
not worth
like
much,
the
but, yeah.
I didn't like the track listing on those. They were just it was like the original album plus some modern versions or modern remixes or something. And I don't want that.
Yeah, this is just the original album.
Will.i.am did a whole bunch of shit on there, and
Yeah. Oh god, those are horrible.
yeah. Although I listened to his
did like
stories
the,
about working
yeah.
on Michael, and they're quite fun. But
Yeah, I think I have that in here. I have the original special edition that they put out before Thriller 25, but that's got all the interviews and demo
Yeah.
tracks and all that stuff.
yeah,
That one I enjoyed, but yeah, the remixes and stuff, that was horrible.
yeah, it's not good.
But yeah, no, this is just the original album. That's
There's
all.
a new Talking Heads coming out on Record Store. Well, I say new. It's a live recording, so from back in the day. But that sounded pretty good. There's the
Yeah.
Ultravox Stephen Wilson extended remixes, which sounds quite interesting. Propaganda, an 8-track EP of different mixes of Dr. Mabuse.
Propaganda. That's what me and Kent do when we have a look at
Yeah.
something. Yeah, all right. Fuck off. Well, I had to say it. Somebody else would have done.
Groove
It's more of a
Armada's
leer than a
White Light.
Ganda, right? So
Groove Armada's White Light is coming out on Record Store Day. That's a brilliant album. OMD Junk Culture Companion, because it's like is it like the 40th anniversary of Junk Culture or something like that? It's just horrible. You see all these things at 40th anniversary. I'm thinking, I only bought that yesterday. Funboy 3 Extended. It was quite good. Prefab Sprout Lines in My Garden. That's coming out again.
Carded up.
Tom Tom Club. Yeah, some fairly decent stuff, but it's not going to be one of those painful years where I end up spending 4 figures.
And sleeping on the sofa for a week afterwards.
Yeah, well, I'll be sleeping on the road the day before.
So I've got this, which is supposed to be a limited edition live album from the Bad Tour. There's like 300 of these made, 150 of them in red vinyl, 150 of them in this kind of green vinyl. Surprisingly, not worth.
Official or bootleg?
I want to say this is a bootleg.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a bootleg. I only paid like $60. I only paid like $60 for it.
I used to go and
yeah.
buy Prince bootlegs down on Camden Market when Camden Market was a proper good place to go. I've got some Prince bootleg CDs of Gold Experience Tour, which are pretty good, to be fair.
Why have I got 4 of these?
What is it?
It's a Zoom.
A Zoom?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Why have you got 4 of those?
Why have I got 4 of
I don't know. Put one in each corner of your bedroom. Start a new industry.
Well, we need to put something up on the Patreon side, don't we?
Only Kent's, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting news coming. I can't say, but interesting news coming in for our Patreons. There'll be some interesting content.
Really?
Excellent. I keep forgetting I'm part of that.
Yeah, me too.
So special nude CS80 tuning videos
Oh,
and stuff.
fuck off.
I was going to
It's
do
kept
me
with a
mod.
dog collar on.
Yeah, it's not a screwdriver he's using to turn the pots. Yeah, go on.
No, I was going to do me naked Monty Python
Yeah.
hammered organ sketch. I think.
Like his hands are busy. How is he holding up that cover? Oh,
Oh.
He's doing an Emerson, but not with a knife. Yeah.
Oh, painful.
Original copy of Bad.
well, that's the line from 10 to Midnight, Charles Bronson. His knife has got to be his penis.
No, I think these were
Man.
given to me.
Oh, God. Is Andrew going to recreate his Range Rover pick, but in video form? Oh, fuck.
No.
I hope not.
I'd pay not to see that, thanks.
So do it in 360.
That's a good idea.
360 video. You can pick your
Yeah,
favorite
how much
angle.
would you pay?
That'll be
not
the
to
next
see?
tier up not to see that.
Yeah. No, we've been approached by a manufacturer. Let's call them a manufacturer who have offered to supply us with stuff to give to our adoring fans.
That's
Fucking
cool.
Yeah.
hell. Nice.
Very cool. Yes.
Can't be that far off 4,000 subscribers now, is it? Got to be, innit? Got to get there.
It's over 3,800.
Yeah.
Our current rate of growth, we should be.
Is it me,
Yeah.
Uncle Robbie? But has the live watchers count disappeared from the top of the screen?
No, it's there. Got 47 at the moment.
Because I was watching something the other day and it wasn't there.
Yes.
On last week's show. Didn't show up on my screen, weirdly.
No,
I suppose it wouldn't show up on my screen because I'm not actually hosting the show this week. This show.
Well, no, you are.
Show. No. Well, technically, yeah, but I'm not in it as I have no control over anything.
Oh, you
'Cause I've
signed
had-
in.
Yeah, because I've had to come in from the
Right,
YouTube
yeah, so
link
you won't. Yeah.
because
I'm on-
Chrome can't find my
Yeah.
page.
Yeah, I'm silly because obviously I'm logged in, but
Because what he
I've got
normally
a-
does is list ProSense.net and the pub separately.
StreamYard's weird anyway. Henrik added me to his to turn off his show one time when he had to leave early. And when I tried to go back and do my own show, I couldn't even start my own channel show. I was part of his group and locked in there.
Oh,
So I had to leave his group in order to get my control back of my own fucking channel.
I hop between this and PSN just by signing in and out, and that's it. It's just I have a different email address, though. Maybe that's the thing.
Yeah, that's why.
Could
Okay.
be.
I was trying to use the same account. So.
But it still shows me as being signed into this with the, Pippa, little Pippa's logo. So, which is weird. I don't understand why it doesn't take me to the page normally. I don't know what. I mean, yeah, okay, it's reinstalled Chrome and all that cobblers, but sync is on. Yeah, most Google account. See, normally it takes me straight in under Google, but I have no idea what is going on. Because it remembered me, weirdly enough, as for the YouTube. But doing the StreamYard thing, it just takes me to essentially a blank page. I don't know. So I had to sign myself in originally via the iPad. Had to let myself in.
Just for the heck of
Hence
it.
why we're going to be using Time Machine, so I'll never have to go through this bullshit again.
Yeah.
Yep.
There we go. Thriller 12-inch. Walk like an Egyptian 12-inch.
Oh yeah, Susanna Hoffs.
Yeah.
Steady.
Still would.
Steady.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, you wouldn't think
Yeah,
that
but
she's the
can
same
you?
age as fucking Madonna,
Yeah.
would you?
And she looks incredible.
Yeah,
It's not that that's the most important thing.
Yeah,
she
but
does
Madonna
look
had
incredible.
plastic surgery using a coach.
Exactly.
Do you know what I found incredibly hard to find, and I really had to search for this? It's a USB-C only hub.
Yeah, they're not easy to track down,
They're
are they?
not easy, are they? I thought these would be a little bit more readily available than they are.
It's probably going to happen in the next year or two when eventually everything does become USB-C.
Yeah, but I keep finding everything has to be sort of like aluminium and almost the same colour as the Mac Studio.
Yeah.
Because they do one now that's actually the same size as the Mac Studio, and you sit it on it, and it has all the USBs. And I looked at the price and went, no, I'll wait. No.
Couple for Robbie.
Oh, hang on.
There's Reap the Wild Wind.
Uh-huh.
And Wastelands.
Mm-hmm.
And I do have this though.
There is, Midura's got a
10-way
gift.
MIDI,
Yeah, the gift.
MIDI
I have
USB
Record
hub,
Store Day.
but it's done like
new
a
one.
Mac
Awesome.
Studio.
That's really nice. Where'd you get that?
This all lights up.
Where'd you get that?
Probably Amazon.
What is it again?
Icon Cube MI5. It's getting in front of the camera.
What's it got? What is it? Is it MIDI?
It's a MIDI hub, yeah.
Oh, okay.
MIDI hub to USB, but it's done like it's all alley.
Yeah.
So it matches the
I
other
bought
girl.
that. My fucking Mac would end up the same height as a Mac Studio, I think.
And there's a promo of
Yeah, so
12-inch.
that's the whole thing, this.
I found this in a store in San Francisco recently. Check this out. Let me get this tape off this. This is Alan Howarth sound effects CD.
Oh,
I've never
wow.
heard it before. Yeah, he's actually
Oh.
made custom sound effects. It's pretty cool.
Oh.
Who knew?
I was having this debate online. Stupid. It was like one. Yeah, it was a mass debate.
Yeah.
It was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and it was somebody had posted a clip of Vince Clarke showing Paul Gambaccini how he used his synthesizers, and there was a Fairlight in there as well. So that's how it kind of came to mind. And I've seen this clip a gazillion times.
Yeah.
And somebody posted in there, and I think I told you about this, Matt, that he used the Fairlight on, obviously you and me both. It was like all over that second Yazoo album. And then somebody said, oh yeah, he also used it on Upstairs at Eric's, and that was not how I understood it. As far as I was aware, upstairs at Eric's was pretty much his Pro 1, MC4, Lindrum, a couple of other. It was just mostly what he had left over from Depeche Mode. Sort of thing.
Yeah.
It didn't sound like Fairlight.
I don't hear anything massively digital on that.
Well, no, I spoke. I've played on Matt. You know about this guy that does those MIDI files on eBay.
Yeah.
So he recreated upstairs at Eric's, and he did the whole thing using the Arturia
JP8.
Yeah, the JP8 on the Arturia. Yeah. And he never once said, "Oh, I couldn't recreate those Fairlight bits," and because he really clinically got into that thing, and I'm like, okay, so I bit. That was the thing, I bit, and I said, well, whereabouts on that album are you hearing the Fairlight? I said, well, have you listened to was it Bring Me Down?
Mm.
He said there's a sample on there you can hear. It's the Fairlight sample off the Humans disc. It's called People, and it's basically background people noise. So I listened to the track and I go, yeah, I can hear that, but how do you know that's it's so far back in the mix? Oh no, if you isolate it, oh yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm sat on the edge of my bed with my fucking iPhone. I'm going to do that. So the next day I came downstairs and I thought, what if you're in 1982 and you want background noise of people talking and chatting and stuff?
You go and record it.
You'd either go and record it, or what else
Use
would
a
you
sample
do?
CD. Well,
Not in 1981 or
well,
1982.
sampled in cassette. Back,
No,
one of those BBC
there's
effects records.
BBC sound effects libraries.
Yeah.
Exactly that. So
Yeah.
to prove my point that I wasn't trying to say no, you're wrong. I was trying to say how can you be so sure? I accept that it's a possibility, but how can you be so sure? So I went. So the BBC made their entire sound effects.
I'm one of those too.
Yeah. So the BBC made their entire sound effects library available online, and you can download all of it, or individual bits of it, because there's a fuck ton of stuff on there, as MP3 files, and you don't have to pay a single goddamn thing unless you use it commercially. And so I just searched People, and the very first recording that came up was recorded, guess when? In 1981.
Yeah.
And I listened to it, and it's a long sample. It's a long clip. It's about 5 minutes long. And I'm absolutely certain now that I found the source of the Fairlight sound, the Fairlight library disc sound, because it's almost indistinguishable.
Yeah.
So I went back to this guy and I said, actually, it could be this, because you tell me if that's the Fairlight or this. You can't. So we'll just have to agree to disagree that we can't determine either way. Oh well, there's another. That's it. They what's the track on that album? I Before E, Except After C, which starts off with all those cut up vocals.
Yeah.
And he said that's using a Fairlight. I said, have you listened to those vocals? They're crystal clear.
Yeah.
They're more than 2 seconds long. That can't be a Fairlight.
They're not 8-bit.
They're not 8-bit.
Yeah.
And they don't cut off after 1.5 seconds.
Yeah.
But no, they weren't having
Plus,
it.
of the Fairlight library, the original Fairlight library, how many of those were already sounds existing elsewhere that they just brought in?
Exactly. When they built the Fairlight library, they were just recording anything and everything that they could.
That they had, yeah, right.
So what do you reckon then on this thing about Tiny saying about he had the first Fairlight in the UK?
He didn't. Because I know exactly where the first Fairlight in the UK is. I can tell you exactly. I can give you the postal address.
Is what he's saying? He had the first hireable Fairlight
Possibly
in the UK.
That's quite possible.
Because he said it was out every fecking day.
The first Fairlight in the UK came over from Australia and was delivered to Peter Gabriel.
Makes sense.
Peter Gabriel was using it with under the banner of Psycho Systems. So people would come. It was purchased by Psycho Systems, of course, which he was half an owner of.
Yeah.
David Vorhaus went down to Real World, or whatever it was called at the time, because it wasn't Real World, but he went down to Gabriel's gaff, saw it, fell in love with it, phoned up his mate, Peter Vogel, and he said, I want to buy one, but I want mates rates. And so Peter Vogel instructed Psycho Systems to sell David Vorhaus that Fairlight. And that Fairlight now still resides in Belsize Park, London, where David Vorhaus lives, and I've seen it and I've touched it and it's still there, and it's buried under a PPG and a DX7 and a couple of other things in a terrible state of affairs. But that is, and I've spoken to Vorhaus and I've spoken to Vogel, and that is the first ever Fairlight that came to the UK.
Yeah. Yeah, because I must admit, Tiny does talk about everything in the hiring sense. So when he says the first one in the UK, he means the first hiring one. But he did say it was out all the time, but the phone wouldn't stop picking ringing. So he bought a second one.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but the phone rang more, so he bought a third one. And I said, well, where'd you get all the money for that? Because we're talking, what, 22k a go?
About for an original one, 20.
He says, oh no, it was all right. I was making that a month.
Exactly.
Every fucking band
Did
in
he
the UK was going, have you got a Fairlight? Have you got a
hire
Fairlight?
a programmer with it?
One, with Matey Boy, that you know.
JJ.
What's his? No, the other fella. Oh, fucking hell! What was his name? Simon. Somebody. You know him. I mentioned his name to you a few weeks ago, and you went, "Yeah, I know him." He was a programmer for them as well.
Oh,
go on. Not Simon. Shit.
Roger.
Yeah.
Roger Bolton.
That sounds like it.
Yeah. Yeah, Roger. Yeah, because Roger worked for Psycho, so he would have.
Yeah.
He got a lot of programming gigs.
Yeah. And there was there was another guy. Fuck. Because I think he ended up sort of like working on a retainer for Tiny to support some of these Fairlights. But I think he had. I'll have to ask him again. Well, mind you, we'll get you two together.
Yeah, we must.
As I said, whether he had two programmers or one, I don't know.
I was just curious because back then, obviously, very few people knew how to use them, and this is why JJ. I mean, JJ didn't want to be a Fairlight programmer. Trevor wanted JJ to be a Fairlight programmer, and that's how he kind of got that gig. And then because he figured it all out, or most of it, he would then become a gun for hire. But yeah, I mean, there was.
I want to know off of Tiny what the Duran Duran song was on Top of the Pops, where he was hiding and kept pushing the button so it kept going to page R.
Yeah.
Because the director said, no, that looks interesting with it going across the screen. So he was hiding behind Nick Rhodes going,
well, it's not
on the keyboard.
Notorious, because the whole song is just hitting Notorious on the key over again.
No, it was earlier than that. It was the Series 2. Yeah. There was, because you know when the Pet Shop Boys did Old Grey Whistle Test, and they did Opportunities and Later Tonight. So, and you've seen this, Tom from Analog Solutions recreated it, but when you watch that clip of the Old Grey Whistle Test, you've got Neil Tennant, who's got an Emulator 2 in front of him and a DX7 to his right.
Yeah.
And Chris Lowe has got a DX1 on his right, a Technics PX1, which is this massive big electric piano.
Oh, wow.
And then on the left, he had two CMIs.
Yeah.
And on top of that was a Friendship SRC, the synchronizer. Behind those Fairlights is Mr. Blue Weaver, ex of Bee Gees.
Yeah.
Literally, like 10 minutes before they went on air, somebody kicked a cable and ripped the cable out of the plug. So he had to shove it all like back in and sellotape it up and make sure that nobody went anywhere near it. And he's
Bloody
behind there
BBC floor engineers, mate. I tell you, fuck me.
He's behind those Fairlights, making sure they all stay in sync.
Yeah.
Because because Page R is only 8 tracks. So one machine is running half of the song, the other machine is running the other half of the song, and they're both synchronized.
Yeah.
And then everything else is played in live, and you can hear that because Neil hits a few bum notes on the emulator.
Yeah.
And I love it when Tom did that recreation. I mean, the fact that he went out and bought all that gear just to do that is just insane.
He's clearly making too much money. We'll
Way
have to have
too
words. We'll have to have
Way
words
too
with
much.
him.
But when he did that, it was him and his son did that recreation. Tom's attention to detail was such that he still played the same bum notes,
yeah.
that Neil Tennant played on that show. To make
Otherwise,
sure
it's
he
not
got it spot.
authentic.
Exactly.
That's funny.
Yeah. It's got to be the same. Otherwise,
Yeah.
no, can't
it's
correct
just-
it.
Yeah. And I showed Blue those videos, and he's like, "Wow!" He was blown away by them. So yeah, I was. Oh no, I can't. Can I? No, hang on. No, I can't. I better
No,
not
you
say
can't. Don't.
No. No, 'cause
Whatever. Whatever it was you were going to say.
Yeah. God, I'm getting good at that. I'm getting better
CD I
at that.
found. See these titles here?
No, they're a bit blurry.
A little blurry.
Hang on.
I think it's just the font, to be fair.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, I see. Deep Throat, Big John.
It's all the famous porn themes on a CD. So
Why would you do that? Why? Why would
it
you?
was in the sound effects section. I thought, what the hell?
Sound effects.
God, it's
It was like
almost
this
as bad as
catch-all
my
store in San Francisco.
almost as bad as my CD collection. I think every CD in my collection was bought at a car wash.
Well, this
Or
is
a
the same
petrol
store I bought
station.
that flute from. They have all kinds of weird used instruments there and CDs, and
Yeah, what sort of flute? Sorry.
it was a concert
Skin
flute,
one.
not a
No,
skin
it's a
flute.
pink oboe.
I have my own skin
Blue
flute.
vein clarinet.
And I have this one, the
Big horn at the end, yeah.
digital one.
Oh yeah.
Still got him though. Got the,
Time's arrived.
yeah. Burger, bollocks, burger, bollocks, fucking bollocks, booger.
Is anybody aware of a guy on predominantly Facebook called Rafa Saez?
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck. You
is that a
saw all
bogus
that.
account? What is that?
No, he's just a spam artist.
He's everywhere.
So he
Synth memes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I am still part of the Synth Memes Facebook group, but a couple of years ago I just got so fed up. It just got so fucking toxic that I just basically stopped following it, but I'm still a member of it. And I've got a friend in Canada who's a bit of a synthwave superstar. And we have this, we ping each other a message every, other day or something, and it's always, just take, something he's seen on the internet, and it's either something to do with Espen Craft, who we both have a fairly equal level of, what's the word?
An opinion of.
An opinion, yes.
Disdain?
We have a
Is it
shared
disdain?
opinion. Yes,
Diplomatic,
some
I think
degree,
it's-
some degree of disdain. But also this Rafa guy. So this Rafa guy is a Spanish guy who, for the past, I don't know how many years, I mean, he's been going for ages,
Yeah.
spams the shit out of him, and he'll try and friend you, and then he has a gazillion Facebook accounts, and they're all variations. So sometimes he's Raphael Saez, sometimes he's Rafa Saez. And there's-
Sire's Raf.
yeah, and there's all these, and then he'll have a page called Waves of Memories, I think is one, which is his band name, and then he's got another one that begins with P. I can't remember what it is, but he's all over the place, and he's built up this
That's funny.
reputation of being one of the most annoying people in the world of like the online synthesizer community for just spamming and sending messages and pictures, and he looks weird. When I say that, he's not physically weird looking, but he has a look on his face that
He's got 1,000-yard stare. So that,
he might
Yeah.
he might take great satisfaction in cutting off your head and scooping out your brains type thing.
yeah.
And
cool.
yeah,
Well, Native Yes
So-
can tell him how to do that. So
yeah.
I'll put my hand down your throat, rip out your bladder, and wear it as a swimming hat.
How do you spell his
And then
name?
And he'll tag
R-A-F-A.
Rafa, yeah, Saez.
Oh, R-A-F-A.
Don't
Okay.
whatever you do, if you're friends with
Don't-
him, unfriend him.
Don't fucking dump him
just
quick.
because it's toxic. But what's happened in the last few weeks is that some people on the Synth Memes Facebook group, the one that Jim Hayward runs, have obviously he's tipped some people over the balance finally, and they've started making Rafa Sayers memes.
Well, what happened was that a lot of people realised that this guy is a fucking annoying twat, and they've all gone, "You as well," and they've hammered him.
Everybody's realised that he's annoying everybody else, so they started making some memes about him, and most of them were very light-hearted. For example, there's one of a Greek, the Hydra with the different snake heads. So there's a Greek warrior fighting off the Hydra, and next to each of the Hydra's heads is one of the variations of this Rafa's name, and the name of the guy in the middle is any synthwave artist. So it's like you cut off one head, 3 grow back.
I did a couple.
Yeah, and there are some incredibly funny ones. I was sharing them with my mate today because I'd heard about this thing. Because what's happened in the last few days is that there were people on Synth Memes that took it a little bit too far and got a bit personal. And Jim and whoever else runs or moderates that group came down on them and said, "Look, guys, he's an annoying twat, and if you want to make memes that take the piss out of what he does in terms of spamming everyone, fine, but don't pick on him as an individual, as what he looks like or where he's from, or all this kind of stuff." The next thing that this Rafa guy does, he does 2 things. One, he writes this really long post that's like super emotional, like, "Oh, you guys have ruined my career and I'm never going to make music again, and I've reported you all to the police." And he takes a picture of himself outside a police station. Wow. And he's reported people to the police and all this kind of stuff.
Facebook police.
And then
they have their own offices.
Yeah. Because he has a number of these Facebook groups that are all to do with himself promoting material of his that he never releases. This is the thing. He always says, "I've got a new EP coming out," and it never appears, and you can't buy it or listen to it. He's changed the name of one of his groups to Synth Memes, but without the exclamation mark, so it doesn't conflict. So now he's running around saying, "I've got the biggest Synth Memes group on the Facebook," and it's just bonkers. And I dug into this today, and I spent at least an hour just flicking through, seeing some of these memes.
So
I had tears.
Part 2.
I had literal tears. Oh, and Synthpunk, he's gone off on one. I noticed yesterday against, fair game in my opinion, Andrew Huang for his Moog Mirror leak. Synthpunk has said, the last person on earth you want to leak a Moog synth is Andrew Huang. And I'm thinking, oh yeah, he's the last person on earth I'd want to do anything. But do you remember that?
So what's wrong with me? How come I've been completely left alone by this guy?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you're just one of the lucky ones.
You didn't.
I don't know. You don't tend to,
I guess,
like propagate and populate a lot of these places. You're very selective in where you go and when you interact. So he's
really.
I've
never been accused of that before.
He tried. He tried to join ProSynth Network's Facebook group.
Oh right, okay.
And
what is it about people not answering the questions?
I know.
I come out. Oh, somebody wishes to join PSN, and go. All right, see who it is. Click it in. Go. Oh yeah, this guy seems all nice and straightforward. And it says at the bottom, didn't answer any of the questions. And I remember you saying, if they didn't answer, if they don't answer the questions, we don't let them in. So I went,
yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. But every time I read it, it's like, didn't answer the questions. It's like, for fuck's sake.
He tried to join, and he answered the questions because he really wanted to join.
Badly, I see.
Yeah, and so I just ignored him and I just declined it. I didn't give him any feedback. I just declined. And then, and this was a couple of years ago, he sends me a message on Facebook. And this is now, when I go into this message, it now comes up as Facebook user because he's deleted this particular account because he's got fucking loads of them. And he, in this message, he says, "Hi, Rob. I apologise for my past behaviour and am now ready to make amends by coming on as a guest on the ProSynth Network show. Let me know when it's
doing you a
convenient for
favour.
you. Yeah, sincerely, Rafa." Are you serious? So yeah, and it's all kicked off, and it's
I mean,
mostly quite
his
amusing.
apology was very worries me, wasn't it? But Jim's rebuttal of it was wonderful. It was
Oh,
just
it's
like, well,
perfect.
you know, yeah.
Who was
like,
it
what
that
career
said
if you're not
first
posting
time
your
is
stuff,
it's a
right?
tragedy and the second time it's farce? Who said that?
Shakespeare, probably.
No. I think it was somebody like
Yeah, Wagyu in the chat. He was asking to
Wagyu
be a
said
guest on. He was asking to be a guest on Sonic Talk a few months back.
Oh God.
yeah, I'm sure Nick will be able to deal with that.
Well, I think Nick would have seen all this shit that's gone off because he's somewhat of a poster boy since me,
Doesn't
isn't he?
Jim do
He
a
has
lot of
his
the filming?
fingers on the pulse. Don't worry.
Jim's Nick's American guy, isn't he?
He does camera stuff at the shows, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What are you ringing, Ty? Fuck him.
Set tie on him.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's had some friend requests.
Oh God, that would have been a discussion to behold, wouldn't it?
Yes. Anybody know the number of a good paramedic?
Fucking Burns unit.
Maybe it is Ty. Yeah, it's his pseudonym.
It's just funny you should say that. Robin Vincent sent me a thing. We were. Hang on, let me find this. It was in my Discord. Where are we? Is it in there? Yeah. So we're having a little discussion about how basically the theme was that Uli Berenger fanboys are basically the Elon Musk simps of the music tech world. And Robin found this post that had been made in a group called Synthesizer and Drums Berenger in brackets official. And they're basically saying that Moog are going to be releasing this synthesizer, which is a cheap synthesizer with a VST inside that's essentially a DeepMind clone for 10 times the price.
Oh, Jesus.
And the name of this
saw
guy,
that.
get this, the name of the guy that posted that is Peter, Petr Puricelli. It kind of freaked me out because that's not a common name.
It's not a common name.
So I had to immediately respond by saying, I absolutely refute any allegation that this person is in any way related to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the irony of Moog doing a copy of a Behringer synth that's a copy of another synth. Yeah, because
Especially since Moog doesn't do that with the CPUs inside like that, like Korg has been doing, right? They're usually doing discrete.
Moog ain't going to clone anything.
Right, but I mean,
The only thing they're going to clone is one of their own
It's not-
products, isn't it?
Well, they're
It's not
saying
running
that
a
this
Raspberry
thing is
Pi
clone.
or something like that.
Yeah.
They're saying that this thing is going to be like a couple of matriarchs, isn't it? Internally sort of thing.
Yeah.
But nobody really knows. Well, a few people have had a slight insight. No, I'm going to shut up. Because again, I'll get somebody else into trouble. Yeah.
Right, gentlemen, I'm going to bugger off.
Okay, a bit of time.
I see.
In the
that
Great
was it.
Circuit.
Rafa.
Right. I will catch up with you all soon.
Okay then. See you.
Take care. See you later. You silly sod. All right. See you later.
Take care, bud.
Good night.
Yeah, I wondered about that whole Rafa thing because I did get a bunch of shit from him for a while, not knowing who he was. I'm like, stuff he's not even posting is remotely interesting. It's not like he's some kind of authority or whatever.
I don't know, maybe he's seen some of my posts and is sort of like, no, this guy will fuck me up.
Honestly, I can't figure him out because you'll get, there'll be a wave of stuff and then it'll all go quiet and then there'll be another bit, and because he'll come back with different accounts, and he has a multitude and people. I mean, I reported him years ago for having multiple accounts with just and using them to harass people. And of course, Facebook don't give a monkeys.
Well, having multiple accounts says a lot.
He's not even subtle about it because he uses the same profile picture.
Oh, okay.
And you'll find lots of pictures on his account of him looking intently at a Korg PS3100 with his finger on a knob on the PS.
Yeah.
And then there's a Moog Source underneath and he's got his hands playing something. Yet he doesn't own this. I had to have a go at him once because he used pictures of one of my Fairlights and claimed it was his. And
I must admit, it's something I love doing. Somebody put up a photograph of this huge 8-voice dual manual. And I'm going, it was at MIT or something for a while, and this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 blah. And it was eventually owned by Marantz or whoever it was, and all this sort of thing. And then put up a photograph of it in my front room. Going, oh, this is where it ended up. Because, I mean, it was, they made 4 of those dual manuals.
Yeah.
And they've all been killed in one form or another, except this one, because this is the only one that never had a programmer, because it was the first one they did. It's like, and I just kind of go, oh wow, is that it then? Well, yeah, look at it, mate. It's still got the dual sequencers in it and everything. But you should have seen it when I got it, covered in fucking baby shit and blue gloss paint.
So in a way, he was already doing a synth memes thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, somebody said, I think, I don't know how I got made aware of it. Somebody said, oh, look, this guy's got a Fairlight. And I looked at the picture and it's my fucking Fairlight. What the fuck? So, I sent him a very polite message that just said,
what was the last synth meme?
take that fucking picture down. But, I mean, I had something similar with, there's a guy in Ireland who has not been averse to sharing copyrighted sample libraries as if they were just like free to give away, because in his eyes sampling is legitimate. It legitimizes the fact that you can copy anything and share it with anyone. That's just what. And he shared a whole bunch of Fairlight Series 3 stuff, most of which is still under copyright. The Series 2 stuff's not, I think it's long expired, but the Series 3 stuff I still believe is under copyright. And he shared this stuff using one of my images of the collection of backup tapes that I've got for my Series 3.
Yeah.
And so I politely requested he take that down, and he argued the toss. I'm like, mate, you're using my picture. I don't care whether you're trying to give away copyrighted stuff or non-copyrighted stuff. You didn't even fucking ask me. And if you had, you would have got a no, but you didn't even ask me, so take the fucking thing down.
Yeah, it's a bit naughty, isn't it? Come on.
It's just, yeah. And that's
He's so
why
lazy he can't even source a picture somewhere. It's just unbelievable.
I tend not to share any pictures of my stuff, anymore, really. Certainly the older vintage stuff. But, it's just... Yeah.
That's because it's going the wrong way, you silly.
Weird old world. But yeah, this Rafa guy, I think he's coming for a lot of... and some of them, I was talking to my mate in Canada, and we were just sharing all these different memes that were coming out, and some of them were pure genius. I mean,
Let's go
pure
back and look
genius.
now. Did they delete a lot of them, or are they still there?
No, they're mostly still there. Yeah.
I have to go check them out.
Talking of annoying people,
Hey, hello, darling.
it's the Doctor. Lunch break?
No, I'm done.
Oh yeah, I suppose it is. Yeah. How are you, sir?
Doing good.
Good. What do you know then?
Trying to figure out why I'm getting a loop and delay from the iMac here.
No.
I know nothing.
YouTube running in the background.
Let's see. Oh, look at that. Newbie 1A. Yep, all good.
Cool.
I can say it must be done with the day. I don't hear any screaming in the background. So
Thank you. That's because we put the nitrous mask on tight. No one can get any sound out.
there you go.
Exactly.
I've got to go and see my dentist in a few weeks.
Mind you, with a nitrous mask on, then they start reenacting Fast and Furious.
So they reenact Frank Booth from Blue Velvet.
The irony is, you give them the nitrous, they run faster, just can't run straight.
It's amazing. I love watching those films. I didn't know those cars had 57 gears.
Yeah, so ridiculous. Yeah.
Isn't it? It keeps just hang on, we got another gear here.
It's the opposite of Star Trek. Instead, I cannot change the laws of physics. They change every single one of them.
Yeah. You too can believe a car can fly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm quite enjoying all the internet speculation on the Mugge device. It's quite interesting.
Everybody seems to know everything about it, but know nothing.
Do you know what? I feel really bad because, well, I just feel really bad about it. But I saw that and I went, I couldn't give a flying fuck. Honest to God.
Honestly, I'm not really excited about it because I'm not that into Moog synthesizers, and it's not, they're just not my cup of tea.
Right.
As they always say, you have to wait and see for yourself.
Well, yeah.
This is the last meme I did. Let's see if it works. Oh yes, okay. Now what? Yes, you can. Yes, if you ask me for that fucking PIN number one more time.
You need to make a meme about this right here.
Yes.
Fucking PIN number. Jesus Christ. If I'd known he was going to do this, I would have made it a shorter PIN number.
Oh. Oh, you made a PIN alphabet.
Oh, look at that, he's gone.
Uh-oh. He's gone.
Oh no.
Oh, wow.
Oh, dear. Kent and computers. Hey, Manny, do you recognise this? No?
No, I don't.
No? No. I don't know if you programmed that one, but it's on the machine you worked on.
Really?
Yeah. FS1R.
Patch name?
Zancio.
No, not mine.
No, not yours. I love this patch. Here he is. He's back again.
Fucking thing. Oh yes, for this to work, shut down Chrome. No. Goodbye.
That's funny.
God, I found it. Now I've got to go and find it again now.
What are you looking for again?
Oh, mate.
His meme.
I was looking for this last thing, Jedi. I don't know whatever fucking hell it was. Let's see if I can find it.
Have you seen what's on Manny's printer?
No.
Oh, mold.
Mr. Jones?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm waiting for those to dry so I can do
that's a very familiar sight in this
I
house.
say, is that a 3D printer?
No, that's not.
He's got a mechanical thing, so I can go like this across his desk.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
because
can imagine how many pairs of those I've been given as gifts over the years.
And my sister's a hygienist,
Oh, no kidding.
so I've seen plenty of those knocking around the house.
Hey,
In the
man, do you use
past.
the Sirona system at all? The scanning and printing thing?
We don't do any direct 3D fab in the office.
You don't? Okay.
Okay, and part of that's because when you look into the difference between essentially the commercial industrial units and the what I like to call the home Play-Doh Fun Factory units that they sell to guys in the office, the difference between the number of axes for the drills, okay,
Yep.
and the resolution of the finest increments that you can do on it, there's still a significant difference.
Yeah.
So I prefer to defer that to the commercial labs.
Makes sense.
So,
My dentist uses that Serrano thing. It's pretty cool, but it's
no, it is very cool, and again, it works fine within its things. And sometimes, look, it doesn't make a inferior restoration per se. It's just that there's certain details that, if they matter to you, you can do better with the other systems. Not that it makes a damn bit of difference on how it works in your mouth. It's just, excuse me, sort of the where I put my threshold of what I consider that's good. That's all.
One thing annoyed me is it's a proprietary system, so unless they pay for the like IGES output or something like that, it's this weird custom format you can't use. So they gave me a file once, I couldn't do anything with it.
I know it sucked. It's like the original days of digital X-rays. There was not proprietary formats. They finally came up with an interchange, but nobody standardized. There are some open source systems that do straight STLs.
Yeah.
So our system, exactly.
That was the last one.
You can print your denture on a Roman printer. But yes, we don't have the Serrano thing, but in general, it's good. Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah.
And I'm still wearing that T-shirt.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the old DX looks all right there, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, very clean. No smudges.
I try my best.
Yeah. No piss stains either.
Yeah. Just the faint aroma.
faint aroma of famous pee.
Oda Hilton.
So, Rob, any success in getting Nordlander on before end of the month?
I'm still waiting to hear. Michelle was... I'd kind of left it in her hands because she was the one that recommended.
Yeah.
Because I don't think she was aware that he'd already been on the show. So I said, "Oh, he know. You know, we know Eric. Eric knows us. So yeah, just get him on." But I know that
it would be very worthwhile to have him on again.
Yeah. Well, he's now working in the new role.
Yep.
I'm not entirely sure if I can say what that role is, so I'm not going to. But it's going to make him a very busy man, especially with.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to stay. Yeah. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed we'll get him. So
yeah,
he's always good value for money.
Oh, you might find this of interest. He actually was able to sell his GS1 and 2 GS2 spares finally before he moved. He found a collector aficionado in Florida, of all places.
Nice.
So the GS1 will have an apt home with somebody who actually will appreciate it.
Cool. Yeah, because I know he dropped the price on it a couple of times to try and shift it. What's Kent?
Thanks, Roger. Yeah, exactly.
That's brilliant. That's really good.
I like that one.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Oh, we made a good appearance on Dr. Mix. That was a fun little video there.
Yeah, I'm glad he left it all in with that, with the surprise cameos of Sylvia Massey and Nick Bat. That was good.
Yeah.
But I was, for anybody who gives him a hard time for his on-screen persona, the guy is a good player.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, he can.
Well, in the Marinelli studio video, he played really well there too. It's like holy shit.
But I got to give him kudos because he actually played those cold turkey. Okay, the only discussion we had ahead of time was, he goes, I like to drive them like I'm driving a card. So when I played the C15, I like using the pedal. I said, good, you're going to love it. I got them both hooked up. You can use both feet. And all that stuff that he found and played on those, he literally found them and followed it as he went. I mean, that shows two things that are really cool. One is his sensitivity as a player, and the fact they built the sounds that way to do that. So, yeah, I was really happy. And I had my Hardware Jam shirt on for the whole thing. So
yeah, exactly.
But that was a lot of fun. And it literally was like last minute. I just got a text, on the messenger saying, "Can you come by the booth? Where are you?" Because it was like the last.
That was on Sunday, right?
Yeah, like the last hour and a half of Sunday before that.
Stefan called you in, did he?
Yeah, Tim. But I actually got to check in with him. I think they're going to ship my unit to me the week after next.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm really actually looking at getting it back. I actually miss it quite a bit.
Yeah, you guys shot that when I was watching Mark Rebier in Venice Beach. That was not even close to Nam.
I felt a little guilty. I got like 0 NAM health issue, post NAM health issues this year.
Well, I covered the whole building more than once and hit everybody there pretty much. So I asked for it. Yeah. Full exposure.
Yeah. Funny thing is, a lot of people that I spent a lot of time with did get sick because I spent a lot of
Really?
time at the art booth.
I was overdue. I haven't gotten sick for a long time, and I certainly didn't even get COVID yet. So it's just one of those things that's going to happen. Because I didn't get it last year, and I didn't get it at Synthplex, and I didn't wear a mask there, so I just got lucky.
So yeah, Rob. So all my I got my flights booked for Germany.
Cool. When do you arrive?
I'm going to be arriving Tuesday morning.
Oh, okay. So you're going to be ahead of me then.
Well, I got a time change to deal with.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I'm getting in Tuesday morning, and I still haven't figured out where we're going to stay. Yamaha stays at this weird place called Ehow or Enow that's got like
the studios.
Studios.
Yeah. I was going to try there, but it is a little pricey.
It's a little pricey.
It's like right next to the river and everything. But yeah. I'm at the Catalonia.
You sent me that. And,
it's a really nice place.
So I'm thinking of that just for convenience. I'm looking at the Hilton, which is about 20 minutes walk from where you are, but it's closer for the shopping for my wife.
Yeah.
Who basically will have no what's the phrase? She'll have no one to join her to enjoy Berlin once I leave because Drew Schlesinger looks like he's going to come solo and not come with his wife. Last we spoke, I was trying to get him to bring his wife, so our wives have something to do while we go nerd out. But he's going solo, so she'll have no companionship. Yeah. So I'm still working on that.
My wife works, so she can't take the time off. So,
but it is. I'm looking forward to it though. That's pretty close.
It's a great event. It's a great place. It's just everything is really good about it. Just hope the weather's good again, like it was last year. That was amazing.
Yeah. So
yeah.
And I think a lot of stuff, like you said in the chat, I think Roland, if they have new stuff in the pipeline, I think a lot of manufacturers are probably using that for some of their introductions.
Yeah.
So good stuff.
Indeed.
Cool. So what is Kent doing in his studio besides taking it apart?
Exactly that. Taking it apart, putting it back together again in a slightly different way.
That's the Mini on its side.
What's
the other thing that's on the other side of the door? It looks like a big gray mixer.
Montage?
Hang on.
No, it's a mixer. Okay.
Yeah, it's
and he's got some little mini keyboard.
And
that's the Hydra. That's
the on the right.
Yeah.
And then the Hydra on the left there.
That was so funny. On the first glance of the Super Bowl show, I'm going, they dressed it up to look like a Hydra. How funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at all that stuff. I thought my studio was a mess.
Well, Kent sent me a message today saying I might be doing the show from a different location today.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow. I said, yeah, where? He said, possibly at the top of the stairs on the landing, maybe somewhere. And then he showed me this. He said, I might just have to do it downstairs, so who knows?
That'd be fun.
But he's got everything.
All the doggies.
Yeah.
I forgot. I still have notes to type. Oh, well. Anyway, fun stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see. Any other big things going on? It looks like synthpunks. Nobody likes synthpunk. Somebody made the good point in the chat on that thing that they picked Wong for one very specific reason. It's the amount of views you get, because the whole thing about a PR blast is views. You don't put together a Super Bowl stealth preview and then have somebody that doesn't have a strong following.
No, exactly.
So anybody that complains just doesn't understand the whole point.
Yeah, actually, I didn't see the halftime show.
I watched this much.
No, I watched up until like partway through the second quarter. I'm not a big American football fan.
It's funny, Rick Beato really liked the halftime show.
I'll be honest. I thought they did a very, very good job. I like the fact they had so much live stuff in there. I think the only big canned part, none of the vocals were done. So didn't see, the execution level that Usher and Alicia had. Although Alicia started a little off, but she came right in.
They didn't mic the band very well though. The marching band, you couldn't
No,
barely
they
hear
didn't.
them. So.
Yeah, that's tough. The funny
It's
thing
like all
is,
those guys dance around and they can't hear them. It's just
when's the last time you couldn't hear a marching band?
exactly. I wasn't in marching band, but I was in the school band, and we were pretty goddamn noisy.
Years ago.
So,
Exactly. No, I thought it was a very well staged show. Actually, one of their better ones. Although I did see somebody post a meme saying, "Yeah, everybody remember the time they had a Prince concert and the Super Bowl broke out."
That still has to be one of the best.
That is still the best. Yeah, it's still the best. Yeah, but even if you don't like the sport, any game that goes to overtime with 2 possessions, you got to kind of like.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I didn't normally watch it, but it was pretty fun to watch this time. So.
I had to watch because I was pulling for San Francisco. They're on my list of favorite teams.
Well, the little I knew about both teams this time, I was shocked that San Francisco did lose because it looked like they were playing so much better. Then they just screwed up too much.
Yep. It's just one of these things. It's a game of inches. That whole game, if that punt didn't hit that guy's heel coming down.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So for all the conspiracy theorists, tell me how you put that one up. So pretty funny.
Oh, he's back.
All right, that one's down.
Gonna have a hell of a job in here tomorrow.
Well, you've got a show at 7.
Well, you have.
True.
Mind you, I knocked this little rig up in 15 minutes.
Oh, yes, I think I might actually head off there.
One thing that was cool on some of the NAMM coverage is that one guy in the Osmos booth finally was doing a decent demo of the Osmos. Finally. I forgot his name. He did one with Dr. Mix.
Arabic flutes and...
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that was well done.
He's very good. I went to his YouTube channel. He does some interesting stuff with Hawken Continuum, Osmos, and other things. I forgot his name now, but I have to look it up. But
all right, so he's someone that's familiar with the tech and the tech.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah,
if he had the Hawken ahead of time.
Exactly, and so he does demos with even the Continuum Mini.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't
SearchCheck have a Continuum Mini?
He does, or he did. I don't know if he still has it, but if I hadn't gotten the Osmos, I might have gotten a Continuum Mini.
Yeah.
The big one's just too much money, and the fact you have to look at it, it's all silk screen. You have to look at it all the time just to find out where you are. It's just can't use feel at all. But I finally got the Egan Matrix loaded. I just need to spend some time with it to figure out some shit on that thing.
Well, I've tried to like the Osmos sound engine. And
it's funny you say that, Kent. It's not the engine. It's the programming.
Is it?
It is, because I've gone into the presets quite in depth, and when you look at the spectrum of things and you look at just regions of various types of timbre / behaviors they have in parts of the sounds. The parts are there. They just haven't put them together in a way that us typical keyboard players would like to see them sound or behave.
Yeah.
And I don't want this to sound the way it sounds, but that engine is obviously academic derived. There's a certain context of sound from the academics that's a little bit different than us punters.
Mm-hmm.
So it has a different flavor.
Yeah.
You know. But there are parts in there that you can hear that it can sound the other way. It's just the programming.
Yeah.
And again,
yeah, I think that's probably what makes it so not sort of like.
Yeah. So
and it doesn't respond. It's almost like I may be wrong, but I normally am. But it's almost like they've programmed sounds into it that demonstrate how the keyboard works.
Partially,
but in a sort of like slap in the face kind of way, because you'd be playing it and sometimes it's just too like, whoa, I want it to be a little more subtle than that, please, if possible.
I thought you were going to say in subtle and a screaming baby kind of way.
Yeah.
So that's why you get to see that guy's demo at the Osmos booth. It's very good.
Now, I
as a
can't
controller, she's beautiful.
I can't say this is accurate. I don't want to spread inaccurate information, but I remember a lot of discussion in the dialogues that this was not a Osmos specific program sound set. It was a continuum sound set tweaked for the differences in the interface, but that they were essentially legacy continuum sounds. Obviously, there's some that was probably started, but anybody who was involved with it obviously came from the background of that situation. So all these engines. Look, you have something it does naturally in the bell curve of everything, right? And then you have the things it does in the edges. And it's just whatever its natural bell curve response is, fine. The question is, what can you do in those edges outside of that? And that's, I am proud to say when I gave my C15 bank to the Nonlinear Labs guys, they literally went, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Because we did some things that they had no idea it was capable of. Because by stupidity, stubbornness, or dumb luck, I am the guy that will find that little piece and leverage the crap out of it. So
what about the VL1? Are there patches you didn't make on the VL1 that you would say it just comes off as kind of awkward as some of the Osmos patches?
Oh, well, for sure. Especially if you're not using the press controller and you don't know the idiom of the instrument. If you don't use the press control and you don't know the idiom of the instrument, they all sound like shit.
Yeah.
They all sound like your cousin picking up a violin for the first time.
Or the scratchy.
I mean, it's, that's the good news, bad news. But, Phil Clendenin was so cool with the demos he used to do on it because he knows all his idioms, And he and Avery, for that matter, the two of them did most of the dealer demos when they were trotting that thing out when it was brand new. And they were really, really good at it. And then somebody walks up to it after they play it and kind of looks like what they're doing. And it's like, But, that's the deal. It's all complex instruments like that need a level of skill and execution that a regular instrument has, right? You don't pick up any acoustic instrument and just sound good.
Yeah.
Sure.
So it's the same thing.
Has there been any sound banks released for her?
Sure. For what?
For the Osmos?
No, I don't believe so.
No, well, there's one update. They added a few more sounds, I think, than one of the earlier updates. But I asked the guy specifically that. I said, why don't you do what Aodio does with the Anima Phi, Anima Omega upcoming thing, where the upgrades are going to include more sound packs.
Yeah. Did you get the email that's delayed another 6 months?
Yeah.
Yeah. Osmos version 2.
At least they updated the Anima Phi, so I can still play with the engine. But so it's it's that kind of thing. You could release preset banks or clusters with updates, just like some of these other companies do. But they kind of look at me like I was speaking a different language, so I'm like, whatever.
But
Only trying to help. I'm just a customer,
Good. What do you mean you need sounds?
Yeah, exactly. Don't listen to me. I'm only a customer.
Yeah, that's kind of funny on how they decide what the support's going to be.
Just trying to think here of how I'm going to extend that drawer by 4 centimeters.
Hacksaw?
Throw a deck of cards in the back?
Yeah, it's going to need something. It would mean remounting the sliding rails. But, oi, 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 oi. So I'd have to put spacers on the sides and then mount the rails onto the spacers and then move the wall further. And then the montage will fit. Yeah, that's going to be fun. I better move Noah's bed from under it as well for the first couple of days just to make sure. Don't want that dropping down on him. He won't like that. This started going mad. The old CXM started self-oscillating. Yeah, for no apparent reason. And I have to figure out why it did it.
What, sorry?
I think therefore I am. I self-oscillate because therefore
Yeah,
I live.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. So we shall see. Because it started off doing that thumping. I thought it was the 80.
yeah.
It wasn't. It was this. It was doing that every now and again. But on the pre-stage, because it was reverbing it nicely. So I don't know. I have to see what goes on. Check it all out. 3,405. Oh, that's sold well.
All right, so this is for half god, half beast. Let's see if I can do this. There you go. All right, now I guess you can't quite see all the stuff I'm doing on the chart. He wants me to start reciting dental lingo in rap format, I think.
Do you do implants in the office there?
That better?
The dental implants?
Yes, I do. So the jokes I've made on occasion where I said, "Oh, sorry, got to go. Got to throw some titanium bolts in somebody's head." Yeah, I'm not lying.
Yeah.
They don't think Frankenstein, so.
I know. Actually, you know what? I haven't tried that. See if you can put them in the neck.
That's where you put them in a little too low. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I thought you were shorter. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, sorry. There, since you brought it up, most dental implants are 8 to 13 millimeters long. They go into T-spots. But for people that have no bone, there are ways to do them using what they call zygomatic implants that go at an angle from the mouth up all the way through the cheekbone. They're about that long.
Yeah.
And that is quite interesting when you see those surgeries go on. What's interesting is that we're starting to see robotic guided for those particular things these days. One of my oral surgery referrals has a real-time robotic guided surgical drill.
Wow.
That's kind of cool.
All I can think of, is it safe?
Well, it depends on which end you're on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. One end is much safer than the other.
Pretty funny.
You ever come in dressed like Laurence Olivier with an accent? So
No, I haven't. You know, we very much do a dress up every Halloween, and I always come up with a lot of oddball costumes. One year, I hand built a cardboard original Tron outfit.
Oh, nice.
I painted it white and pinstriped it all in fluorescent blue.
Nice.
That was a good one. Oddly enough, with the eyeliner, I make a really good Johnny Depp Captain Jack. I did Prince one year. I've done Gene Wilder, Willy
I
Wonka.
read about that in the paper.
I did not prescribe him that stuff. So yeah, we do a lot of fun things. It's a lot. I did one that was nothing more than just finding some old stuff to look like a bandito from a Clint Eastwood Western. So done them all.
Sit. There's a good girl. Sit down.
Right then, gents, I'm off to bed.
Off to bed. Actually, technically, I got to finish my work and actually go home.
Cool. You want to go to bed, don't you? It's your beddy time.
Is he talking to the dog or me?
Yeah, this is the one. This is the one that has her own bedtime.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah.
Don't you, darling? Yeah. When it's time for you to go to bed, you just go to bed, don't you? You don't like staying up late, do you? Eh?
Right, I'll see you all.
Cheers, Rob.
Tomorrow, but later today.
See ya.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, I better knock it on the head anyway, because I got so much to do in here tomorrow. It's ridiculous.
Another redesign tomorrow?
Well, this is it. Yeah. Yeah. Everything is everywhere.
All right.
All at once.
Exactly. I was just going to say.
Yeah. But I need.
You need hot dog fingers.
I need to test everything as I put one thing in, test it before moving on to the next thing, as opposed to just fitting it all, wiring it all up, and then going, why isn't that working? And then have to trawl through all the cabling to try and find out why. So
slowly catch you up.
Well, yeah, but maybe not so much of the slowly. I haven't played a keyboard now for 10 days, and I'm going insane. Got to play.
Take the mini Moog downstairs and put it on your lap for a little while.
Nah. Well, that's the weird thing. I mean, there's a memory Moog on the bench, all working, ready to go. I could play that, I suppose, but.
Did you see Marinelli's tour video where the memory Moog has some glitches?
Oh, right. Well, that's called memory Moog, isn't it?
Because we just work around that. We just keep playing until it stops doing it, basically. So.
Yeah. Have you tried punching it very, very hard on the front panel?
Well, actually, wasn't that hilarious, Andy, when Marinelli was doing the live thing on the big stage? At the
And he
end
kicked
of
it, yeah.
He kicked it to get the reverb.
He looked at the guy who owned it like, so he's going to punch him out, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was funny because he got all that spring reverb goodness with the.
Oh, that was great, yeah.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, Ken, do I have to end the stream? Because you're not signed in.
I'm not, because I can't sign in, can I?
Okay.
Well, then it's over then.
Then it's definitely over.
Yep.
Or does it carry on after? Because normally, like, one night I left and Andy carried on chatting.
Yeah, because you guys forgot to shut it down.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I have no idea.
Cheers.
All right.
Bye,
take
everybody.
it easy.
All right, guys.
See y'all later.
See you tomorrow.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.